First of all, I just calculated back to when it was 365 days exactly. I don't remember the decimal you said. So,
do you want me to hit you with the screenshot again? Hold on, I got it.
I can find it in 2 seconds.
This year that Kosho's going to give us, if his math is right, this is the year.
It's not about
that the pyramids are built.
It has nothing to do with my math being right. It has to do with the
It's all about Kosho's math being right.
The average shortening of the day, and that value. I mean, it's over that time span. I mean, there's no way that we're gonna know the average, decrease or increase of the day. So,
I got it. The blueprint to chaos. The chaotic blueprint. That's a good name.
Okay.
Hold on. You're telling me you can't calculate how longer the years is getting?
No, that can be calculated.
All right, so just run it back.
You have to make an assumption of the average, the decrease of the day length.
Yeah, they could do it. They can do anything with the number. I mean,
or increase. I'm sorry.
Yeah. You can increase or decrease. You can divide. You can times.
Break us off.
You can do all the number stuff. So all they got to do is put all the, just press equal. You know what I mean? Equals, like the equivalent, the average. And then they click it and then Coach says average is 5. And then he's going to give you that number. 5, whatever, seconds, minutes, whatever, microseconds, whatever he's going to, arc second, whatever, I don't know.
Okay, so here's my estimate, okay? But don't kill me.
Okay, this is a rough estimate of when the Pyramid of Giza.
Don't address that. Don't address what I'm saying as that, dude, because how would you ask me to figure out?
This is exactly what I asked you to figure out.
You asked me. You asked me about this freaking when that day length was that long.
Because hold on.
So we can know that year.
It's mathematically built into the pyramid. You know how many numbers and shit and things are built into the. Have you ever seen Carl Monk, The Code?
Yes, I understand. I do understand.
Okay, so this is the year the pyramids were built. Break us off with it.
Okay, here's the important thing to say is there's no way to know, especially since the rate. So just to be clear, when we first started keeping track of the day length in 1972, the day length every year, the entire. No, I guess it's not the entire day length. Well, anyways, we added a second. We added a second, right? In that year, we added a second that year. The next year. That's a lot of seconds already just being added at the end of the year, right? So the average that I just found was 2.3 milliseconds a year, but that can't be consistent because now it's speeding up. It's actually going faster.
Dude, this is about the orbit, not the day.
No, yeah, but that goes into it.
No, yeah. What do you mean? No, yeah. It doesn't matter how fast you're spinning.
Listen, dude. Listen, you guy. The length of the orbit is not changing. Okay? Keep that in mind. That's not something that we're expecting.
No, Coach, I will not keep that in mind.
What's changing is the day length, and so the amount of days in a year. That's what's changing. Our orbit, there's no evidence that our orbit has been changing.
No doubt. I got you. All right, so break us off with it. What is it?
It's 8.3 million years ago.
No way, bro. There's no way the pyramids were built back then.
I got to find a better rate, average rate.
Million years?
8.3 million years.
Okay, is it possible? Is it possible that no? Because a lot of these other structures link into the same time frame with the pyramid, and there's no way. I don't know.
No, they don't.
You clearly have not watched Carl Monk, The Code, then.
Okay. Well, anyways, it says here, 600 million years ago, 21 hours for a day. Let me see. I'm trying to see if I can find a good number. If the rate slowing had been constant, oh, okay, so it hasn't been constant.
Yeah, it was slowing down. Now it's speeding up. We're never gonna fucking know. This doesn't even help.
Yeah, it's too hard to say. We'd have to find some kind of record
forget
of
it.
the rotation rate. But I'll have to see what I can find.
Yeah. No, you're never gonna know if it was consistent or not.
See, this person's saying 1.2 million milliseconds a year.
See, that number is built into the pyramid, though, that 365.02 thing or whatever I posted earlier.
Yeah, there's a lot of numbers that are built into it.
Yeah, but why that number, though? And it's not only the Great Pyramid, it's built into a lot of other stuff.
Like where?
Bro, you have not watched Carl Monk the Code.
I was about to watch something else, dude.
Just clear your schedule for 5 hours and watch this video. I'll post it in the chat right now.
I typed that number in, and it takes me to a number. Oh, it takes me to Carl Monk. It takes me to Graham Hancock. It takes me to Luke Skywalker. Oh, Luke Piewalker.
What is it named? Randy Carroll? Is there another guy named Randy Carroll, Jeremy? Or I got his name wrong. He does a lot on the sacred geometry and the pyramids.
It's Randall Carlson. He's a Freemason. He's as Graham's boy, bro. He's pretty good though. He thinks there was a worldwide flood because of the ice caps melting, but nonetheless, it was a rapid thing as opposed to a. Can you guys hear me? Check.
My girlfriend was talking to me, so I didn't hear anything you said because I turned my speakers down, so it doesn't sound like I'm on here.
Okay, I'm gonna post a video. All right, clear your schedule. It's about 5 hours long, give or take.
Sorry, dude. I just watched a 4-hour video last night, and it was boring. I watched it at 2 times speed. It was a Blue Marble Sciences live stream the other day.
Well, that's because you're watching boring ass Globers. Watch this stuff; it's cool, and you might fucking learn something.
It was boring because Witsit was on there, and it wasn't Witsit that's being boring. That was Rumpus. Every time Witsit talked, Rumpus would fucking interrupt him. It was crazy.
Just watch that 5-hour video. It's going to be way more boring than that Witsit thing, but it's good. You might learn something. Are you going to watch it? This is something you can back us on because this isn't like globe or flat or whatever. Like you could back us on this shit right here. We got to figure this one out.
I'll check it out. How old is it?
I don't know. It looks like it's from the fucking 80s or something.
Yeah, but when was it put on YouTube?
I don't know. I posted it in a thing. Who cares when it was put? Why does that even matter?
So me and Jesse and Bacon, and also me and Ruhif and Moyak are going to present the spherical axis to you guys. Modern day.
What?
We're going to do spherical axis in real time and show it to you.
Okay, what are the corrections?
Oh, that shit's
the
over,
corrections column. What are the corrections?
You know, remember all those other times when you had an argument and you backed like somebody like a clown or, Pete Shea or whoever, and you found out that it turns out that they were just wrong about everything. There's another one of those.
Oh, the clown was right. The clown was right.
Yeah, I don't think so. If it's ever Charlie versus a clown, you're safe to, even if you don't want to, it's safe to go with Charlie.
No, that clown was right.
Yeah, okay. Anyways, the corrections column. So any of the corrections that were made, when especially the ones that we were talking about, that they had to use the plane, they transferred the plane to the spherical triangles, and a few other things, and they also referenced the spheroid or something. In all those cases, those are specifically because they're comparing their measurements to the old model. They have to that's them, that those corrections column is them comparing it to the old model.
Why do they have to correct the angles to compare it to a different model? The angles are the angles. Why would you correct them to compare them to something? You have the angles to compare to in the observed angle column. Why would you correct to compare? That doesn't make sense.
Listen carefully, dude. They're not correcting anything. The whole point of the survey was to compare real measurement, to correct the Bessel and Clark model, because they were flawed. And so what they did
So
was
they didn't correct anything, but there's a whole list of corrections everywhere and throughout this whole paper. But there was no corrections, you're saying.
now what they did was they took their measurements after they adjusted them, all this other stuff, which they have all of that in the paper. They have the original measurements, the adjustments, and then the measurements as they compare to the Bessel and Clark model. And that was the point of it, was to end up with that comparison. So that's it. That's all that's happened. There's no corrections at all that are made.
So they had to make a
prior.
list of. So they had to make a column of numbers, call them corrections. They're different than the observed angle, but they didn't correct for anything. But they're different. Why did they change the numbers?
They don't change
In the corrections column if they're not corrections, and why did they label them corrections? Dude, you know what? Just forget it.
Dude, they are corrections. They're the corrections from the Bessel and Clark model. They're basically telling you this is what the difference is between the Clark and Bessel model and our measurements. That's what they're saying. They basically took triangles as they would appear on the numbers that those models would give you, which when I was actually looking at it weeks ago, I did that myself. Like I was like, I wonder if where it says like spherical angles, I just like I wrote a function that would turn a certain distance into a spherical angle, and that's exactly the angle it gives you. So those are just the spherical angles are just the calculated ones using just a basic spheroid model, and then the corrections are the difference between the measurements in that model. If you don't believe me, just subtract them. Just look at the numbers and subtract the observed angles from the spherical angles, because the answer, what you end up with, is the corrections.
So in the correction model, in the correction column, you're telling me those aren't corrections. Is that what you're saying?
I'm telling you, those aren't any corrections that are made. Those are just the difference between the old model and the new measurements.
So we have the measurements, and then we have this right next to the measurement. We have a correction measurement, which is a correction, because it's definitely a different number.
Yep. It's a difference. It's the difference.
So they made a correction.
Nope.
No correction.
No. Okay. I mean,
why is it a different number then? What did they do? Okay, hold on. What did they do to the number to make it different? Why did they do that? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, sorry, somebody was talking to me.
Yolo lehi.
Ask that question again. It was stupid. Ask it again.
What did they do to the numbers from the observed column to the correction column? What did they do, and why?
From the observed column to the corrections column. What they did was they calculated the spherical angles, and they compared the spherical angles from the old models that are calculated to the measured angles that they just measured, and the corrections is the difference between them. When they say corrections in that instance, they mean it's the corrections of the old model.
What do you mean the
Those
difference
are
between them?
corrections that need to be made to the old model, which is the whole purpose of what they're doing.
So there are spherical assumptions in this correction column.
Oh my goodness gracious, dude. Listen, man. The whole point of
How'd
this
you say it in your Hamburglar voice?
the whole purpose of this document, of this measurement, was to make corrections on the previous models, which were not perfect. Okay?
And the models were spherical models, right?
Yes.
So there's fucking spherical correction. There's spherical assumptions there.
No. Listen.
Oh my
Listen,
God,
listen
bro! I'm gonna
carefully.
lose it.
Carefully.
I gotta
In
back
one
out of
column,
this.
in one column, you have the ones that's calculated using the old sphere. That's one column. Those are called the spherical angles. Okay, those assume the sphere because they need to assume the sphere because they're just calculations based on a sphere. Okay, that model, set it to the side. Now you have the observed angles. These angles do not assume anything at all. These models don't assume anything. They're just the measured angles. The corrections column is the difference between the assumed calculated angles and the measured angles. Is that clear? They're called corrections in that instance because that's exactly what the purpose is.
So they had a
Correction
spherical
on the old
model. Okay, so they had a spherical model. They know what they should have got for that. Then they have these observed angles. You're telling me they subtracted them? What do you mean the difference?
That's what I mean. Subtract.
No, that's not what those numbers are. Those numbers are bigger angles.
I swear
They didn't
on my life.
subtract
I swear on my
shit.
life. If you take the time and you do the subtraction in every instance, that's what it is.
They're bigger numbers. They didn't subtract anything. They added stuff to them.
Well, whatever the difference was, if they were bigger or smaller, it doesn't matter. Just whatever the difference between those numbers are is in the corrections column.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So they had a spherical model. They knew what they should have got for that spherical model. Then they subtracted what they thought the spherical model was from the actual observed angles.
Yes.
And added it to the observed angles and put it in the correction column.
No, they didn't add anything after that. There's no adding that's happening.
If there's no adding happening, why are this corrections column angles bigger than the fucking observed angles column? But they tell me they didn't add anything. Bro, I'm getting... This is ridiculous, Kosho.
I agree, man. This is very ridiculous. Just tell me what the purpose of the survey was.
What the purpose of the survey was? I don't know. They're trying to survey the land.
Okay, well, that's the problem. Is I've told you 5 times in the past 5 minutes, and you still don't know. So, the purpose of the survey was to correct the Bessel and Clark models, which it was known are not perfectly accurate, and the assumptions made on them don't. It doesn't fit perfectly to the actuality of what the Earth's doing in our country. So the purpose of the survey was to make corrections to those models. So in that column, when it says corrections, that's exactly what they're referring to. They're referring to, here's our observed angles, here's the ones that you would get if you assumed those models, here's the correction that needs to be made to those models.
Okay, so the correction column is a spherical Bessel and Clark model, right?
What? No, the corrections is the difference, dude.
Between the assumed spherical model and the observed angles.
Yes.
Okay, so there's a spherical assumption in there. How do you not understand that that's a spherical assumption, those angles?
How is that the measurement? That's not a measurement. Like, that's literally
No
them
shit, it's not
calculating.
a measurement. It's a fucking assumed spherical. It's got a spherical assumption in it. No shit, it's not a measurement.
Okay, dude. If we have two contractors and they're at a house and they don't even know the shape of the house, but one of the contractors already wrote that it was a cube, it was a perfect cube house, okay? And a new contractor comes and he measures the whole house, each room, each floor, everything, and he compares each room, each wall, to what it would be, or where that wall would be if it was a perfect cube. So in one instance, he has measurements, and the other instance, he has the assumed cube, which of course has to be assumed for you to compare them. All he's doing is comparing the actual measurements and the assumptions.
So
That's not assuming anything for the measurements, though.
So what is this? What is this? The spherical column. Oh shit! It's snowing here. The corrections column is the difference between the spherical Bessel and Clark model and the assumed angle, or the observed angle.
Yes.
Okay, so it's not. Okay,
Hey,
so
Jeremy,
that column's fucking worthless. Then you're saying
It's what?
that column's fucking absolutely worthless then because they assumed a sphere, and then measured stuff, and then just the difference they were missing because on their spherical assumption.
This was the whole purpose of the survey.
Okay, when Ruhif comes in here next time in Gambino, why don't you fucking tell him about the assumed spherical shit in the corrections column?
Dude, I don't think you get it, man. It's because you're not familiar with the document. Okay, I'm gonna brief you, okay? First, shit. So I'm gonna tell you what happens. So they have one page. Hold on. It's hard to push. My push to talk button is fucking up this thing. Hold on. Okay. So they have abstracts of resulting horizontal directions. This is just them taking the measurements. That's what that section. This is what this section is. Okay. Feel me? Okay, cool. So this is the measurements. And by the way, in this section, they have the observed angles, then they have the approximate error, and then they have the reduction of sea level, and then the corrections from basenet. Those are separate from the observed angles. And then they have the angle that they end up with. Okay? Then, hold on. Then there's pages and pages of adjustments. There's the correlate equation, figure adjustments, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So now that that's all done, they have the measured angle, they have the adjustments and the corrections, and then you end up with the triangles. And there's lists of the triangles. And in this list, it says, here's the 3 stations, here's the observed angles, here's the spherical angles, and here's the spherical excess from the spherical angles, and here's the observed angles, and here's the difference between the observed angles spherical excess and the spherical excess from assuming the sphere. Okay? And that's what the corrections is. The corrections is just the difference between the spherical excess that is measured and the spherical excess that is assumed.
Okay, so there's definitely a spherical assumption in the corrections column, right?
Yeah, it's specific. You have to be specific about which corrections column. In this triangle section,
there's an observed column, and then right next to every observed column, there's a corrections column.
Well, no, not everyone, but yeah, in this one, that
show me a page without it.
Okay.
In the pages people been posting around, the pages people been posting with the observed angles, they always have a correction angle next to it. Right. And people are saying, oh, the correction column has no spherical assumptions in it. But now we come to find out it does, right? It has a huge spherical assumption. You son of a bitch. What the fuck, bro? I mean, it sounds like there's a huge spherical assumption in the correction column.
You gotta take a look. Hold on.
Dude, you explained it well. There's a correction column. They assumed a sphere. There's a correction column. They assumed a sphere, and they took those assumptions. So now we definitely have, if there's a correction column, there's definitely a spherical assumption in it, right?
No. At the top,
What do you mean no?
I'm showing you what's going on here. At the top, this is where the measurement is. This is the raw data, as people have been saying it, or the measurements.
Hold
data.
on a second. Let me pull the thing up. Hold on.
Yeah.
Did you post it?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Which one? Top one or bottom one?
Top one is when it says the resulting distant directions from station adjustments. This is the measured angles. These angles here are the measured angles. And then next to those is all the corrections that need to be made to these angles that haven't been made yet. These are the corrections.
Okay. Yeah, on the bottom.
No, don't look at the bottom yet.
No, we're on the bottom one.
No, we're not.
We
We're
got
not on the
observed
bottom,
angles.
dude.
Listen, observed angles. Right next to it, we have the correction column, right?
Dude, we're not there yet, man.
Okay, go ahead. What's up with this top one?
These are the measured angles. These are the corrections that need to be made to them. List them there, and then there's the following pages where they make further adjustments, and then a few pages later, you end up with the triangles, which are the triangles of these measurements, and the observed angles and the observed excess is written out there, and the spherical angles and the spherical excess are written in the column. The difference between them is written right there. It's always the difference between the observed and the spherical. That's all that it is.
Are we on the bottom page? Because I don't know what you're
Yes,
talking
we're on the
about.
bottom page.
What the fuck, bro? I've tried to move us there. You wouldn't let me go there.
Yeah, well, I finished the top page finally.
Well, I don't know. What did you even say about the top page?
I was explaining that those are the observed angles. They're just the measurements that were made, and then following those are the corrections that need to be made to those measurements.
How do they know? So that correction column is just these corrections, resulting seconds, reduction of sea level, and resulting directions from station adjustment. That's all the corrections are?
No, that's not a correction. That's just the measurement.
Well, I already know what the correction is. People have been saying the correction column has no spherical assumptions.
Yes.
Right? Do you agree with that?
No, I don't. Okay, so if somebody says the corrections that are made to it, the measurements, they don't have any spherical assumptions. That correction column, which is not a correction that's being made, that's not a correction that's being made to the measurements. That's very important to understand.
We're talking about the correction column that's always next to the observed angle column on your bottom page now.
That's not referencing a correction that needs to be made to the angle.
Then why are they making a correction to it?
They're not making a correction. They're stating that this is the correction that needs to be made to the old model. That's why they're making these angles. They're measuring angles. They're comparing it to the old model, and they're saying this is the correction, the difference between the two. That's clear.
Okay, that correction. Okay, top one, divide. Number one, divide. You see it?
Yeah.
Where it says correction plus 0.064.
Yeah.
Where do they get that 0.064 number?
Let's see. Give me a second. Give me a second. Just give me a whole second. I gotta think about it. Hold on.
Why don't you post a page with one of the ones that add up to less than 180 so we can really see? I mean, I'm not about to do the math in my head to see if these all what these add up to here. I'm sure you showed the page where they all add up to way more than 180 though. Like, why is it? What the fuck does this even mean?
Give me a second, man. Hold on, because hold on. I gotta work this out too because it made sense when I looked at it earlier. But you can look at see the spherical excess. That's calculated, and then that's divided into 3 pieces, and that's the spherical excess that should be there on the observed angles. And so whatever the difference is put there in the correction. But for some reason, it's not fitting that way. Give me a second.
Yeah, it's not fitting that way.
I know. So give me a second, man. Hold on.
Take your time.
Let me post Witt's meme because when I did this, I was using his meme. So let me post.
Yeah, post his meme. All right, post his meme. This is some bullshit.
Yeah, it's bullshit until you clicks and then it makes sense and it's not bullshit anymore.
Damn, it's snowing crazy here. This is some bullshit.
Right, here we go.
The spherical excess and the snow was some bullshit.
Yeah, they're both bullshit. Hold on.
So was your 6 million fucking years ago for the pyramid, bro? We're never gonna know. That number doesn't help us. The amount of days or that were in the year, that's not gonna help us because we don't know if the days have even been changing or what's good. I don't know why that number's in there, but it's in a whole. Oh, here we go. Is this with
I see what the problem is. Aha. Have a second. No shit. Hold on.
Okay, so the second one, Marriott, Taylor, and Kent. It's under 180. All right?
Yeah,
Or no?
170 minus 2. Oh. No shit. Okay, so check this out. I'm stupid.
North base.
Listen, fuckface.
Kent, North base. The second one.
Stop worrying about any of that shit. Look at the thing. Go back to the one I posted.
Why?
Just go back to it immediately. You ready?
Okay, now what?
Now what? Now go ahead and take the spherical excess. 328. Right?
Okay.
Okay. Subtract.
So those hold on. That's not what it adds up to, though. The observed angles add up to.
I know what they add up to.
16
arc seconds.
16. No, it's not 16 arc seconds.
Yeah, 0.16 arc seconds, yes.
0.16 arc seconds.
Right. So take the spherical excess.
Okay. They can measure to 0.16 of an arc second?
You better fucking
these were averages.
Up, dude.
These were averages, all right.
Yeah. Take the spherical excess and subtract the observed angles. So take the spherical excess, subtract the observed angles. Okay?
Okay.
Now, what you're left with is 0.168 arc seconds, which is exactly what you get when you add up the corrections in the corrections column.
.168?
Yes.
That's not what it adds up to.
Yes, it is. 106, 64, that's 170 minus 2, that's 168.
Oh, that was a minus 2, okay.
I think that's what fucked me up before too. But yeah, that's what that is, dude. Those are the corrections from this to that.
So the spherical excess is what there should be.
No. The spherical excess is what the Bessel and Clark model,
yes,
what they'd give you if you calculated what the excess should be, right?
So that's the spherical excess column is obviously all spherical. There's just definitely a spherical assumption in that column.
Yes. That's absolutely necessary because they're comparing them.
Okay, yeah. So that's spherical excess column is definitely assumes.
Absolutely
assumed. Okay, and the corrections are
what?
Hold on, and the corrections are when they subtract it. Okay, so what?
The correction, the corrections aren't corrections being made. They're referencing the corrections that need to be made to the Bessel and Clark model, because the difference between the numbers that they give you and the observed angles are that.
Okay, so none of this other bullshit even matters. It's all about these observed angles then, because everything else has a spherical assumption built in.
Yeah, but those aren't measurements. The correction in spherical angles and spherical excess, those aren't measurements. They're not.
I know, just the observed angles are the measurements. Yeah, we know the corrections, the spherical angles, the spherical excess, all that shit is all under an assumption of this Bessel and Clark model, the spherical assumption.
Sure, yeah, and then it's very necessary to do that because you're comparing them. But yeah.
Okay, cool. Why they saying they all add up to over 180?
What? Okay.
Listen, McToon did a presentation on this. He said there's no assumptions in my presentation. They all add up to over 180. He was wrong.
I honestly don't care about MC Toon.
McToon's your boy.
He's not my boy, just as much
That's
as
your
fucking.
That's your boy.
Like, there's one thing
McToon's
that
your boy. Face
irritates
it.
a lot of me.
What's up?
It irritates me, dude. I'm not gonna name.
You irritate me. All right.
Yeah, this dude was getting mad because people talk shit about his daughter or his kid, and then he literally said that we're all we are all just as bad as that because that person did it, and we're all or any of us who don't condemn it immediately are just as bad or whatever. It's
Sounds like feelings to me.
What,
okay, so the only thing that matters in this whole shit is the observed angles. None of that other shit even matters, right?
Sure, yeah. As far as referencing the measurements, yeah.
Yeah, just the like the corrections. None of that shit is it's all meaningless. It all has spherical assumptions in it. The only thing that matters for the actual measurements is these observed angles.
On that page, yes.
Okay, and some of them don't add up to over 180, right?
Some of the measured angles, sure. The measured triangles, yeah.
Yeah. So why are people running around saying they all add up to over 180 all the time?
I don't know, and I don't know why people do anything that they do, dude. Don't ask me why McToon is doing that, dude.
Ruhif did it and Gambino did it in the room with us last night. You heard him.
Hey, whenever people say that all the measurements or all the triangles on Earth are greater than 180, if they're saying all the measurements in the survey are greater than 180, they know that's not true. There were measurements.
Okay,
there were measurements that were too small to even.
And if they say after the corrections they all add up to 180, that's meaningless because there's a spherical assumption built into that, right?
Those corrections aren't added to them. So if they.
All right, so just we're all clear now for when Ruhif or Gambino comes back in here trying to talk that shit.
Dude. You're saying things that they didn't say.
They said they all added up to over 180 when you added the corrections in.
Yeah, but these aren't corrections that they're adding in. This is a different page, dude.
Okay, why are we not going over the page where they're adding the corrections in?
I did that first when you try to skip past it.
Well, let's go back to that. Is that the top part of your thing that you posted at one time with resulting directions?
That's not all the corrections though. There's more corrections being made. But yeah,
okay, where's all the list of all the corrections?
There's this page, the top page I showed. It's gonna get confusing now.
Yeah, when they're doing elevation matters in this. Hold on a second.
Say that again.
I don't understand this page. This top thing you posted here with the final seconds and triangulation and corrections from base net adjustment.
The top
resulting seconds.
That's the original. That's the measurement.
Bro, where's the triangle? There's like 8 fucking measurements here. Where's just the triangle?
They don't measure just triangles, dude.
Yes, they do. That's what they're doing. They're measuring triangles.
That's not what they're doing.
They're not. So this is not spherical excess. The spherical excess is measuring a triangle. So you're telling me this is not. This is not that.
Look what I just posted. You see what I just posted?
Okay. Which point me to a spherical excess triangle.
Hold on, dude. You can see that in the thing I just posted. There's divide is in one of the places. What else is there? Is El
Top
Paso,
one?
El Paso,
Yeah, you got your
El Paso
azimuth
there
mark at
too?
0.
Listen. There's El Paso, divide, El Paso. So they're all in there. So the triangles that are written out later are derived from these measurements that are made. The measurements that are made is each list of positions here. So from the top one's El Paso East. So from El Paso East, they pointed at the azimuth mark. And then from the azimuth mark, they take an angle to Holcomb, to Big Springs, to Coral Bluffs, to the divide in the other place. All those angles are in reference to that azimuth mark. Okay? Same thing with down below, the El Paso West. They use divide as their azimuth mark. And they take angles from there. So they're not making triangles to begin with. They're just taking angles from these positions. Then later on.
Okay, do you have a... Hold on. Do you have a measurement of a triangle?
Yes, dude. Oh, my God.
Okay, where is it? Because I'm not seeing it on this page.
You're hurting my head, dude. Here's an example, okay? The triangle that's being made here is between Taylor, North Base, and South Base, okay? But the measurements that were made in the top example were made in reference to the Marriott. So whenever they want to create that triangle, they have to take the measurements that they made from the Marriott and do some subtraction from one position to the other to end up with that angle, then use the other two angles. So there's some adding, subtracting that they have to do in order to get the triangles that they're measuring.
So they're not actually measuring them. They're just calculating.
No, they're not. They are measuring them, dude.
Bro, show me a measurement of a spherical triangle in this paper somewhere. I thought I knew where they were, but now I don't know. The ones with the 3 points is a triangle, right? Or why is this so complicated?
You're making it complicated, dude. It's hurting my head. I'm supposed to be packing my stuff, and I'm not.
Your girl kicked you out?
No, we're moving.
Where are you guys moving to?
Antarctica.
You wish you were moving to Antarctica. Where are you moving already?
Down
To the
street.
hood?
Down the street.
So to the hood?
No. Further from the hood than I am now.
He's moving to McMurdo.
Yeah. Actually, McMurdo is actually... I have this document that talks about all the sexual assault in Antarctica, and there's some pretty graphic stories, dude. Like, they're hostile there. Like, the women are afraid to go out by themselves, especially in McMurdo. But yeah, there's a bunch of different places. Like, they're afraid to go from the bar to their barracks or their room or whatever, because dudes are aggressive down there. And they say it goes unchecked.
For no means yes.
Apparently. So that really is the hood. The deep south. Listen, Jeremy, let's put a book note, a bookend on this, because the point is, this is just another example of you guys being overzealous and very excitable about something that you should have taken the time, to do due diligence before.
Hey man, you guys brought it up. We're just trying to help you understand that it was incorrect. That's all.
I didn't bring it up. Brian and Whitsett and somebody else brought it up to McToon.
Okay, let me put it to you this way. Y'all keep trying to use it as globe evidence, so until you admit that that's not happening in reality, we're going to keep trying to help you out with understanding reality.
That's the problem. I and other people, I've heard people in the past use it as globe evidence, barely, but most people do not use it as globe evidence. But you guys are claiming that it's not globe evidence, and it actually is. So whether or not
So you
someone's
are using it as globe
whether or
evidence. Come
not
on,
someone's
man.
using it
Stop
as globe
stumbling over
evidence,
your own toes there.
whether or
Untie your
not someone's
shoes
using
that are
it as
tied
globe
together for
evidence
some reason
doesn't change the
and do
fact that
some
it
real
is
research.
globe evidence.
Whatever. I'm not going to talk over idiots. Go ahead, guys.
I appreciate that, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, just let's all relax.
Somebody's mad.
And we'll put a pin in it, and we'll get back to it tomorrow.
Well, I mean, the longer
Put a pin in it.
we put a pin in it, the more we find out how, like I said, impotent it is. It's not a. This is actual legitimate.
Not a good globe proof, I know.
It's globe evidence, and it's not the stuff that you guys claim is baked in it is not baked in it. Hey, Left Lane, were
Listen,
you
man,
there?
can you guys hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you the whole time.
Okay, listen. People have been saying they all add up, and they're saying that there's no spherical assumptions in the corrections, but there are spherical assumptions in the corrections, right?
Dude, it needs to be made clear to you that when they say the corrections, they're talking about the corrections being made to the angles. That's separate from that column that says corrections, which is not corrections being made to the measured angles. Those are the corrections that need to be made to the old model.
So much for putting a pin in it.
We'll put a pin in it.
You have like the worst memory, Jeremy, for certain things. For other things, you have the memory of a woman. He like remembers every detail, everything you ever did wrong, brings it up. You're not even listening to the conversation.
No, I'm definitely listening.
Yeah. Well, let's go back to your milliseconds or your rotation of the Earth thing, because I don't think there's a.
Nah, that thing's worthless because we'll never know. We'll never know. Are the years getting longer or shorter? I don't even know if that's fucking true.
Yes. That is known. That's known. At least since 1972.
Are you sure?
Yes.
The years are getting longer.
It's no. It's spinning faster. It's getting shorter now.
But they were getting longer for a while, right?
They were, yeah.
What caused it to slow down
That's not clear.
or speed up? I mean,
It's not
you
clear,
dig
but
this?
I can only make assumptions about that.
Your whole thing's assumption. No
Nope.
shit.
This chart that I just posted is a list of measurements since 1973. No assumptions. So yeah, since 1973, you can see that consistently the year, like there was a whole second added like 3 years in a row. Right? As a matter of fact, they added seconds 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 years in the 70s.
There's been like 18 leap seconds added, right? Or something. How many leap seconds have we added?
23.
23. I thought it was 8.
No, it's 23. Last one was in 2016.
Okay.
Yeah, but when you look at that list, what is it, fool? You're roboting like a bitch.
We're gonna start taking them away, right?
I don't know what they're gonna do. It would make sense if they just stop adding or subtracting them. Yeah, I would just stop adding or subtracting them, and you know. Yeah, but if you look at the list of like total year difference or average day difference, you can see that there's an acceleration that's been consistent that whole time in the direction of speeding up. So like it was going slower about a whole second every year. but that's been slowing down the whole time up until 2 years ago, where it slowed down so much so that it stopped completely from shortening or from lengthening, and now it's shortening. Fascinating. In 2020, that's crazy. In 2020, the average day, the average day was plus or minus 0 to a 24-hour day. It's crazy. Wait a minute. I might have messed up that calculation, dude, about the yeah, I might have messed up that calculation, dude. Hold on.
Yeah, that's a fucking shot.
Yeah, just shut the hell up for a second, dude. Ask Zanik the question, dude. He likes doing math like that too. Zanik, I'm gonna post something, Zanik. Zanik, if you can see the chat, Jeremy wants to know how many years ago was the year length exactly that long. Yeah, Jeremy, I did. I fucked up. I know I fucked up, dude. I fucked up big time. Let me redo it, Jeremy. I fucked up big time. You know what's stupid though? It says the average year, or we've been losing 0.0023 seconds on average, but we lost 7 whole seconds, or gained 7 whole seconds in the 70s. So I don't get that. Oh, dude, I fucked up big time, dude. I fucked up big time. I'm gonna
Yeah, no, you think Earth's a globe.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, dude. I'm gonna have a way different number for you in a second. Yeah, I'm gonna have a way different number for you, dude.
Is it going to be bigger or small?
It's gonna be different. Hold on.
Depends on if it's cold outside. How bigger or smaller?
We're gonna find out. Hold on.
Yeah, we're never gonna know if it's right though, because you don't know if this has been happening at a consistent rate.
It doesn't matter. This is a better number. 25,000 years.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if we're right or not. Okay.
25,000 years. Actually, I'm gonna have a new number again in a second. Hold on.
Yeah, this is how you end up with spherical excess from what Kosho is doing right now.
No, dude, it's not. Just hold on.
Kosho, wouldn't it be a lot cooler if you helped us?
I am. That's what I'm doing right now.
I mean, there's potential for you to help us, but I feel like you're actually just defending these like logically invalid arguments.
What are you talking about? I'm answering his question. He's just asking me a question about how much longer ago was the Earth. It's, by the way, Jeremy, it's 18.
I'm kind of talking overall. I'm not really talking about the last 10 seconds. I've been listening for the last hour or two here. So yeah, I've just been listening. It just, I mean, dude, that document is obviously convoluted on multiple levels. By the way, you know what the Clark method assumes?
The Clark model, yeah.
The Clark model?
Yeah. It assumes it's a globe.
Based on what?
I don't know. I don't know what they based that on, but they have the wrong measurements. But
boats over the curve, a radius value based on boats over the curve.
Okay, yeah.
See where the problem lies?
Yeah, but that's the purpose of that document.
See, if you were with us, you'd be able to be like, oh yeah, that is a problem, because even you guys don't even say that that's a set horizon. That's not even the geometric horizon, because in reality, when you take a lot of those observations, it's not consistent. It wavers. So you guys, or not you, but whatever, people who are defending on the, wanting to defend a globe, have to then incorporate that.
But I agree with you that is a problem. That's the purpose of this survey. The purpose of the survey was to point out and identify the problems in the Clark and Bessel model. By taking measurements, they took actual measurements and compared it to what the Clark and Bessel model, would have, what you calculate from those. So because you're right that those assumptions give you the wrong answers. I agree with you. Yeah.
Well, I don't know what you're agreeing with, because I don't feel like you said the same thing I said.
You said those are wrong answers. Like you said, isn't that dumb or whatever to base it off of that, like the way the Clark model and Bessel model. Yeah, I agree that those give you the wrong answer.
No, I never said it gives a wrong answer. I said that they're using an assumption based on boats over the curve of a radius value. And they're using averages that they don't even give the original data and don't even have any proof. I will say this about anyone claiming any measurement. In a way, okay, first of all, it's like pictures or it didn't happen. But even though pictures could be faked, however, a picture, it didn't happen kind of thing. I'm just sort of playfully saying that. Number one. Number two, it's just digits on a piece of paper. So I'm saying any measurement. Like even if I came right now and I said, oh, I did this thing, look at this piece of paper. It's still just a piece of paper at the end of the day. Now it could indicate that I did something valid. Now, next thing would be like video, picture, at least that could be analyzed. Of course that could be faked or whatever as well, but I'm just saying at least that's something to be analyzed. And then the next step is something that could actually be rechecked and verified. And until we could get to those, through all those processes, in a sense, any claim like this has its limitations. But this one in particular doesn't even give the original actual. Well, first of all, there's no pictures, there's no video, there's nothing. It's more or less a story, even though sure it may have happened. I'm just saying it's at that level. On number one is we have zero validation of that. Number two, they don't even give the actual numbers that they claim to have picked up with the equipment, like the direct numbers, like this one, a list of them, because all they give is an average. So who knows under God's name what those actually are. Now, if they're honest people and they're absolutely legit, one could argue that that they did a valid average of some sort. But if they're in any way biased or swayed, and if there's any controlling factors financially and whatnot involved in it that would want to sway anything right off the bat, since they don't give the raw numbers, that could be swayed. And then those are the numbers that they're then using to do these reductions and put them on all these different models, and then comparing it to this Clark model, which uses boats over the horizon to assume a radius, based on even what you guys would call a refracted horizon.
Yeah, but that's the whole purpose, is to compare those models, which are wrong, to the measurements. So that's not like a. I think that's wrong to do, since that's what they're doing. Is they're trying to compare and see what the difference is. But also, I understand what you're saying, that it could be they could lie and put the lies in there, but by that same sentiment, if that was if that's what they wanted to do, they could just provide the raw measurements and just do that with that as well. I just don't see what the difference would be. So if the issue is that they could lie about what they're putting down on there, then there's no need for the raw measurements, because they would have just done that with that as well, right? They would have just wrote down those the wrong numbers there. Agree with you. Yeah, they could lie about the whole thing, but then that renders all the work, meaningless. They didn't need to set anything up. Even they could have just made up numbers the whole time.
Well, I'm not saying they are or are not made up, but I'm saying that, like, okay, in my mind, there's like several stages of validation in any claim that's made or any document or anything. There's like the numbers, there's perhaps the reputation of who put it out and so on. Of course, this was like 150 years ago. So that's just like, you got a 0 on that one out of 10. If you're defending this thing, you've got a 0 out of 10 for that. In terms of actually having the original data, you guys have like maybe a 2 out of 10 at best. And I'm just saying 2 out of 10, like a ranking, maybe 2 out of 10, because you're giving what's claimed to be an average, or they're giving what's claimed to be the averages of what the measurements they actually took. So that's like a D- right there. And then any like photo or picture or video validation is absolutely 0 as well. And then even from the measurements, averages they claim to get, a bunch of those equal 180 or less anyways. So those are all like technically planar measurements. And now we've only got like part of them that claim to get more than 180. And again, these are all based on averages, which could be swayed in any way. And then in the finale, I would give you guys at least a 1 out of 10 for just then ad hocing these numbers and digits and coordinates into various spherical models, such as this Clark model that uses the assumption of a refracted horizon of boats over the curve to then extract some kind of radius value. So, like, I'm just saying, in terms of, in my mind, like the actual checks of logic, this is like a D- at best overall.
Yeah,
It's like barely above failing, because there's not enough information to even rank it anymore. I mean, you can't know if it failed for sure, because it's just limited in those ways. But I rank it a D-. What do you think?
That's fair, but I need to make something crystal clear, and it's what I was explaining to Jeremy for the better part of an hour. Which is that the Clark and Bessel model, those are introduced into this only to compare them. So they're not in any way added to the measurements that were made. There's measurements that were made, and there's a Clark and Bessel model, and they compare them, because that's the whole purpose of what they're doing, is to compare what the real measurements are compared to what the models suggest that the results would be. That's the only part where they're introduced. It's just to compare them. They're not added to them in order to present the measurements.
Yeah, I understand that. Those particular ones are, yeah. But the thing with that is, okay, so if I wanted to try to release something that said that the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 6,000 miles, instead of 4, I could. I'm not saying I'm saying one could, claim to do these theodolite measurements. There's these averages, so depending on which ones they're throwing out. Now, of course, could there be deception in there or corruption? That's a question. If there is, then the whole thing's just bunk. But even if it's technically not, there could still be like statistical ratios as to which ones they removed and which they kept based on various conditions, in addition to refractive effects, make this, I think, very weakly supported based on that alone. And so even if it wasn't deceptive, there's still a way that the ratios that they chose to use and how they're getting those averages could have swayed it in the direction they wanted to sway it. And then trying to compare it to the Clark method, it's like, oh, look at this other method, and then, oh, look at that, it validates this radius of the Earth. So it's like, it almost sounds like, it's like a boys club of these different guys that have the finances to publish things like this back in those days, and were sort of wink, wink, nudge, nudge, potentially doing what they needed to do to kind of link all these things together to push this whole false model of the Earth.
No, but the whole point was to show why the other models were wrong. So I don't know why it would be a boys club or something. They're not trying to sway it towards those.
Yeah, but the end result is, the end result is, they match up. Earth's a sphere of a 3959 radius.
But they didn't match up.
I mean, you know how hustles like that go, dude. Different groups do that. They do that all the time. Hey, we're going to compete with you. And then they make it sound like it's some big competition. Then in the end, they're like, this one's better because that's who's paying for it. Or some other way to try to claim that they're both, equally as good. And there's all just, there's all kinds of things like that can happen, I'm saying. Trying to it's just how agendas are pushed.
That may be true, but in this instance, the point was to show, and it did show, why the two models that were being used were wrong. That they were showing where they were wrong and how they were wrong. It wasn't bolstering either of them up. They were showing that these models are wrong, and these are the actual measured values.
All right, so what are you saying they proved wrong?
They showed the models, like the models that were being used, the Bessel and Clark model, had incorrect, you'd end up with incorrect assumptions. You'd end up with incorrect information if you use those assumptions. So they had to make the strenuous, correct measurements in order to update what the Earth is, or what the United States is.
Yeah. Yeah, what did the Bessel and Clark model have the radius as?
I don't know. I think I think it was a spheroid. I don't know if it was. It's obviously not consistent everywhere. So
sure, but what did they have? What was the radius of Earth in this Bessel and Clark model?
It would have been variable, right? It varies depending on your position.
Yeah. So where do we get 3959 from?
The average
the equator, North Pole. It's the average. Okay, so what was the average in the Bessel and Clark model?
I don't know.
Okay, where's the corrections that they actually did that these guys are saying they're all over 180?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Kosho, we've been arguing with Globers for a long time now on this spherical excess thing, and they're saying, well, once you add the corrections, they're all over 180. Where are those corrections?
Oh,
because I thought that's what we were looking at.
Those are the measurements. Yeah, I could post those. Those are just in the bigger triangles.
No, the measurements don't. Not all the measurements add up to over 180.
Yeah. The bigger triangles, yes, they do.
Yeah, but they say with the corrections, they do. So where are these corrections that all add up to over 180?
Without any corrections, they do.
No, without any corrections, they don't. There's some that are under 180.
Not the bigger triangles, no.
Okay, but there's... Kosho, listen again. Maybe you didn't hear me. These guys have been saying all the triangles add up to over 180 once you add the corrections onto them. Because the ones that are just observed angles, they don't all add up to over 180. So they're back into a corner now saying once you add the corrections, then they all add up to over 180. Where is those corrections at?
Those observed angles in an observed angles column, those have been given corrections to them already.
Oh, you told me that was a fucking raw average, you son of a bitch. No.
Yeah, dude, you were not paying attention.
You told me the observed angle column.
Dude, stop.
All right, let's not. Yeah, we don't have to go aggressive and stuff. I mean, it's much more interesting to just learn from each other and instead of, I don't know.
Kosho has been telling me. He's been telling me for a long time the observed angle column was just raw
Okay,
measurements with
once
an
more.
average, and then they didn't do anything to them.
Once more, dude. Check this out. I posted these pictures and explained them, and you listen. I'm gonna post them again. Look. Okay, you see these two?
Are the observed angles column?
Stop talking for a second. Stop talking, dude. Look at these two images. The top one are the measurements. These are measurements that were made. Measurements. And then after that, and that same top one, there's no one's next to them. These are adjustments that need to be made to those measurements. They're done. And then there's a couple more pages of corrections and stuff that they need to adjust them with, whatever. And then on the bottom, what you end up with is those observed angles, which are the angles that were above after all the corrections were given to them. Okay? And then the next step, the spherical angles, those are the ones from the Bessel and Clark model. So the observed angles are the angles that from above, or from the data from above, which is the actual measurements, and then the corrections that are made to them, and then listed there as the triangles.
Topic change. I don't know. This document seems.
I mean, I don't know.
Beyond. I mean, I've skimmed. I don't know. I haven't read the whole thing. I have skimmed through it. It seems like. Sorry, music started playing because I was opening up a window. It just seems incredibly convoluted, and there's just all kinds of missing information. So, kind of seems a little bit like a dead end. I mean, if somebody else wanted to like assert a globe with this, it could be torn to shreds. Otherwise, it really doesn't serve us anything to get closer to truth, does it? At the end of the day, Kosho, do you even think it does? Does anyone think it can offer that? In a 150-year-old document that's a mess of missing holes and Swiss cheese?
I don't think it's missing anything, and I think it does give you answers, but it's not going to be. It's not worth it in this conversation because almost everybody on your side it just doesn't trust the document at all. They just don't believe that it's real information. So there's no. I mean, it's not valuable in these conversations.
I haven't heard anyone say it's not real information. I mean, it's a claim. It's a group that claimed to do something 150 years ago.
Yeah, but the point is that either the information is valid or it's not valid, and you guys don't think it's valid. It'd be like if I was bringing up. It'd be like if we were arguing, for the moon landing, and I was just bringing up, dude, look, here's footage. We were there. Look, here's, them saying we were there. But you guys don't believe that that's real stuff. So
yeah, but I mean, a minute ago I just broke down like every category in my viewpoint, every category of it, and I was like ranking it and everything in my viewpoint of logic and solidity in terms of a claim or in terms of claimed evidence, set evidence. So I mean, I broke down in pretty thorough detail why I think it's lacking validity. I'm not saying it's all invalid entirely, but it's lacking a level of validity in my mind that would give it any credence to deciphering the shape of the Earth from.
Yeah, but you gave the part that like the provides the measurement part. You gave that a 2 out of 10.
Yeah, because they don't even give the actual numbers. Like, dude, think about right now if 5 or 10 of us went out and let's say you're not there or whatever, so we claim that we did this thing and whatever it may be, like laser test and measuring the gradient or other tests where we're measuring optical gradients or other types of curvature, all kinds of different tests and things that could be done. And we came back and we're like, yeah, we got all these measurements and we're just going to give you an average. So here you go. I mean, do you think in your mind, logically, that would be very sound? That if you would just have to trust that we averaged and threw some things out and, decided which days we were going to add in and which, readings we were going to throw in the bunch? So I mean, just on that base alone.
Depends on what you were averaging. If you were averaging, like if you took a single measurement multiple times and took the average of that each time you took a measurement, then I'd be fine with that. Yeah. As long as you were carefully adding and subtracting, or subtracting, the data that was obviously doesn't need to be in there because it's like an outlier. Like, okay, for instance.
All right. Well, I mean, I would say this: I would never do anything this way ever. So just put that in the record. And so this is,
I believe you.
Which is why I would say that at least right from there's a lack of validity.
Yeah, but so I don't. When Bob Nodell gave that data that Jeremy had asked for, demanded from him, he gave it. Part of what Bob Nodell didn't do, like part of what the people did that assessed it did, was take out the outliers and carefully assess the data, analyze the data. But if that's not done, then I don't know. You have something that's not very valuable. And so if somebody does that and what they present to you is the analyzed data, that was carefully weeded out outliers and that kind of thing, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I mean, I personally think that these are legitimate measurements.
If you don't, you usually.
Is that what they did with the observed angles?
Absolutely.
So it wasn't just a raw average of measurements they took. They did a weighted average. It's a weighted average.
That's not weighted average.
But did they get rid of outliers, or is it just the measurements they made and then they added them all together and divided to get an average?
Yeah, dude. Basically, Jeremy, this is not raw. It's heavily pasteurized. It's cooked beyond recognition.
Michael, so you told me you've been telling me for days now that this observed angle column is just they took measurements, added them all up, divided by the amount, did an average, right? Regular average. So it's weighted. They threw outliers out. What did they do?
Dude, I just went over what.
I don't think anyone said it's weighted.
Yeah,
It just said you take out the outliers because they're obviously error in the measure.
Do you know what a weighted average is?
Obviously, I know what a weighted average is.
What do they do in a weighted?
Taking out outliers isn't weighted average. You're just averaging with less numbers. You're not averaging with the ones that are obviously wrong because they're outliers.
Yeah, what do they do in a weighted average? They take the outliers out?
No, a weighted average is just averaging with a different weight for each value. It has nothing to do with taking out numbers. Like you're studying, I don't know, something, and the professor says the first bimester, first and second has weight 2, and third and fourth has weight 3. So he's going to multiply the bimester by their weights,
right.
and instead of dividing by the number of bimesters, he's going to divide by the sum of the weights.
Okay, so cool. So this isn't a weighted average, fine. It's an average where I don't know. They didn't just make measurements and then add all the measurements up and divide by the amount of measurements to come out with the average. They threw some of the measurements out. Who knows which ones? We don't even know which ones they threw out. We can't see. We don't know what they did here. Right? That's what you're telling me.
What I heard, Larry said that what they did was they have this theodolite that's sitting on this big base, and the way they took the measurements was it's like a plate on it. So they shifted the plate by 30 degrees and took the measurement again. And the reason they did this was to carefully to weed out any noise, any errors in the instrument itself. So they moved the plate, turned it at 0 degrees, 30 degrees, 60, 90, all the way to 360, and take the measurement again each time. And then obviously took that out of the angle and then averaged those together to get a good, to get a good value for the actual measurement, because that would have easily, discarded any errors that would have been caused by the instrument itself.
So when they were throwing some of these numbers out, they basically gave them 0 weight, and they gave the other ones some weight, right? Like the ones they threw out, they're like, these have no weight in this at all, and they just got rid of them 0, put a 0 on it.
That's one way to say it if you want to come across as dishonest. Yes.
What do you mean? Is that what they said? These are worth 0. They're worth so little. We're not even going to count them.
No, but all the ones that are counted has the same weight. You're counting some and you're not counting others. The ones you're counting have the same weight. The ones you're not counting, you're not multiplying and adding. You're not doing anything with them. You're just not using them. You're just using the set of numbers that are reasonable. Like if you're taking the same measurement every time and you get like 30, 31, 32 to 31, and at some point you get like a 45 out of nowhere, that's obviously something you screwed up in the measurement. So you don't use that in the average.
Yeah, so some of them the ones they kept, they gave them all the same weight, and then the ones they didn't keep, they gave 0 weight to, and they didn't even use them.
You can translate removing values from the average to that, but like why? Just to be right about saying that it's weighted average when it doesn't make any sense to say that?
I mean, they used some measurement. If this was just a regular average, they would have made the measurements, added them all up, and gave them all the same weight, all the same value, all the same importance, and they would have just done their average, like Kosho's been telling me for the past 3 days. They didn't do that. Some of them they disregarded so much that they didn't even use them, and other ones they gave the same weight to, the same value.
So you just confirm what I said.
No, I'm confirming that Kosho's Okay, I'm confirming that Kosho has been lying to me the past 3 days. That's what you guys just did. Or he was mistaken. Maybe he wasn't lying. I don't know. Either way, it's wrong. And they didn't just do what Kosho's been saying. They did something else.
Dude, you're trying to say that because you're seeing a new definition for what a weighted average is.
No, forget the weighted average. They didn't do what you said they did.
What do you mean?
You told me they took measurements, added them all up, and then got an average.
That's right.
That's not what they did, though, right? Because they threw some of them out.
Yeah, of course they did. They threw out any outliers. That's still taking.
Yeah, removing outliers and doing their average with the rest is like pretty standard thing to do when you're trying to get data to be more accurate, not less accurate, not fit what you expect to be measured, just to make it more accurate.
Okay, let's see what the outliers were
in data science.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, no, that's cool. Let's see what the outliers were and how much they were out by. Like, we can't see none of this shit. You see why this is a problem? Gio said this a minute ago. That's why he gave you a 2 out of 10 for your measurements, and I thought he was being very generous with that. Very generous.
That doesn't make the thing worse. It just gives you an excuse to throw it away.
I gave it as much as it possibly could be given.
No, not an excuse. All right, we're not making excuses for why you don't have the information. This is your turn to make an excuse for why you don't have it.
No, whenever you play with like in data science, when you're getting the raw data and then getting rid of outliers and try to make your data more accurate, you don't have to publish all the crappy data that you threw off. This is the more accurate values. I mean, you're just complaining that you can't see every single step before you got there, which is pretty standard.
Like, who decided what the outliers were, and how did they decide it?
Forrest Gump decided them.
That's what I was saying. Exactly. The way that they choose to do that. And I suggested 2 possibilities there. One, there could be corruption and actually deception going on where now they're actually swinging it the way they want. Now, if there's not corruption or deception, it still even could be faulty because depending on how they did it, that can affect averages statistically in certain ways, unique ways. So
I have the answer.
So that's why if we were given all of the data, like I said, the thing is, even if we were given all of the numbers, they're still just numbers on a sheet of paper claimed by dudes who were up on mountains looking through an eyepiece. So at the end of the day, it's like that's what it would be anyways. So we'd have to this needs to be recreated, even though it's still optical anyways. But it would need to be recreated and documented, to even first have like a first step of possible validity. Nonetheless, if we did have all the numbers, at least we could then analyze them and at least offer, apply that to it.
Okay, well, Bacon, will you take your EC, EF measurement of your location? I'll take mine, and Jesse will take his, and we'll provide modern day spherical excess.
You're gonna do what?
Well, I think it needs to be done physically, which is my plan of how to do it. Optical is not ever going to be valid at the end of the day. It's not going to change the world to get anything optical no matter what. It has to be physical.
Yeah, to me, you should just do the stars. So much easier, so much bigger values. You don't even care about error bars.
Yeah, this definitely needs to be recreated. They didn't. I mean, I don't know if they checked or didn't check for. What you would do is you would have your tool set up, and you'd look at it, and then you'd wait a little while, and then look at it again without ever touching the tool again, and then wait a little while and look at it again and see if the thing's moving throughout the course of a day, a couple days or something. That way you can see if there's any left to right refraction going on, because if that's happening, that's going to fuck your whole shit up, because this whole thing's based on the angle from left to right. Did they do that with this? We don't know. Does anyone know?
What are you saying?
I Jeremy, considering left right refraction now, even though like if you put a camera there pointing to a fixed direction, you never see things going left and right. Maybe that's what's happening with spherical X. Just like
there is left to right refraction. Bacon, come on.
That was considered in their corrections.
It's in the corrections. They corrected for the left to right refraction.
They made corrections. And part of those corrections would have taken care of the spherical excess. Of the lateral refraction.
The left to right refraction, the lateral refraction.
Oh,
so it is happening.
Part of the random error.
So the left to right refraction is happening.
No, I'm not saying it's happening. Saying that if it is happening, it might account for some of that random error, which they account for, or that they calculate for.
You're talking about like noise, right?
Noise, yeah, exactly.
Noise meaning the thing's shifting left to right.
Noise meaning like the value jumping around and not being the exact value. There's going to be some noise in it, and you're going to. That's part of the. That's what the RMSE calculation is for.
So they didn't check. So you're telling me they didn't check to see if things were shifting left to right at all?
Not directly.
So no. What do you mean not directly? What does that even mean?
Measured the lateral refraction and then account for it.
They measured the lateral refraction?
No.
They accounted for it? You said they accounted for it?
The random error would account for it. They didn't measure it directly and then account for it.
So they don't know if it was happening or not. Is that, in other words, in conclusion? I feel like you're busy, Coach, and you're whispering. Are you busy?
He might be getting bored too. I don't know. Should we? I mean, should we change topics, or does anyone have any like presentation or anything they'd like to bring up or something? Because I don't know. I don't know. This is kind of. I don't know if there's any more to go on it for now, unless you guys want to say any more about it. But I feel like it's kind of like it's like It's like a cigarette that's all the way down to the filter. You know what I mean? It's just it's cooked. It seems to me, but I mean, no, they didn't account for refraction. Absolutely not. They're shooting theodolites over long distances on mountaintops. It's the most inane way to claim to measure the Earth optically on the top of mountains. Honestly, it's never going. I mean, that is just not going to be accurate. Like, but there is something cool about it. I mean, just line of sight in general. The fact that we can see massively across the Earth, across the non-curving Earth. That part of it is cool. But I mean, the amount of like wavering and optical stimulation that could be happening within the environment is electrostatically, but also with wind and water, and even nowadays like chemtrails. Well, this was done in the 1850s or whatever, different environment then probably, but I'm just saying if we tried to do it now, that would also be an added thing.
Yeah, well, regardless, they did account for vertical refraction, and they did 18 measurements before they took an average. But
so they had readings all the way through the entire optical corridor?
No.
Well, then they did not account for refraction.
Okay. Well, they took 18.
That would get a 0 out of 10.
Okay, fair enough. That had nothing to do with
maybe a 1 for effort, maybe.
Okay, but that has nothing to do with the angles that they measured. That was a totally different measurement that they were doing. So when they took
but they would play into the angles. That's the whole point.
No.
The refraction would, of course, it would, dude.
And the lateral angles, the horizontal angles.
I mean, this is why they have like when they do like long distance line of sight targeting in the military. There's always a margin of error, which is why they've built these like honing mechanisms to hone in to the actual target once it gets there. The line of sight is just used as like the general direction essentially to get it going, because there is that refraction. Even though it's not bending around a curve though, but it wavers, because it's so far. It's like looking through a pair of eyeglasses that have like 10 layers of lenses in them.
Yeah, but it's because refraction moves it vertically. But regardless,
it can move it. Well, there can be. I don't think it's really light bending, but it is like it's refraction. It's just the light being redirected through the vortices in the ether. Ultimately, each vortice has its charge, which is then able to redirect light. It's not bending the light; it's just redirecting it in the environment through the vortice action, and the frequency and rate at which it spins has different effect on light.
Yeah, but I think anybody who says that it's bent, that's what they mean, is that it just changes the direction. If they don't mean that, then they're wrong. But you said you wanted to change the subject. I was just going to say to Jeremy that after doing the calculations again, it's actually 18,000 years ago that the day was that long as a number you had.
For what?
Jeremy was asking about this. How long ago was the Earth rotating at this rate or whatever, or the year was this length, and the year estimatedly the year would have been that long 18,000 years ago, 18.8.
Kosha, if the Earth's not a globe and we've been lied to about a huge amount of our history, wouldn't you want to actually help us instead of defending the old incorrect model?
I'm not defending any model. And
I know you say you don't defend. I know you say you don't defend. I know you say that, but it seems like it's almost like you are a lawyer in a sense, and you're good at it. Like you stay calm, you stay to the point, you keep driving home the point, you address every point. I mean, but it's not like you're here like, hey guys, this is what I think it is, but I'm interested to hear what you think as well. Like you're not really you're more like, no, it's this way, and then you're relentless with whether you feel like you're trying to convince or whatever it is, and it just ends up like being this like defense thing. And I'm just saying like a defense court. And I guess it could be fun to do that in debate. Like I understand that, but it just, have you ever considered like another tact or like another kind of approach? Because like, is this one really serving it? You know what I mean? Like, is it really is it evolving yourself?
So you asked why not help you guys instead of defend the globe? But if I'm being quite clear and correct about what I've just, somebody came and shared stuff about this document and told you that it was A, B, and C, and not this, not that. And if I'm telling you the truth of it, I would consider that helping, regardless of if it's for or against, like, paradigms that we have or whatever. I'm just saying what I think is the truth. I'm not yeah. I mean, for example, Jeremy just asked me about that. How long ago was a day that long or whatever, a year that long? That's not for or against anything. That's just to answer your question. So I consider that helping too. But what I'm saying is, I consider what I'm doing helping. Some of the time.
Some of the time, okay. No, I could agree with that. Some of the time, yeah. I mean, you do. I would say for sure. But that's maybe why I'm asking, like. But then there's another part that you see. It seems because, dude. Okay, so the shape of the Earth, it could be viewed more as like a journey and an adventure. Meaning, like, we have this government. Okay, they're telling us all this, and the Copernicus and the history and the Galileo. Okay, there's that whole story. NASA, outer space. There's that whole thing. Then we have like the ancients. We have all the original models of the Earth with ether, the quintessence, the celestial bodies, the physical plane of the Earth, even the spirit world components of it as well. That, of course, is not a globe. It's a plane, a stationary plane, and then all the different ideas of what's above and so on. So couldn't it be viewed more as like an adventure of discovery rather than something that one would need to either like defend or like even kind of argue or debate? I mean, debate and argument could be different. Like arguing could be like more like this, like two angry people just trying to force their ideas on the other. But then there could also be debate, which would actually be intellectual and have that healthy kind of, stimulating kind of opposing sides to develop the ideas more. So there's like positive and negative expressions of those, perhaps.
I mean, whenever there's not a globe in here, flat earthers will disagree with each other until they come to a common point or whatever. So I mean, I feel like I'm on the same journey that you're talking about, but just the things that we disagree on, obviously we disagree on. I mean, there's plenty of things we don't, and so we'll talk on the same side of it. Like we're talking about capitalism and anarchy and this type of thing. And there's different people on different sides of it, right? It's just certain things. I believe one thing is the truth, and this is right. It's not me defending or arguing as a principle.
Well, earlier with you and Jeremy, you guys sounded like an old married couple, just like almost bickering at each other.
Kind of true, because
you guys are just like half like insulting each other and then just getting angry and like.
He is married to my girlfriend, so.
It's because Kosho be talking mad shit, man. You told me this was you told me to.
That's what I'm saying. It stems from him like defending it more than actually hearing you out. I feel like, like he's kind of just asserting the things, but then there's like, there were a few contradictions in there, Kosho, and then you like didn't really fully address them. It seemed like
you're gonna take his side. I thought for sure.
No, I mean, I'm not taking any sides, anything. I'm just saying that particular part.
Yeah, dude.
It's about the information, right? The category, the information.
Somebody else was listening for the globe. Like, oh yeah, I was not on that side. They probably would have seen that I was saying it. I was clearing it up, and he wasn't even listening. And then
he's asking
to.
Yeah, you guys were not really listening to each other. That's why I was almost saying change the topic, because it seemed like you guys weren't. Unless, instead of change the topic, I guess we could just try to see if you guys could get clarity on it, because it seemed like you were missing the marks or missing, like, going past each other in some way.
My goodness, you're siding with him. If you weren't siding with him, you'd see you would have said He wasn't listening to me. I was always listening to him. The whole time. Purposely doesn't listen.
It's not what? No, I purposefully am listening to you. I'm hearing you contradict yourself and not listen to me. Listen, we'll put a pin in this spherical excess thing. I gotta go in a few minutes anyways.
That's
will
what
be
I'm saying. You
listening.
guys sound like an old married couple because you're like, you just completely are missing each other in that sense. And then just like, he doesn't understand me. He doesn't understand me. I actually think you guys have been in a past life together.
We need couples therapy.
Take some MDMA together.
Then they'll both be seeing real curves.
Well, they used MDMA for marriage counseling like in the 1980s when it first was. It wasn't even illegal back then.
Dude, that would have been fucking dope.
Yeah, they were using it and it was incredibly helpful. So imagine like a couple, man, woman, whatever it may be, and they're fighting, bickering, just can't really get along. Whatever, they have various annoyances, disagreements, emotional outbursts. Sometimes, the whole gamut, right? And like with MDMA, which is like what they call ecstasy, like street ecstasy, that can be a bunch of different things. But one of the kind of the main part of it, as it were, would be the MDMA. That's like the main kind of compound. And so anyways, they were using it in therapy. So imagine a couple that's like that. You go, you meet with the counselor or the therapist, maybe you just have a couple sessions of only talking, just getting prepared for the session and everything. And then, they basically both, when they do the session, the married couple, they both take the MDMA and then they just start rolling on MDMA and they just start is feeling really good. And there's so many ways that this molecule MDMA seems to like open the heart and open people's understanding of each other to the point to where like sometimes when people first take it, when they're kind of coming onto it or at the peak of it, they'll say like, oh my God, like I never even knew how much I actually loved you. Like, I'm so sorry for doing this and I'm sorry for doing that. I'm going to, I want to improve here and there. And they just work through everything because they can kind of see each other's like heart and like, and then they're very honest with themselves about what they might be doing as well. And in many cases, they're able like, whether it's like one MDMA session, joint session, or 2 or 3, however many they might need in that sense. But it was being used in a way that was like completely transforming couples, married couples, and even non-married couples as well. And even like in family members as well. Can even be used in that way. Seems to just have this like heart opening quality. And then it also like, it does seem to surge a lot of serotonin. That's definitely seems to be the case. So you're getting kind of a flood of serotonin as well as the actual compound itself. What's up, Matthew?
Hey, I'm doing all right.
Hey, just wanted to say hi, man. How you doing?
Welcome to the shortest weekend of the entire year.
Oh, we're losing an hour. Or yeah, we're flipping an hour.
It's only 47 hours and 6
You guys still have that?
I guess it's gaining an hour, but I kind of see it as well. It's interesting. Yeah, they call it. I mean, because spring ahead. Yep.
Yeah, this weekend Sunday has 23 hours instead of 24.
Except it doesn't really, but yeah, it only does when you try to match it to the human-made construct of a rigid.
Yeah. Midnight Saturday night, and then 23 hours. It's already midnight Sunday night. But I'm a little bit of a grammar Nazi. Daylight saving time has 1 S, not 2. But nobody cares.
Daylight savings, you're saying, and not what? What are you saying? Not daylight
saving. saving with no S.
Yeah, daylight's saving.
No. Daylight saving time.
Spring
Wait a
forward, fall back.
Well, I was saying the two ones. Which one are you saying?
Yeah, so the word saving ends in G, not with S. And so it's always daylight saving time because you're saving daylight. But
Right.
everybody says it with an S on the end of saving.
But are you saying that people put the S on either one and both? Or which one do they do more commonly?
More commonly, people say daylight savings time. However, the correct term
Yeah,
is
they do.
daylight saving time.
So that you're
Right,
just
but they
saying
do
just
that
the
because
S,
of
just the S on the end of the savings.
Yeah, it's just easier to say that way. But if you look at any like newspaper articles or anything published, it'll always say it correctly, daylight saving time.
right, but it's because of like Black Friday and shopping and having the right amount of light to just where you can go, do your stuff and then you give yourself a little more. That's kind of why they put the S on there too a little bit.
Yeah, I got you. But I think people also say daylight's saving as well. I feel like some people use the S there, or even with both the S's, like daylight savings,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Some people say zinc for sink. I mean, go wash off in the zinc.
Does anyone really say that, or did you just make that up?
No, no. People really say that. They say fish and they say zinc.
I've heard
fish.
Instead of fish, they say fish.
daylight spendings.
I've heard Demox say daylight's action reaction.
Yes, you have.
And day-night action reaction. Daylight, day-night.
There's a strange statistic about like the health of people like around the time of daylight savings. So they say like you're more susceptible to a heart attack because or like different ailments because you didn't have enough sleep. And then it's opposite like during the fallback period because you get an extra hour of sleep. So you're a little more rested. So that's like a period of like usually like peace. But around this time there's always like some turmoil like if you notice like um okay, when the Iraq war started, when COVID was released, and then now like like just a couple days ago there was a bank that failed. So it's going to cause people some stress, and I think they do it by design. Because people don't make such
military.
They don't make as good decisions when they're stressed.
It's for military purposes too, because if people are on their regular schedule and then you flip your shit and you get up at 4 or 3 in the morning to keep up with the day, that you know what I mean, and like to get up early enough to do your stuff, then you get the best part of the daytime. And then by the time it's 4 o'clock and they're just waking up, or 11 or noon or whatever, like you already did your thing.
It's just less rest. You don't have as much rest. You're going to be more stressed because whenever you have a well night's rest, you're always going to be able to deal with more stress a little better. But during this time, when you lose an hour, that actually has an impact. There's some studies with, he's a sleep psychologist. I think his name is Matthew Walker. He talks a lot about this. You can find a bunch of stuff on YouTube about it.
One thing is that in terms of like time changes, especially when like traveling as well, when you get jet lag, if you were to, you could do this during daylight saving time as well, but if you were to like fly where you'd have major jet lag, so if you get to the new location and as soon as possible, I mean, it doesn't have to be immediate, but ideally within the first like few hours at least, get your feet on the earth, like touch your actual bare feet to the earth and get grounded. You could also touch your hands, but it has to be skin to skin contact to the earth. Although through the feet is better because you get all the meridians on the feet that absorb the electricity correctly through all the meridians in the body. So touching it only gives like a partial grounding. So ideally your feet on the earth, and ideally like even like on some rocks or like some wet ground or even water. Water is extremely grounding, which is why swimming in the ocean or in lakes is so rejuvenating because you're getting this deep grounding because of the water. Anyways, but if you ground yourself after flying like this in terms of jet lag, if you ground yourself, once like I said, ideally in the first few hours or so, and I would say you need to do it for at least probably a good 20 minutes at minimum, but ideally longer. But even 20 or 30 minutes will do it. It basically reconnects you with the electrical system of the earth for the sun cycle and the melatonin cycle for where you're at in that particular location on the earth. Yeah, and then it basically buffers. If you do it correctly, you'll have no jet lag because it actually resets the body. Yeah.
That is sweet. Yeah, that makes total sense. And even like a quick well, I guess while you're doing that, you're also meditating, right? I mean, some people do, some people don't, but man, that'd be an opportune time just to, kind of like however you meditate, it doesn't really matter. They say like I do the TM meditation, they say that's the best and only way. But I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with like positive affirmation. So like saying all the good positive things like I'm strong, I'm happy, I'm healthy. I think that's good too. But yeah, like when you're grounding, doing those things too, man. I mean, you'll just be a champ right afterwards.
Yeah, grounding is really key. Sleeping
Do you
ground.
ground like right now? Do you do it like daily?
Yeah, I try to as much as possible. Yeah.
That's cool.
Certainly easier in the warmer season, versus the winter season as well. But standing in the snow is not quite the same as standing in a nice warm lake in the peak of summer.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, what do you think about the whole bank situation? I know it's relatively new. Not a lot of people are talking about it, but I think in the coming weeks, man, we got some big things happening. Like really, like I don't know if you heard that dude, Michael Berry. He's been calling for the stock market short a couple of months ago. But I think it's probably really close. And they like to do a lot of these things like on the weekend. That way you can't react to them. But yeah, I mean, if there's any time for them to, enact what I think they're gonna do, it'd probably be this weekend.
Yeah, I think what I see coming, I don't know about just this weekend, but I do think there's going to be various financial resets that they're going to be doing. And the thing is what'll be interesting about them is, of course, they're going to do them to gain more control in various sectors. But because of all of the blockchain and cryptocurrency markets, there's an outlet now for the financial distribution and the liquidity of all of these different assets now. Now, even though Bitcoin is still just kind of hanging at 20,000, especially if Bitcoin starts coming back up to 30, 40, 50, and then beyond what it previously got to, which was like 70. So, the next run should get it up to 100, 150, up to that range. So if that's going to be happening somewhat within when they're going to be doing their financial reset, whether it was one reset or several, there's now the potential, which I don't think they can. This is something that I don't think they can control. That's the thing. See, they got control over the Federal Reserve, which got control over the gold standard and basically got control over all the finances in the world. And before World War II and during World War II, right all around that time, in terms of the Federal Reserve and that whole thing being established, they've just been bulldozing humanity for the last 100 years. But now, because of these blockchain technologies, they are trying to control them, I think, as much as they can, and they're trying to co-opt them, but they can't co-opt all of them because they can't control all those networks. So
Well,
Now,
they're actually
just,
controlled right now. Like as far as like, they're actually offered on the futures exchanges, like in Chicago and New York. So they are already co-opted. But I think this is what I think they're going to do because like you mentioned Bitcoin, say, you know, it goes to 30, 40, 50, 100, 250K. Okay, that's great, but who's going to stop it from tanking again? Nobody.
well,
And I think
what I
what
was going
they'll
to say
do,
about it, though, what I was going to say about the main, I hear you on that, but the main kind of like conclusion of what I was going to say, which is because I know it was long winded, but was basically that if at this point, because of the blockchain, because of all these components now and cryptocurrencies, if they do whatever financial resets they're going to do with the fiat dollar, there's now the potential that there could be an equal and opposite reaction in which instead of them getting more control over the financial system, they actually get less. That's going to backfire.
no,
Going to backfire on
I
them.
think what they're going to
But
do is
it's the trajectory of things. Like the whole scamdemic backfired on them, and they're just going to keep backfiring. I think that's how the creator has it in store for us, because they need to fail, and we need to strengthen ourselves as well to come to awareness, and meaning just the people.
they always do something for a problem, right? They create a problem for a solution. So what their solution is going to be, because everybody's answer is the blockchain, right? Nobody trusts the banks anymore. Everybody thinks that cryptocurrency and a deregulated currency is good for everybody. I even agree, but it's never going to happen because
well, they already exist.
the world government.
They already exist, though. There's already blockchains and certain. There's just a wide range of different kinds of blockchains. So some of them are corrupt and controlled, and some are not. So the ones that are not, like the actual real transparent ones, these, whatever you want to call them, Illuminati, Jesuit, Freemason, whatever, cabal, family group, whatever that group is, they actually cannot control all of these blockchains. Now, a lot of these blockchains, they don't have a huge value, so it's not like they're like multi-trillion-dollar assets or anything, and they control Bitcoin as well, although they can't completely control it, but I do think they have a majority control on it. But
okay, how about this? What if they crash? What if they crash the crypto markets, and then they say, "Hey, you know what? We'll offer the U.S. digital dollar. You'll have a decentralized dollar, world currency, or similar to that, and here's your crypto dollar." And they'll just call it the crypto dollar, and everybody will think, "Hey, it's Bitcoin."
Well, no, it's central CBDCs, central bank digital currencies. So yeah, they already exist, and they're already implementing them in terms of these are essentially controlled digital currencies connected to the governments, and through to all of the structures, even through to the United Nations and a lot of these acts that allow them to do this stuff. So yeah.
But they're going to have to sabotage the other markets for everybody to adopt it, because problem, reaction, solution. They're going to say, "Hey, look, this week the crypto market is totally closed, or it's totally bankrupt and failed. We're going to do our best to, make sure people try and get their funds back, or whatever." But in the meantime, and then once the banks fail too, they're going to say, "Okay, well, we have another answer, and it's the digital dollar." And boom, I think that's why they want to do it, because there's too much freedom in cash. Like, I mean, they've tried to limit cash so much, but there's ways around it. But I mean, you can't even go to the bank.
Well, all they have to do if they crash the dollar is to then replace.
I didn't say crash the dollar.
Offer to replace everyone's fiat dollar with a central bank digital currency, of which they'll give you 2 for 1 or 3 for 1 or even more. You know what I mean? So let's say you have like $100,000 in the bank. Somebody has $100,000 in the bank, and then when this all happens, and all the banks, get bailed out, all the rest of it, if they implement a central bank digital currency, then they could be like, hey, you had 100 grand, we'll give you 200 grand if you just roll with us, you know? And so how many people?
Yeah, like an incentive.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah, I see them doing that too. But I don't think the US dollar is going to crash, because if the US dollar is the enemy, then they're going to need like a solution. But I think they want to, hold the US dollar as to some standard. So, while all the other markets are crashing, they say, hey, look how great the US dollar has been doing. Because that's usually what happens. There's usually an inverse correlation with stock markets versus the US dollar. It's usually the US dollar versus everything. Everything always watches the health of the US dollar. And if that goes down, which I know they're not going to crash it, they're going to crash else, and they're going to say, look, here's our answer. The US dollar has stood the test of time, but it's antiquated, and we're going to ring in a digital dollar, and then they'll be able to track all your purchases.
Yeah, they're not going to give people an option. Yeah, it's not going to be an option. They're just going to be like, this is the new system. I mean, they already run the current system, so all they need to do is crash their own. When I say crash, I don't necessarily mean that every market goes to zero or anything like that. I'm just saying the actual, like the foundation that builds, that is in which fiat is founded on, will be wiped out, pull the carpet out, and then it will be replaced by, a digital currency that will be linked in. It's one idea anyways. I mean, whether this will be the case or not, it is an idea of what they may do. And to be able to, and if they do give an incentive as well, and that's always kind of been my sense, like my general sense, like I guess I'm sharing my kind of general, sense of how they're going to, or what's coming, and that just like in a very generalized way, to where, that everybody will be incentivized to use the central bank digital currencies from the same bankers, the same JP Morgan, the whole crew. Now it'll just be in a digital form, and then it'll also be linked more in, like you were saying, to Google and AI and all these other things as well. Perhaps even like leading towards a social credit score thing, and like having to have enough points to like get into certain cities or to be able to travel, and who knows what other like 1984 type, possibilities or whatever. But just on that general sense, if they do that and they incentivize people, then they're going to, just like with the scamdemic thing, we'll see how many people they get on board. But the thing is, a lot of people did not get on board with the scamdemic, to the point to where is it 50-50, 60-40? Like, we don't know. But the thing is, it's more near the middle now. So if it gets to a point where enough of us don't go with their system, then we can support the actual good cryptos and blockchains that are actually honest, and ideally the ones that are honest and transparent, and the ones that are actually with integrity. And if we have an option to either use the central bank digital one from the government, the JP Morgan dudes, or we can use other ones, other platforms. Now those would have to be integrated in with, like, being able to buy stuff at stores and all of that. So it does get complex, but it'd be interesting to see how that all, like whether stores will actually start taking both. That's what would need to happen. And then we'd actually have an option. So we'll see. We'll see if I think it's going to be like a bifurcation, like a splitting. So we'll have to see like what actually shakes out with it, and how people actually, vote, how they sway themselves, or what they go with.
The problem with having the stores. Go ahead.
No, dude, let Jeremy, let him get in, man. We've been talking a lot.
Yeah, the problem with having the stores accept it is this: people that own the stores are the same people that are rolling with these Illuminati Freemason motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Like, the guy that owns Walmart's, he's in it with the other people. So if they're like, yo, don't take that bullshit, he's going to only take the digital thing, the digital dollar or whatever.
Of course, yeah. But then that it's like, could we get our local communities back and actually make these products in the old mom and pop stores that all got wiped out by the Walmart, massive financial takeover. If starts to be a shift in finances, maybe we could start supplying things more in our communities and actually have more like local, stores and places to shop that aren't Walmart. I mean, I'm not a fan of any of those huge big box stores. Of course, I've gone to them and bought things over the years, but I try not to shop at them as much as possible. Even though when I buy stuff online, it's similar. Amazon, it's a lot of these different a lot of these huge retailers where the prices are the best and they're, quick shipping, all the rest of it are owned by them. So yeah, that is true. But I don't know. We'd have to somehow find a way to like gain some sovereignty back within that. If the finances shift in a way that like is a backfire on them and gives us more of a chance, then that would be the creator just throwing humanity a huge bone.
So you made a good point about how the COVID scamdemic didn't fully get everyone on board. It was like a split decision type deal. But my point, what I thought of was, if there's no more system, and then there's no more cryptocurrency either, because they crashed that to the ground, literally devastated, and then it's no more. And then there's no banking system either. You
Well,
have nowhere else to turn to.
Why do you think they could
Okay.
destroy all those markets? I mean, why are you just assuming they could destroy those? I mean, you could get into like
They can do whatever they want. You don't think that they have their own markets rigged right now? You don't think everything like literally everything about money is rigged? I mean, if you don't think that they can't make a rule to make any trading illegal, we're even lucky we're allowed to buy and sell stocks. But what if they made it like to where you had to be licensed, or you just you couldn't trade anymore? They made that rule. You can't trade the cryptocurrency markets. What are you going to do? What are you going to do then?
Yeah, I would say there's a lot of different ideas, a lot of different speculative possibilities of what could or couldn't happen. Yeah, I mean, like right now, if they just banned every single blockchain and cryptocurrency or something, and just make it like, boom, the police will show up at your door and arrest you if you use it or something. Yeah, who knows? That could be extreme. The thing is, like it's like a game of chess, though. Any move that they make, the people are going to respond in one way or another. And sort of like if you're trying to, it's like trying to herd cats. You know what I mean? Like they're trying to herd us, but the cats are all like you can't herd cats. Like they all just jump in different directions, So whereas like, yeah, sheep, you can herd sheep, So it's like that in nature. But I'm just saying every time they make a move, if they do something that makes it like herding cats, then we all go in different directions and then we get stronger. When I say we, I'm just talking about like the people, as it were, like whoever's not, just everyone not in that group that's doing all this, the whole NASA globe, the whole fakery, this whole like paradigm that they're pushing, and that they have the financial control. It's so obvious. Like they have the control over the finances, the media, the big pharma, the big oil, did I say finances, the big banks, big agriculture, all the shipping industry, the military. Well, they have their paws. I don't think they have full control over the military, but they do have like a major portion of it. So yeah, I'm just saying every time they make
they don't give like
every time
if they don't give an option, like what?
Sorry, last thing I was gonna say, I was just in summary, like everything they do, whatever it may be, the humans respond, and if it backfires on them or goes a way that ends up shooting themselves in the foot, that's in my mind. There's like evil always does that to itself, because it's always meant to dissolve, like negative type energies, like they're all like in deception. These things, they're destined to evaporate essentially, because they're not the truth which stands the test of time in that sense. That's how I see that in that sense. So yeah, every time they do something, it does backfire. Now they have had a lot of control for many decades, but I think more and more from here forward is when the whole shift is going to occur to where they're not going to have, they're going to have a weaker and weaker stronghold on everything. It has to be that way if things are going to get better, because otherwise, dude, who knows? It could be some dark NWO, God only knows what, man. I mean, look at what they've already done. Like, it's the same. I mean, yeah, dude, look what they've already done. I mean, they have no problems, doing world wars, genocide, all of it. It's absolutely brutal. So, yeah, humanity has to free itself from this possible at risk of extinction. They might just genetically modify us to extinction. So it's, in my mind, it's that important. But I think we'll do it.
Or they just, make some computer glitch and, glitch out Google, pay them off, It's like, here's $2 trillion, nobody can use or whatever the main servers are, like for the internet. I don't even know if you can glitch the whole internet, but gosh, if they literally like just took down the whole internet, that
Yeah.
would be
So,
fierce.
okay. Right. So yeah, there's all kinds of ideas like that. And I mean, even if they made, like you said, like owning cryptocurrencies or any blockchain or something was all just, almost like some totalitarian thing where they just go after all of it. I mean, there's always that, or just shut the entire internet down. The thing is, those would be extreme things for them to do. And that's a whole nother topic of what that would be. And then it all depends on what their agenda is too. But the one thing I was going to say as well, which is that, I was gonna say, how like in a movie when there's like the evil, the Darth Vader or the Sith Lord or whatever it may be, or even in Lord of the Rings, those like demons and shit, all of those kind of entities. You know how when you're watching the movie, like that evil entity's army or whatever, they make some like fundamental errors. And then those errors like cost them the whole thing. And have you ever been watching a movie and you've thought, oh, like if that evil dude just did this or did that, he would have totally gotten away with it. But it doesn't happen. So in my viewpoint, like on an archetypal level and a symbolic level within consciousness, these energies, like I said, they're like meant to expire. And so that process is because they're doing, if it's coming from like instead of a life enhancing place, if it's coming from like a life just detraction type state, or like a lowering or like a leech, like a parasitic or a leech type energy, these kinds of things are just deception in general, what one might consider dark or evil or psychopathic, all of those things. And so they end up making like not the best choices, especially in the heat of things. And then that ends up backfiring, and then that gives the good side an ability to get like a leg up essentially, and to gain a bit of ground to, whether it's like sovereignty or whatever it may be, to allow the light to ultimately subsume and absorb the dark. But the light ultimately is what prevails.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, like there's all those like old cheesy like 80s or 90s movies with the same, theme of, the mistake made or the bad guy, and yeah, it's those fundamental errors that they always make, right? Like,
Aren't those just plot devices? Like, and a story that's required to make the story go whichever way you want it to go. But in reality, don't the bad
but the
guys
evil
always
never
win?
wins, though. When does the bad guy win?
In real life, all the time.
No, in the movie.
Oh, in the movie.
In real life, you think it happens all the time? That's funny.
I mean, it seems that way.
It could be argued in a sense, but does it really? Is there justice? That's a whole question.
God, you know which team Kosho's on. Like, gosh, it's obvious.
The winning team?
He's like, he roots for the Sith Lord. He roots for, he roots for Freddy and the bad guys. Like,
Kosho, are you a minion for Sauron?
No. I'm the good guy. That's why they make the good guy win in the stories, because they want to make the stories, they want to make the fans and the audience, happy or compelled. But in reality, often the good guys often do not come out on top. Sometimes they do, and it's nice to see what that happens, but the bad guy has a huge edge over it.
Well, here's what I would say. Okay, in the movies, the good guy always wins in the end, because that's what we love to see. That's the archetypal, the hero's journey. It's like a universal pattern within human life and within the consciousness here. It's like a core archetype of, because we're all the hero. We came from the sperm, we swam, we all got to the egg. We were the hero, the one that got to the egg. We grew in our mother, we're born, we live our whole lives. And there's this whole heroic journey. Even birth is a heroic journey. From the peace of the womb, like in being at peace in the womb, that's like at the beginning of the movie where it's all peaceful and chill and everything's all great. Then once the birth process starts, like, oh shit, and like the water breaks, and that's when the hero is like, oh no, there's a crisis. I got to go save the world or slay the dragon or whatever it may be. And then there's the next phase of birth, which is like the struggle while you're struggling through birth. That's connected to the movie where it's getting like, action and all this, peaking storylines and all this drama, all this stuff is happening. And then boom, the baby's born in the last stage, which that's the stage at the end of the movie where usually there's whether it's like a massive explosion or the evil empire gets taken down, the good guys win, or there's some comedy twist at the end, whatever it may be. That's like the final stage. So like that whole hero's journey, it's in the birth process. It's even mirrored in the luminaries as well, the actual archetypes of the wandering stars, or what they call the planets in the heliocentric model. Those stages I just said are correlated with those. So like Neptune is the first one where you're in the womb, the water, and at peace and unity. The second stage is Saturn, where the cervix is closed, because Saturn is the energy of like containment and blockage and kind of imprisonment. All those archetypes. Saturn is a contraction type energy, but it also has positive parts too. Then the third phase is connected to Pluto, which is this like struggle, fight and flight, like deep transformative kind of dynamic in the fight and flight and of the kind of third. And then the last one is Uranus, which is the liberation and the freedom from the whole. So it's even mirrored in those archetypes. And then those things are all moving and aligning to our lives to reflect those patterns that we're going through in our lives, the way that we all have our own hero. And then it's reflected in the movies as well, like, which is kind of where I had started on that.
Hey, Joseph Campbell, question for you. Do you feel that the powers that be currently seem to be winning the overall war, possibly because their strategy is multi-generational, whereas the resistance seems to be in very small increments?
Absolutely. 100%.
Within short lifetimes, right? You don't have a well-regulated type apparatus to fight against the powers that be at the moment.
Definitely, yeah, I do think so.
Because I think one of the biggest things that they have in their benefit, right? So let's say even if you wanted a specific ideology to start to take over a country like the United States, say you wanted a more communistic, socialistic type philosophy to take over the country, you don't necessarily, the best way, I think they realize the best way to do that isn't necessarily through swords and guns and knives and physical battle, and it's more psychological. So these people seem to have the reins, or at their disposal, the apparatus of something like the education system, which can be, something that is being taught today is for a generation, decades down the road to be implemented. So as that portion of the agenda starts to see its manifestation, you've already got another couple of decades worth of the next portion of the agenda that's being indoctrinated into the next generations. Do you feel that there needs to be some sort of coming together and a more cohesive or congruent type of passive resistance through a change of mindset that's a longer plan or more multi-generational?
Yeah, that was very well said. I appreciated all of that. Yeah, I resonate with a lot of what you said there. And I mean, there's even the idea that like there was a reset of sorts. Because like, who has any memories before like 1850? Like it's even like our great grandparents. Like when you think about it, we all really only have any like cognizant memory of no more than just a couple layers back. So was there some huge reset that we went through? When I say we, I just mean those of us that are just like, not part of whatever this kind of, for lack of a better term, Illuminati, whatever you want to call them, whatever that kind of cabal thing. Because it also makes sense that they seem to have a whole generational thing going on with the bloodline thing and all of that. They're almost like a gang or something, if you want to call them that, to the point to where, and especially if they were the ones that did the reset on us, then that's even deeper, because they're, you know, it's like almost like a mass MK Ultra type event of some sort. And if that happened, then it's because it seems like they're very like targeted in what they're doing, in a sense. Like there's a whole narrative, the whole thing, even the globe model, it's like, you know, it's fairly intricately gone through. So it's like, have they done this before, or is this even new? Did they just inherit this information from someone else, or are they just repeating it? But nonetheless, yeah, they do seem coordinated in that way, and in a way that is, because I know what you mean about them winning. Yeah, in a sense they are. I mean, just look at the poverty on the earth and the genetic modified food and just all this, destroying the rainforest, the big oil companies, all of it. It's absolutely devastating. So yeah, like, even though I have a lot of hope that I do think humanity will prevail, we, in a sense, like, they've been just stomping on us for quite some time. Yeah, on a whole.
Yeah. And I feel like I was kind of talking about this earlier today. I feel like a possible shift or mindset change was done at some point into slowly subconsciously training us into this mindset of scarcity, right? Which increases the mindset of greed and or, you know, jealousy and things like that. I found that probably becomes more prominent.
That's
as opposed to this like abundance mindset, right? I feel like even if our history's, you know, slightly somewhat correct, you think of something like this country being reestablished with this kind of manifest destiny, go claim your stake, your homestead, and build your prosperous life. And then, you know, just 100 years later, that life has been co-opted into a mindset of scarcity, as opposed to this positive outlook of abundance in forging your own way in the future.
I think it's a sense of like culling. Like, okay, we'll allow these people to do our work for us, build us, you know, or advance our technology, make us rich, and then we'll just off, you know, a portion of them because they're no longer needed. So I think it's just a culling now. So they're going to make things so expensive, to where only, you know, the richer people will be well off. And then even potentially, who can even use that money? It could get that bad. But like how Gio was talking about, you know, like what we remember in history, like, yeah, like, how do we know that not every few hundred years when the people get so, you know, attain a level of, you know, power, that they have to, you know, thin the herd a little bit?
Yeah, and kind of what you were just saying, the idea of like a scarcity versus an abundance type of mindset. You were just saying they're going to make all the things so expensive, and I'm, you know, ironically just kind of in my garage at the moment, milling around and looking around, and it's like, yeah, these things, all these things that are very unnecessary to my life that I seem to have around me, right? That's kind of the scarcity mindset gets us into hoarding and acquiring a lot of things that we don't necessarily need within our life to begin with, right? So if you have this scarcity mindset, then you're going to be very concerned with things getting more expensive, because we haven't forged a life of abundance in, you know, working with nature and or working together in our small communities to be able to come together and provide our needs very effectively within a small community, meaning we don't need the support or the help from that many people outside of those around us.
Yeah. Well said. And I wanted to comment as well on what you were saying about the scarcity and abundance. Yeah, from before. Yeah, that was very well said. Everything you said is resonating with what you're saying for sure. And yeah, because the globe kind of gives that scarcity as well. It's this limited thing. It's this rock. It's in this vast unknown place. We're hurling. God only knows what could happen. Could be an asteroid. could be aliens out there. It's this whole like unsure thing. And then the globe is limited. It's literally a ball. Whereas on a planar stationary type Earth, you could have a free energy system like that's not just some like, you know, thing that's going to expire or the sun's going to explode and all this, but instead like we're actually in like a constantly regenerating realm that there could be water that's actually being created under the earth. It could be created in the heavens above or in the, you know, environment above electrically in clouds. So there could be actual new water being brought into the system or generated. There could be a new, even like air, like new electrical fields, all of this, to where instead of a scarce realm or instead of a scarce globe, there's an actual infinitely abundant of what the earth actually is. And it's like we're being kind of enslaved by their dollar to try to strive for this abundance while they're just kind of trying to make that as minimally possible for as many people as possible. There's really only the few that really have the kind of wealth, you know, in those ways. And they try to keep it that way while suppressing everyone else, where they're trying to convince you to use their slave money to get abundance. Meanwhile, the system's rigged on multiple levels with prices and taxes, all kinds of different ways, and the jobs that are available and the government, all of it, to where you're actually a lot of humans end up having scarcity, even though they're seeking abundance. Meanwhile, the people, the kind of controllers, as it were, they're the ones that actually are keeping all the abundance for themselves while they just literally hustle and shaft like the rest of humanity in that sense. And it's sad that it's to that level. So yeah, it just made me think of that and just how evolution plays into that scarcity as well. Just the global warming, evolution. And then if they even brought in some alien invasion thing, it would be crazy as well. Or just climate change. So yeah, there's so many layers.
Yeah, that's a good point. And it's like we were talking earlier, Witsit and myself and SE and Brian, about kind of this tapping into or harnessing some type of free energy. And when you're just speaking, it totally just reminds me that we literally live within a free energy realm. Like that big ball of energy comes around every single day, literally like clockwork, because our clocks are based off of it. And it's providing us energy constantly on a daily basis. Like we don't even think about the fact that we pretty much live within a free energy machine. And there's ways that we could possibly tap into and harness it a little bit more efficiently or to a better a way for us to utilize the amount of energy that we're being supplied. But when you think about it, that free energy is what gives us the free food that we're able to do. You know, put a seed in the ground, the free energy machine comes around and provides it the energy that it needs to grow.
Yeah, definitely. You could even view like the sun, the earth as a free energy machine in that sense.
That's what I was just thinking.
Like there's always movement. Nature is always just thriving and regenerating. That's
I like to put it this way. Oh, sorry.
Oh, just the last thing, just real quick on that, because it just links to that, which is just that like the archetype of Pluto is that dynamic, like that regenerative, transformative, even evolutionary, not like Darwin's evolution, but just the way things evolve, like something grows from its infancy to adulthood and then back to the earth, even that whole process. And just the way plants like grow and then they drop their seeds and they regenerate. That's all like that, the Pluto archetype of that regeneration and the kind of cathartic, which is why it's also connected to like that fight or flight response and so on. But yeah, but in that way, like the Pluto archetype in that sense, in my understanding of it, but then also with this realm seems to be a way in which that plutonic force is, as far as we can tell, it's like a free energy thing. Like it just keeps happening and keeps expressing itself. And that's why I like the idea that archetypes are actually like eternal in that sense, that there's a way in which it and just nature always like regenerating, dying, regenerating in a way that is like abundant.
Yeah, I was just thinking about this the other day because I acquired some milkweed to put in my yard to help the migration of the monarch butterflies, because monarchs only put their eggs on milkweed because that's what their caterpillars eat, is the milkweed plant. So I started putting that in my backyard, and literally within a very short period of time, I had a monarch on there, and I'm watching it place its little eggs on the milkweed, and I'm thinking, okay, awesome. I've acquired this milkweed. How can I propagate it? How can I continue to put a decent amount of it within my space, and then have the ability to possibly pass it on to others to continue to help this portion of nature, right? Bring these pollinators into my yard. And yeah, it's awesome. It's such an amazing place that we live in, and I think we take it for granted way too often.
Yeah, well, I think the system unfortunately is set up in a way that people just, working and everything going on, just, and like they keep, it's like the agenda to keep us very busy to where we're not able to like that's, that old saying, like slow down and smell the roses, like actually just be outside, like put your feet on the earth and just be in the sun for an hour and things like that. Like a lot of people are just getting up and running out the door and just drinking coffee on the way. And like, some people don't even get out in the sun very much. So yeah, there's a way in which like, if we were able, because like once one can do that, in my viewpoint, like just reconnecting with nature and being like at one in that sense, like there's more of like a Zen like peace within that consciousness that I think a lot of people don't even get a chance to access.
Totally. I enjoy so much dealing with my property and plants that I have, and the small amount of food that I do grow, and just the plants and the wildlife and all that kind of stuff. It kind of helps keep me grounded. And I literally do walk around barefoot in my backyard quite often. And it's on a daily basis, but it's one of those things where I literally start most of my days off by kind of sitting outside, enjoying a cup of coffee, watering my plants, feeding the wild rabbit that I saved out of my pool, a year and a half ago, who sticks around and is kind of a part of our family as well. It's so grounding and peaceful. It's like, even if I wake up a little bit late, I'll, on many days, even miss morning meetings that I'm supposed to have at work, because I'm like, you know what, it's more beneficial for me to have this portion of my day and wake up slow and take care of the things around me than possibly even that meeting at work that's going to be redundant. So yeah, that's kind of the place I'm at in my life, is just this way more passive, trying to become a lot more grounded, and not being as concerned about what may or may not happen with the material or monetary side of things. I don't know.
Yeah, I think what's wild about that part in my mind, though, is that the financial, what's coming, I hate to say this because it is a bit kind of, could be considered a dark outlook, but unfortunately I do think it's going to be the case to some extent, where, like, as they often do, they're going to try to like suppress the lower classes, quote unquote, and even push some of the middle down kind of thing. So I hear you that yes, ideally it'd be nice not to have to deal with finances and all of those components. But I also think that at the same time, it's like, if you want to have the freedom to be like in nature, you may need to have more money, is what I'm kind of getting at. You know what I'm saying? Like, if they move it more towards like even the smart cities and some of these kind of ways that they might try to make it to where like you have to link in with, with your VR headset or whatever it may be, to whereas, but if you have the money, then you can then own the land and have your place and be independent from it. But you kind of have to be able to have at least enough of their system money, at least for now, to be able to even get that all set up and get all the equipment that you would, need as well. I'm just saying in general, like in overall.
Yeah, no, I agree. And it's like, I'm fortunate enough to have a decent amount of that somewhat established at this point. But I know it's also like, I'm kind of in the spot where if something is going to come down the pike in the next, year to 5 to 8 years, I'm, what is another extra couple $100,000 in the bank going to really do for me in the grand scheme of things if things do go towards that extreme end? You know what I'm saying? Is that going to be enough? Is it worth the effort to try to acquire even more of that to be able to get past them? Because I do have I have outs as far as land is concerned, all of that kind of stuff. I have a lot of that pretty well established, and easily transformable. But yeah, no, I see what you're saying. It's like you can't take your foot completely off of the gas pedal when it comes to the monetary side. Like nobody has that luxury, I don't think.
Yeah. Well, and there may be others that can help others as well. Like it doesn't have to be that everyone has to become rich or anything. Like there may be ways that we can work together to even, as things happen in the future as well. Because the thing is,
100%.
people want to help out, really. Like if they're not in the struggle and they're actually able to have the food they need and the free time they need, all of that, everyone's going to want to help out. People, I mean, not everyone. There may be some people that don't want to, but there's different ideas of this because now we're talking about kind of like almost a utopia or some kind of, it doesn't have to be utopia, but some kind of like a new type world in that sense. Like, what if just some want to help and others don't? And then if the ones who don't can just chill until they want to? I think the thing is, the reason people don't want to help in a sense is because they have trauma in some way. So if there's ways that we can help them heal from their trauma, and they'll be a happier person at that, inevitably helping them heal, they're going to want to help out anyways. So I think instead of like forcing people to work, we could actually do a thing that actually supports them in their journey and gives them what they need to where they're then healthy enough that they just naturally want to contribute.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, no matter what endeavors you do in life, it seems like you can't necessarily go it alone, And I think that's a very crucial component. Is a lot of people look at what may or may not come to pass in the future and how to best prepare for that from a very kind of selfish and or scarcity type of mindset, right? As opposed to an abundance type of mindset, or not to sound too like hippy dippy about it, like, oh, just this abundance mindset's going to just change my life. No, but having the community or the ability to lean on others and look towards others as beneficial within your life. Because I think a lot of people are trying to establish what they may see as an escape plan from some changes that are coming in the future, and they're looking at it from a very self-centered, or where am I at? How am I going to do this for me to be able to be self-sustainable? Like even that term self-sustainable, I don't think anybody can be self-sustainable. It requires many other actors and people around you, family, friends, community, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, like they say, it takes a village. Exactly. And we're doing some of that now in humanity. Like we do work together in some ways. I mean, even just all the exchange, just people helping bring food to people and all the rest of it. So, and everything from, ambulance, medical services, or even police. I mean, there's all kinds of like ways that we are working together, but it does seem to be like the overarching financial control based on scarcity, which is then based on debt, the whole like debt-based economy, and then the banks and the Federal Reserve and all of the corruption of how they function and how they print the money. At this point, it's just a massive scam, essentially, to where they're just manipulating things beyond the point to where it's more difficult for people to be able to live with, in like any sense of sovereignty. And then that whole system being based on scarcity makes it imbalanced.
Can I ask you guys a tough question on that topic?
Yo, what's up, Fundy? Yeah, go for it.
I've never really like decided on how I haven't put a lot of thought into it. That's why, but I kind of know what I'm trying to say here, and we all we all limit ourselves regularly in our reach or of our imagination and thinking, and confine it to a frame because we're like, oh, I'm just me, right? But I always like to bring up like, okay, well, let's just say there's 10 people listening to you right now, and they all have the ability and the excess, money to spend, where I say, hey, there's 10 people in this Discord listening to you. We're all gonna take a month off of work, and we're all gonna volunteer $1,000. So now you have 10 people and $10,000 to do whatever you want with over the next month. Well, if I gave you that, right, $10,000, you can do a lot with that, especially combined with 10 volunteers ready to follow any orders you give them. What are some, and let's just say they're your slaves, volunteers, however you want to put it, right? What are your orders if they're looking to you for leadership? You know, you got $10,000 budget and 10 volunteers and a whole month of free time that they all have. Now, what are we gonna do with that? What if you had to give the orders? What are your commands? This is the first thing we should do. Split into teams of 5, and you 5 do this and you 5 do that. And by the end of the month, hopefully we can reach this, thing, and that would make me feel satisfied or whatever, you know? We can amp it up to a larger, you got 100 volunteers right now, and $100,000. What do you if you're in charge, what do you do in that position?
Are you talking about like for betterment
Anything.
of humanity, or just like as a
Well,
community?
yeah, on the theme of what you guys are talking about, like there's
Yeah.
some issues we'd like to, address them, and of course you can't just go for the throat, immediately. So I'm really talking about more
No.
of like a
Yeah.
first. I'm really talking about like a more of a first step sort of thing, because the situation I just involved isn't all that unrealistic. You know what I
Well,
mean?
think about what the opposition does, right? They'll take a week's vacation to come together with each other in certain places
Oh,
to
like some
bring,
Bohemian Grove sort of shit.
yeah, or Davos, or these
Sure.
things, right, where they come together and they kind of figure out where they stand with their plans, where they're going to move, the next steps going forward. So I would
Yeah.
say if we were going to have 10 people, $10,000 one month, what would we do? I would say we'd find an establishment and or some place, right, for these 10 people of like mind to really just start brainstorming for an entire
Mm,
month with a specific kind of agenda or goal as to what would we want to
a
see in the future, or what kind of community would we want to build, and how would we want to establish that? Do we want to start with our changing of people's mindsets? What does that mean? Does that mean education? If that's education, do we need to start getting together a curriculum? Who do we know around us that can help to write this curriculum to change the
the
mindset? How do we want to lay this out? Things like that, foundation
that
stuff.
that's a really good answer, dude. Like, yeah, that's a really good answer. It's not like it's not like it's not it's not necessarily like the game plan, but it's how the game plan gets developed in a sense. You host that event, right? And you get some minds to all, point in the same direction towards a common goal, and you talk things out. And because yeah, that's a really good point. I was kind of asking a question unrealistically to a slight degree. It's like, okay, what's your plan? But your plan is to come together with others to brainstorm and formulate a plan as a collective. And you know what? I couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more, man. It's interesting. So what do you think? You know, if you know, if the 30 people on Discord that you know that you respect the most all came together for a month, and I know this is an unrealistic question, what kind of plans? And say we had $1 million to work with. What kind of plans do you think we might formulate, considering that as our budget? It's like, all right, we're gonna go talk to some principals of schools. You know, we're gonna send a bunch of missionaries out and try to have a serious conversation with some figures that have like strong positions of influence and culture. Maybe start with one town or spread out wide. I don't know. You know, I'm asking you.
Yeah, no, for me, it would be at least the mindset that I'm coming from a more voluntarist, lack of a better term, anarchist type of mindset would be, you know, not how to tear down the things around us, but how can we best work within what we've been given to be able to become kind of ungovernable, right? How can we come together, or is everybody here on the same page in establishing something that looks more like the Amish than the Vanderbilts, you know?
Or
Which would
yeah,
be, you know, not figuring out how to get school board members together to teach what we're talking about, but just not figure out a way to not need the school board or the schools in the first place. Building our own establishments, building our own community. And I don't know if human beings were honestly meant to be in extremely large communities to begin with. I don't
right.
really think that we are.
It seems a little bit unnatural. It really does. Like living in a large city, and you're just like, I hope all of you behave yourselves, but you may not. And I'm not sure I can put it into words, but really the whole like difference I'm trying to point out is that if there's a village of 100 and someone misbehaves themselves, like everyone there knows about it, and there's a reputation someone holds among their peers that actually, you know, matters. But you know, if you even if you get kicked out of your town,
Yeah,
America's such a big place, you can just move to the next town. You know what I mean?
right,
Like, oh, I
right.
ruined my reputation here. Well, I'll just move on, you know what I mean? And repeat the same mistakes. So it's like, shit, we're dealing with, you're right. There is this big issue, but it's just something we have to deal with at this point. Maybe there's something we can do about it, but uh reputation, you know, like a statewide reputation, a townwide reputation, really doesn't affect someone that much because they can just relocate so easily. When if you're like if there's only one village in the middle of a forest, and it's like, okay, either you behave yourself and are a productive member of the village in the forest, or you're outcast to live on your own, you know, in the outskirts of the village. Like, then your reputation means like it weighs so heavy. You're like, oh my god, please let me in the city walls at that point, because there's nowhere else I can go. I need you guys. You know, I need you to help me out, and I want to help you out. Let's all be productive together. But that's just not the case anymore, which is a real pickle we find ourselves in.
I think
It's
humans
like,
will just kind of self-assembly, though. They're just sort of self-organized. Like, I understand the idea of governments and having certain systems, and I'm not even against the ideas of some of these systems and things. But at the end of the day, if you're not like a beckon, like, okay, right now, for example, we have social security numbers. I was thinking about my social security number the other day, and I was just tripped out how it's like this number that I've like memorized. And I was thinking, like, when did I first memorize that? Like, why was I told to memorize it? It's like I'm branded with this number. We all are. And then the whole birth certificates and the passports and the whole thing. So let alone the like security bonds and the way that they, all of that. But the point is that we're like literally a number in a system, and we have our like credit, we have our criminal record, if any, our traffic ticket record, all of it. Even like to the point of medical, fingerprints and blood and all this different stuff. So we are like holding to this other thing, it seems, at this time in this era that we're in. So if we were just not beholden to that, and we could just live off the land and not have to pay someone else taxes, basically, to just live on the earth, and we could just be on the earth and just not being enslaved by that whole system. If we were not enslaved by the whole system, I think humans would just assemble in organic ways, like in natural, like there is synergy. Like we want synergy. Now there's a lot of like wounding and trauma within people. So yeah, I realize like there's a lot, we have to do like a whole recovery of humanity basically to even get things back to it. Cause there's a lot of people suffering who have been impacted by this the worst. So I realize we'd have to have like a gentle transition to still kind of in a healthy way, keep everyone kind of safe to, through it all ideally. But I'm just saying, I think humans will self-assemble with groups that they want to be in a sense, like almost not unlike if you want to even say like certain social medias, like you're subscribed to this group or that. But in this case, if you had options where you could go all over the world and, be in different groups, now then you get the question, do those groups let you in or, all the rest of it. But there's even ways I think like ideally if everyone was in a healthy, healed mind state, we could just have a bunch of amazing things all over the world and everyone could enjoy them and have abundance and help out as,
You're so right, dude. But there's a quality that just pops up its ugly head among groups of people, where even if we recognize the issues that we're plagued with now, and we started from scratch as a way of putting it, or solved the issues as another way of putting it, and we just like got things on track, there's just this like force of nature that will end up just recreating the situation we find ourselves in right now. You know what I mean? Like you can get back on track and then eventually you're going to derail. And it just seems like a repeating cycle where it's like, yeah, okay, let's overthrow the corrupt government and it'll be better for a while, maybe on a smaller scale or whatever. But then eventually people are going to form associations and networks and stuff like that. And we're going to end up exactly where we started. And we kind of want to put an end to that cycle. And as far as my opinion goes, like, I've never heard anyone with a solution presented that I can't imagine eventually just devolving to the exact same position that you freed yourself from.
Well, funny, that puts us in the spot where like a lot of constitutionalists would argue that the United States as it was meant to be constitutionally, the way it's written, is the best that we've ever had. The problem is that we've strayed from that, and we haven't done our due diligence to keep them in check. And that's where like some of like Jefferson's quotes about armed revolutions every so often and stuff like that come into play. Like we were supposed to stop the corruption before it got too much out of control. It doesn't take overthrowing the government and writing a new one. It just takes going back to the fundamentals that made it in the first place.
Well, thanks for the shout out. But
it's a good point. It's a good point.
I couldn't agree more, man. But it seems like there's this issue at the root of it all that seemingly can't be dealt with. All we can do, it seems, is lose our way and then hit rock bottom and say, "Oh my God, what in the hell are we doing? We need to get our act together." So then we get our act together, and then we get comfortable, and what's the word? Lackadaisical or whatever. About the maintenance of it, and then we lose control, and then we hit rock bottom once again. We say, "Oh, geez, we did it again, didn't we? Time to get back on track." You know, time to reorientate ourselves to the fundamentals, and we do that. And it's like, it'd be real nice if anyone had a clue on how to like maintain the order, because it's really no issue to get things. You know, it might take a violent revolt or revolution or whatever to get things back on track, and that already happened, right? I mean, the founding of America seems like it was founded on some pretty, uh, reliable, sort of trustworthy, whatever, sort of ideals and principles. It's like, yeah, great. And then, what happened, right? What happened? So then here we are back in the same situation.
I think that's what the forefathers supposedly foresaw, is that all governments will
They
just
did.
inherently become corrupt, right? So like they tried to
Yeah.
form this checks and balances, and they also empowered the people to keep them in check, to balance things out when needed.
It's long overdue, isn't it? The checks and balances have failed. It's long overdue for a bit of a reset, which makes me sound a lot like the fucking World Economic Forum, calling for a great reset. But they're not entirely wrong in that notion. It's like, yeah, we kind of do need a reset. Not in the way that they're thinking, right? But there's a little bit of truth there. Because we don't need to reinvent anything. We just need a reset. But they're gonna try to hijack that idea, put their little twist on the reset. Like, oh yeah, and let's microchip everyone underneath their skin. Let's put a little microchip underneath your in your palm or whatever. But guys, man, guys, really, who's thinking in these ways? Who's recognizing that it's just an oscillation. It's just a circuit. It's just a cycle, and we really want to avoid it being a vicious cycle. I'd like to contribute to something productive, but if some leader came as like revolution is here, and he had a great like list of complaints, he's like, we're gonna rid ourselves of this, we're gonna rid ourselves of that, we're gonna get rid of all these issues that are very obvious. It's like, okay, yeah, we're back to normal now, but isn't the same thing just gonna happen again? We're gonna get on track, and then we're gonna derail just like we always do. And it's like, well, how do we prevent that? How do we stay on track here? And I really think it comes down to what did Napalm say before? Education is key, or something in that ballpark.
Well, did we derail or were we taken over?
Same thing. That's a subcategory of derailing.
And I mean, I don't think
Over,
that's always necessarily inevitable. I mean, I guess in my mind, ultimately, the creator kind of creates these different eras and cycles. But I don't think humanity always has to have something like this going on. Like this whole kind of whatever you want to call it, the man, the system, the whole thing, like made just the way that this system is specifically now, like after World War II. I mean, it's hard to say because I've only been alive in this life, obviously, meaning it's hard to give any like physical proof for it. But I do kind of have my own thoughts about what the past was like and what the future will be like as well. And I mean, the idea of utopia is a whole nother question, but I do think there's been like many, many eons of time, as it were, where there have been beings on this earth and humans as well that have been in complete harmony. Like,
and here we are. It had to be functional to some degree, or else here we wouldn't be. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that's a good point, Gio. There's kind of like a fine line between the difference of like the idea of a utopia and the idea of harmony or symbiosis, right? So if you think of just pick something within the animal kingdom, do the bees live in a utopia? Do the birds live in a utopia? Do deer live in a utopia, or do they kind of live in harmony, right? Which is it? Is it kind of both? Is it a little mixture of the two? Is there a difference between harmony and utopia? I feel like utopia is this unobtainable state of bliss.
It's what you seek. Like no matter what, as far as humans go, a utopia is that light at the end of the tunnel that you're walking towards. Not to say you can actually exit the cave, but it's that light at the end of the tunnel that you're chasing after, which I think is a good thing. Like I got no issues with that.
Yeah,
We
it's a
should
good thing because
all
it's
hope
it's
and
like a
dream for it.
motivational. Oh, sorry.
Exactly.
It could be motivational, like to bring us to a level of harmony. But then I would bring the question in. There's a lot of different definitions of what utopia, that term. Like there's, in my mind, there's like your inner, like emotional and your physical state, like your body and your spirit, as it were, and your emotion. And there's so many practices, like different meditation or even using breath, like different breathing techniques and things, and other ways to be able to like heal one's psyche, heal one's mind and everything, to be able to be in a state of bliss all the time, just because you don't have like anxiety or depression or trauma. So there's like inner bliss in that way, and even like spiritual transcendent levels of bliss that of these states that can be accessed, and so on. And then there's like physical world harmony or disharmony. So what if we could have both? Like if you could have, or not only what if, but like perhaps I would even suggest this is like the natural state of humans, is to always want to strive towards that. And so if we're not in that, we want to get back to it. Because if you could have that like just peace, where like just even sitting looking at the grass, you're just you're like, wow, the grass is so beautiful. There's meaning, there's purpose, there's family and love and camaraderie and creativity, all of those things that we love doing, but there's like the peace, the inner peace, as it were, and the healing on the emotional level. But then there's also if we could have it with the outer world, where you could have a peaceful, harmonious outer world as well, where there's not like this like enslavement with money or whatever it may be, where there's like harmony in the physical environment. Like could you have like a different advanced technologies, or even different technologies that make things easier? I mean, there's so many different ideas from there in terms of what utopia could be, in terms of like, having like abundance and the things that we like, but not having to necessarily be like a subject within a system that is imbalanced.
You ever thought about making a list, Gio?
A list of all, like how it could all work?
No, that's more of like a game plan. When I say list, I just mean like very, very specific items, where it's like, these are the 10, 20, top 10 lists, 20, whatever you want to do, but you ever thought about like, these are the 10 things I want most to be a reality, and then realistically, right? And then here are the 10 things I want to avoid most, or have at a minimal occurrence in reality. For example, rape and murder. Let's get those down, right? Those might be on my list. You ever thought about it though? It's like, these are the 10 things I want to be avoided most, and these are the 10 things I want to be sought out the most. I always find lists to be extremely helpful for, communicating your thoughts to someone, from your heart, and or even just to yourself, just organizing your own thoughts. It's like, yeah, these are like the 10 things that could be realistically realized, because utopia, we all know, a perfect place. Well, you can't do that. You can't actually make heaven on earth. There's always going to be a little bit of hell and suffering. People are still going to grow old and die and get sick, whatever, right? But just to make that list, I think, is somewhere to start, especially if you just want to get your own thoughts straight and communicate your thoughts, straightforward to others. I'm not saying I've done this, just sounds like the right place to start.
Yeah.
Take
Well, I
this
mean,
as
yeah,
a
this kind of came from the discussion of like kind of the state of the world and the idea of what could we if there was a paradigm shift or a transition into something new for humanity, what could that realistically be from this cycle that we're in now? I mean, going to like the optimal utopia thing, who knows how long that would take to really get to that point. But I'm also just was thinking about like, what immediately could be possibly
yeah.
transition,
That's what I'm talking about. I'll give you an example. I don't know where it occurs on my list of like my top 10, but I know what I'm about to say is somewhere on my top 10. Like I said, things I want most for the world versus things I want least for the world, right? It's kind of what I'm talking about, making the list of. I haven't done it myself, and I don't expect any of you to have done this, but I'll just add one that I know absolutely fits in my top 10. Within my top 10 things that I want for the world is just complete access to travel in a way that people aren't getting bullshitted over in. You know what I mean? If you want to go to this, corner of the world, yeah, go to that corner of the world. Go to Antarctica. Go to Japan. Go to Australia. You know what I mean? Like I I hate the idea that someone can't just enjoy the world that they live in and go there. You know what I mean? The cost of travel is so extreme, and the barriers they put up to prevent people from going certain places. I want to see the desert. I want to see that one waterfall in that one place. I want to go
yeah,
see the ice wall and whatever. You know what I mean? Freedom
yeah.
of travel
Wouldn't
is
that be
so
sweet?
important to me.
I don't know how sweet it would be if you could just, the way they have healthcare. What if you could just travel care? You could fly wherever you want anytime as part of your.
Yeah, dude.
That would be amazing.
That's what I want.
And see, here's how I see it overall. Like, okay, let's say whoever these controllers are, I'll just use that term. These cabal elite group. I don't even like to call them elite. I don't think they are elite, but whatever that group, as it were, that has control over the Federal Reserve. My thought is that they literally have who knows how many trillions that they keep for themselves because they're printing the money. So obviously, like the Monopoly man, they're going to have, or the Monopoly banker. I mean, if you're the banker of Monopoly, you have all the money. So who knows how many trillions of little units that they've, at this point, it's not even paper money. It's not even gold anymore. It's just digits on a screen. But there are a certain number of digits, and that digit has a value, 1 unit or whatever of these currencies. So they basically, in my thought, would have multiple trillions, at that level, which basically is like infinite money. I mean, they could just go buy any $100 million yacht or $100 million property, 5 days a week, and just wire the money. It does, it's just an infinite bank account. Now, if they have those trillions of units, what if those trillions were in some way? I sound like Bernie Sanders. But what if like that money could be redistributed, as it were, in a sense? Now, I'm not talking about some kind of like violent conquer and steal their money. I'm not talking about anything like that. Who knows what it would be, but some kind of like, even in a positive way, to where those funds could be kind of liberated, if you want to call it that. And if just those funds were influxed into the world, even with people working their jobs the way it is right now, what if everyone started being paid twice as much? Property taxes are half as much. You know what I'm saying? Like that could just, and then people could only work like 15 or 20 hours a week instead of this 40, 50, 60 hour a week, mayhem.
So on your top 10 list, you'd say accessibility is one part, but also just you'd say with the technology that exists today, you'd realistically imagine putting on your top 10 list of things you want for the world is just for people to just not be occupied so much by trying to make a living. Just like, wow, you have the time and the resources to, chase your dreams.
Yeah, like
right?
if those funds somehow were freed up and literally everybody started, instead of making 60,000 a year, they make 120, or if someone makes 100, now they make 200. I'm just throwing that random number out there, but if it was something like that, and if they could work less hours and just we could all slow down a little bit, we could still have everything we have right now. All the technology and the cars and the
shipping stuff all over the place and products being made. We could still have all that because we already have those resources and we're already doing the job. So people could still be doing that for money. I mean, there's different ways. That's still within a capitalistic system. But I'm also talking about a potential transitionary stage. And who knows how that would all even play out or how that could happen. But it seemed like instead of like pinching every dollar from us with the taxes and all the crazy stuff going on, if it was reversed, then just on that alone, we could still have the world we have with awesome things and travel and airplanes and all that. But everybody could just be living a way better life, like making more money so they can buy more, have more of what they want, and then having to work less hours. And then everyone would be way happier. Think if people only had to work 20 hours a week and made twice as much money, how that would change the world.
It really does come down to technology in regard to making that possible. So if you just want to take your mindset back in time to some hypothetical date, before civilization, where you go back in time to like nomadic tribes and stuff like that, you're like, okay, well, you have to stay here. Planes don't exist, cars don't exist, the roads, the highways haven't been made. You are part of a group that needs, a lot of time and effort put towards hunting the animals, gathering the fruits, the whatevers, building the temporary structures you live in. Well, it's like we all know that we are so advanced in technology, not in a universal sense of like, oh, we've met the peak, but compared to that story we're all told, where it's like, oh yeah, you gotta, ravage the environment for resources here, and then you're nomadic, so you exhausted the resources, now it's time to move on to the next place and chase the seasons and yada yada. I mean, I feel like we've mastered that, but it's like, how much can that be mastered? I have an idea that with the technology available to us, it would only actually take a 10% of all of humanity to provide for all of the rest, and we could all take turns, participating in whatever 10% is required to let all of us have, let's just say, no need for thirst or hunger. Food, health, water is taken care of with the assistance of technology. That only 10% of us really need to be doing any hard labor at any time of the year. You know what I'm
Taking
saying?
turns doesn't make sense. It's way easier to enslave 10% of the people. Like, let's just do that.
I mean, I'm just not sure that all of us need to be working so hard. You know what I mean?
Well, let's be realistic. Most of the people on Discord don't work at all.
I don't know about that. I don't fit into that group. I work 5 days a week, 10 hours a day or whatever. But I'm just saying, technology is a thing. We aren't the hunter gatherers that we supposedly used to be. And it's like, if you really boil it down to what do people want? Okay, we want a family, we want a house, we want sustenance, food, water, we want to travel, we want to be entertained by movies and songs or whatever. It's like, in order to accomplish that end, to reach that end, does it really take any more than 10% of humanity at any given time to give water, delicious food, freedom of travel, entertainment to the rest of us? I mean, honest, with the technology we have, I really don't think it takes this huge participation that's going on, where so many of us just work, spend all of our day working at our jobs. Like, yeah, come on, we have the technology, don't we? I mean, don't we really? Don't we have the technology so that 10% of the human population can do the hard work while the 90 other percent just lives a nice, happy life?
Well, I mean, essentially, we're already pretty close to that, and they're working on automating the rest of it. Like sure, when it comes to most blue collar jobs, no, they do need grunts to do that stuff. They don't have that automated. Like they haven't figured out how to do construction, like 3D print buildings and shit like that. And so yeah,
What do we need to build? How? I mean, what are you saying here?
What
You
I'm
know?
saying is there's going to be no matter what, like we do not have the technology to get rid of all jobs, or at least 90% of them. It's not there yet.
You really don't think so?
No.
I think we
Most of
had
that's
that
just
like 1,000 years ago.
those were simpler times. Like no, like as far as like for the conveniences that you have with modern society, no. Like there's a
you're
lot of jobs.
saying
There's a lot of jobs that you could eliminate. There's certain jobs that they, low paid, low skill jobs that they just keep them going because people need to make a paycheck that they could probably automate.
so
But
are
people
you
do it.
saying that what's going on right now? Are you saying what's going on right now is close to the best a modern human society could accomplish?
No. What I'm
That we
saying
are
is that's not no. What I'm saying is that like your statement about how we don't need to have people with jobs. We could just have 10% of people working. I'm saying that that's wrong. Like we need more than that. I mean, but what I am saying we're close with is like, see, when they talk about unemployment rate, how we're at like 3% unemployment or something like that. That's a fucked up statistic because anybody after 6 months is no longer included in that statistic. They're called discouraged workers. What you want to look at is the employment rate. And you'll find that it's like 51% of the United States between in working ages of like 16 to 65, 51% of those people work. So
maybe I'm being too optimistic here, but I just believe in technology to a degree, really, bro. I think
yeah,
we have the technology that only 10% of us need to be working to provide the rest of us with enough benefits from the
tech's not
fruits of
really there.
labor of 10% that we'd all be very healthy and happy. Like what are we all working so hard for? Are we not in, like you can understand what I'm saying, that in the future, if you really want to put it in the future, I think that's a joke, but in the future, you can imagine that technology develops enough that the role humans actually have to play for pushing the buttons and pulling the levers and
Yeah.
managing the technology that provides and does work for us,
Yeah, but
that
you're spouting all the same stuff that the world elite technocrats have been talking about for decades, and they're working very
what's wrong with
hard
what I'm
towards it.
saying? I mean, what's
No,
wrong with what
you
I'm
agree.
saying though?
Well, you agree with them. But see, the difference is I think you want to share in the bounty when they get to that point, whereas they want to keep all of the bounty for themselves.
Sure, that's
We just
correct.
go into government cheese lines and take the handout and just barely survive while they live at the top of a fucking castle, or a tower. Like,
I just don't get
but
it, man.
it's still a pipe dream though. Like their technology is nowhere near there. They love to pretend like it is, or tell you that they're so close to this and that, but it's really not even close.
What if everyone agreed, and I know this is impossible, but what if everyone agreed to eating 3 square meals a day, living in, let's say, I don't know, a regular suburban 2-story house per 5 people? I had like a suburban 2-story house for 5 family members that live within it, right? And so let's say, okay, all we need is for every 5 humans, a suburban 2-story house to exist, for every 5 humans that exist, and we need enough food for 3 square meals a day for every human that exists. and let's just say that how much of the population at any given time, especially if we like cycled between ourselves, where some people have some time off and some people are doing the work, you know, I mean, really, how much of the population do you think is required to provide just that? Food,
Well,
water, and shelter for everyone.
like I said, right now it's about 50% of the population who works. So with more
We
automation, you
also got
could
a
make
bunch of
it
bullshit
less.
going on.
I think most of the jobs
I mean,
that are out there are actually necessary. Like they like yeah, they could.
you know how much money is spent on war, right? And the military. I'm involving that. I'm not saying, oh, but you got to think about the cost of space travel and NASA and the military. I'm just talking about
I'm
humans
not
as
talking
a
about any of
whole.
that stuff either. Yeah.
Me either, man. Me either. If we all got along, I'm really saying only 10% of humanity at any given time is actually necessary to be doing any sort of labor to provide an overall nice, living environment and whatever for literally the rest of humanity. We're all just getting in each other's ways, and of course, there's some people more behind that than others.
I mean, I
But
would agree. I would agree that if we didn't have such greedy people wanting to own, all of the, like I said, the bounty, the plenty that comes out of our labor, um, where they have to make, where one guy makes, like the world's richest man makes like equal to like the bottom 90% of people in the world combined. Like that's not necessary for anybody, right? But now we're talking about
what is necessary? Uh, People who know how to grow food, people who know how to purify water. We can agree on that, right? Those people are necessary, right? The
right.
people that
Well,
operate the machinery
yeah,
to provide clean water and food.
you need people to provide food, water, also
We need
like
some builders, some
waste. You need
engineers.
garbage men. You need garbage men.
Yeah,
You need
okay.
builders. Yeah,
We need
you need ditch
shoemakers,
diggers. You need people to come and fix disasters when they happen. Like you need
handymen, like maintenance people, right?
um.
We need creators, right? So there's
Well, you need
certain goods that need to be created, like new shoes, new beds, new houses being built, right? So we need a certain part of the population to be
most of
creators.
that stuff. Most of that stuff can be automated. Is already automated. It's just
Well, that's a good point.
mostly done by machines.
All right, well, if we're gonna break it down into its simplest categories or broadest general categories, we need creators, and they'll be assisted by technology. We need maintainers, the people who just, like the handymen, right? The people who come in, the repairmen, right? So we need creators, we need maintainers, and then we need I don't know, destroyers, whatever you want to call it, the garbage truck, right? Or the
The garbage truck wouldn't call that a
or
destroyer. No, a
or the
demolition man.
recycler,
Like
the
for knocking
demolition
down
man.
buildings. But yeah, like you need
Yeah,
demolition and rebuilding. But that's a part of the construction process. Also tearing down.
you could kind of categorize every human uh way of participating in culture into those three. Oh, well, you're either going to be a creator, a maintainer, or a destroyer. You know, I feel like
Well,
most
the truth
human,
again already
careers or
is
whatever kind of fit into that,
truth already is well. If that's the case, yeah. Like
and the rest of
um.
us can be free living innovators, just
Well,
idea people.
yeah, but then you have a whole bunch of people who have no skills who just pretty much rely on the skills of a few. Sounds
I
like
didn't.
what we
I
have
no. I
already.
no. I'm not trying to say that because I'm not talking about taking a specific 10% of humanity and making them the only people who do anything. Like I said, there's no greater virtue
Keep in mind,
than
like
wisdom.
your
So
idea of doing shifts, like taking
yeah,
turns and stuff. I'm not
yeah,
really for
yeah.
that either because specialization is important if you want to do better. If you want to improve, you need people to specialize and better their craft. Like more like how it was in the old days, with apprenticeships, and you want to have the teacher teach in a way where the student surpasses him in knowledge and skill, like
Well, that's fine too.
becoming more
Mutually
efficient and
exclusive.
so on and so forth. It should be like a lifelong practice, a trade, that when people are doing these things.
Yeah, that's not at all opposed to what I'm saying, because I'm not saying everyone has to learn how to do every job. I'm just saying we can take the, say I'm correct.
You're
Just
not you're not going to be
humor.
you're not going to become a master at a craft doing it
No, you
10% of the
can.
time.
Oh, you absolutely can. What I'm saying is that not every person has to partake in doing every single job or career. You can have your specialties still.
Right.
That's
No,
not
I
an
get you.
issue.
What I'm saying is, if you're taking turns, like this guy works on Mondays, this guy works on Tuesdays, this guy works on Wednesdays. Not one of those people are going to be really good at their job.
If I do the same job for 10% of my life, can I not be a master of it?
Nah, I would think probably not. I think you could be much better.
How much time do you think it takes for anyone to be like a master of their trade?
Probably I would say, for a skilled trade. I mean, I wouldn't consider anybody a master until they're 20 years in, and that's working 40 hours a week.
Now, do you think you're only saying that because of the way wisdom is allocated and passed along? Or are there way better ways that, like, because this is the educational system we're talking about, more in a career sense, but it's like, people only start learning when they're, say, 18, right? But what if we just expose people at an earlier age to something they show interest in? They don't
Well,
have to work.
that's kind of what I was saying, is with like apprenticeships and stuff, or even just being a family business. Like if back in the day, if your daddy was a shoemaker, you by the time you were like 8 years old, you could make a good pair of fucking shoes. Like by the time you were
Perhaps.
16, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
16 for sure.
yeah,
Let's say 16. That's fair. By the time you're 16, if your dad back in the day was a shoemaker, you could probably make a pair of shoes.
yeah, no, you probably knew how to make a pair of shoes before you were 12, but you weren't necessarily good at it.
You you know
You might have mastered it by the time you're 17, 18 years old, because it's passed on information. It's stuff that you didn't quit. Like your daddy was teaching you this when you fucked up. He let you know about it at the dinner table. You know what I mean? You never stopped.
Well, that sounds like you're in complete agreement with my 10% number there. If you take out the learning process, because I wouldn't call, learning and absorbing, talents as part of, the 10% time and population I was describing, in like when you're actually like giving a service, to the rest of humanity. It's like, yeah, there's going to be like a learning process in it all. But just if we're limiting what I'm talking about to just adults who have, let's just say every adult knows by the age of, let's even push it to 20. By the age of 20, you know how to do something productive to society. As long
Nah,
as
not
every,
anymore. Not anymore.
uh,
No, I
yeah,
would
yeah,
say
but
I would
this is
say
my
90.
hypothetical though.
I would say 90% of 20-year-olds produce nothing good for society.
Oh, sure, I sure don't, and I'm older than that. But yeah, it's pretty sad. But imagine this, right? If every 20-year-old had at least one skill that was actually productive in a realistic sense to, humanity and society, then it sounds like you're on board with the figures I laid out.
No, you just keep on trying to twist it that way. What I'm saying is, again, like having a the system the way that it is, where people do need to work. Like, sure, there's always negatives, but
Their
um,
entire life until they die.
no, it's not until they die, first of all. But
It is for many people.
look, there's a lot of problems. Clearly, they keep raising the retirement age and so on and so forth. But if it wasn't for certain, the way that the government's gotten out of control, like I mentioned before, like the amount of taxes levied that are basically unconstitutional. Let's go back to the days of the forefathers, the early stages of the United States. Like most of what we know in society did not exist. Most of those taxes didn't exist. There wasn't even a federal government. Okay, like
Sure.
um, there was a lot of. I mean, that's why America was considered to be great. That's why everybody migrated here, is because it was the land of the free, meaning like you just had to set your goals, set your eyes on something, and you could make it happen. But it took work and determination, and it created a land of plenty where we had surplus of everything because everybody was working and competing. I think there was a lot of thought put into this stuff. Like when you're talking about 10 people only having to work, or 10% of the population only having to work, or people taking turns to make sure that they work as little as possible, this is going to breed laziness, and it will result in, well, the opposite. Always being in deficit, always being poor. Basically, you'll only have just enough to get by, and maybe not even that. Eventually,
I don't know if that's necessary, really. But here's the thing that strikes me as the weirdest right now. Despite our differences of opinion, we're having a worthwhile conversation. It seems on some things that we'd like some answers provided for, and just like the globe Earth, this conversation we're having right now strikes me in the same manner. It's like there are much smarter people than me that have lived and are alive, and it's like,
Nuh-uh.
eh, I promise there are thousands of much
No
more
way in
intelligent, more
hell.
informed people than me that have lived,
We
and
we're the
for me to
cream of
even
the crop right here.
for me to even think that I'm having a conversation that is necessary is almost implying that this very understandable and important conversation hasn't happened before. And so that leaves me with two options. Either I'm just ignorant and dumb and unaware of all of these questions being, explored to their end, and I just am too ignorant to know about the people and the conversations they had that already figured out the answers to all these questions, or this is a very strange world that has never gotten its act
You
together.
can't
And I'm the
you
first one
can't
with
figure it
you
out.
right here to have brought up these
no,
things.
look,
And that
Kenny, no,
sounds
you're not. You're
ridiculous.
not the first one to bring it up. These
Well,
conversations have
then why?
happened
But
many,
then
many,
why?
many times in the past.
Yeah, sure. But there's much. So then there has to have been many people in the past and contemporary to me right now that are way smarter than me, because I know I'm not all that smart compared to a lot of other people. And it's like, where are their answers? These are questions that everyone deserves an answer towards. What's your plan? What's your goal, smart guys? And why haven't I ever been exposed to them? It's like, well, what's going on here? Why do we feel like this burden is on our shoulders to figure out? Have the other smart people not already tackled these issues? Am
Well,
I
again,
just
I
unaware of
mean,
that, or
tonight I'm
what?
taking the standpoint of the constitutionalists. I would say it was figured out. It's just that the corruption is set in, and we
Yeah,
haven't
but
done
then
our
that's the
duty.
same question. That's the same question. There's many more people aware of geopolitics and the operations of the world at large and the micro and the macro than me, and I see some serious issues going on, and they're very obvious. And it's like, if I can recognize them, then they're definitely recognized by all the other smarter people than me. Where are they? Why does it seem everywhere I look that everyone just thinks that humanity is doing the best it could possibly do? I really look around, it's like, yeah, this is yeah, this is just the way the world is. There's, it's one small step at a time. We're trying our best here, guys. Sorry's,
Well, we're
oh, sorry's
things are
not
getting
perfect.
worse. Things are getting
Yeah,
worse, not better. What we need to do
but
is just, yeah, like again. I
you
mean,
get the notion. You get the notion of the masses, though, right? Like it's like, oh yeah, yeah. This is just all. We're all just trying our best, and this is the best humanity can do. We understand there's some improvements that we could,
well, it's clearly not. It's
utilize or
clearly not
whatever.
the
But
best because if you go, all you have to do is think back 20 years and go, hold on, it was better 20 years ago, and 20 years before that,
no one's gonna
say,
listen to that. No one's gonna listen to that, though.
dude, why not? Why not? Shit was way better. Like it's not that long ago,
Well,
20 years. Let's
ask
go. Let's go.
them.
Let's go. 1999. Fucking party like it's 1999. Shit was pretty fucking cool during the 80s and 90s, man. We had a lot of the modern technology and fucking the benefits, especially like in the 80s, dude. Like America was running a giant surplus. We were the world's biggest producer at the time. China hadn't taken over that. Like America was a good fucking place to be in the fucking 80s.
Well,
Like,
sure, I'm in America, but I mean, people live, all across the face of the earth, and I know there's smart, intelligent people everywhere. Are we all just fucking spineless suckers? Is that all that's
yes,
going on?
yeah,
Are we all? Because I
yeah,
mean,
no,
I know.
yes, yes. They've done a really good job of pacifying us with little trinkets and technology and things like that, and making us lazier. So instead of
But we
focusing on
can't
the
be the
things
only
that
ones to
matter,
recognize that, though.
and
We
and, and
can't be
that's
the
why
only ones to recognize that.
with the
There's
rise of
many more
technology,
smarter people than me who
with the rise
understand the
of
point you're making.
with the rise of technology comes the fall of society. It's an inverse
Li-
relationship.
Listen, man, are we the smartest people in the world, you and I?
No, not even close.
So there's someone out there who is way more understanding on this than you are, and I am, right?
There's many people who
There's
understand
gotta
all this
be,
stuff.
right? Where are they, and what are their answers to
They're
these?
not on Discord. They're definitely not on Discord.
I've never seen one on television or the news or anything like that. They all seem like fucking retard idiots to me, the
Yeah,
people in the media. So
the
where are
politicians that they show us, the talking heads on the news, they're useful idiots. Like they're just smart enough to look smart and sound smart to the majority of people.
we know there's people who understand these things way better than us,
Yeah, and
but
you don't know their
where
names.
but where the fuck are they? I've
They're
never
they're
seen
hiding they're
one.
hiding on private islands and flying in private jets, and they
So you're
pay a
saying all
lot
the
of money
smart
to
people
make
are
sure.
fucking selfish and bribed and persuaded
Oh
and
yeah, yeah.
whatever
They all
they
make
got
sure
to
that
them
they
before
all
we
pay a lot
could?
of money to make sure that their houses are grayed out on fucking Google Earth and that you never know
Is
their
that the
actual name
smart
or
or is that the super rich? How do you divide the two? The smart or the super rich? If you're
yeah,
born
that's
into
about a
billions of
point.
dollars, well, think about it. If you're born into lots of money and wealth back in the day, you could be the king, prince, scientist, have all the fucking amenity and whatever you needed. The little poor guy, that guy down the block, has to go through you to do anything. So like they get a jump on everything, not because they're fucking smart.
Yeah,
Most
it
of the
doesn't
time because they get
necessarily
the yeah.
it doesn't necessarily mean that they're smart if it's generational wealth. But you have to understand that with being a so-called elite or whatever comes getting the real information and like knowledge is power. And now you like so so even though somebody might be born with just an incredible freaking IQ, like an ability to learn and understand things, they're starting from scratch. Whereas it's generational knowledge being passed down, and that's
Right. Right. It's like a cheat.
That's a nice particular excuse, and you're not wrong in that like specific context. But it's the same thing. Like, oh, there's not a single fucking politician that has a chance to be elected president that isn't in the fucking pocket of someone else. It's like You know, like every time,
No.
every time there's election, right? We say these are our two finalists, don't we? You know, we say, oh wow, look at the
Who's
presidents. These are our two
who's really got
choices.
enough money to
How
do
the
that?
hell are these the fucking final contestants? It doesn't make any
Well,
sense.
who's got all that money to compete for the ability to say you're president of America? That costs a
Oh
lot of
sure,
fucking money.
the
You got, I mean,
campaign
so
money. Right, right,
right. So
right.
do you have that amount? I don't have it. By the end of the day, when we got to where we got to, we'd be bought and paid for by somebody
But
somehow, in some
you
aspect.
understand. But you understand the flaw in the system. I understand the flaw in the
100%.
system. There's people smarter than us who must know the flaw in the system as we do. Where are they explaining it to everyone? There's not a single like there's someone way smarter than all of us. Where is he or she saying the things that we're saying,
They're supposed to be on TED
and
Talks.
why isn't there a spot? Yeah, 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 don't fucking rely on the TED Talk people, even though they're put on the fucking pedestal of intellectual superiority or whatever, figureheads, spotlight. Sure, yeah, but they're not saying what we're saying. Where are the people that are smart? Because we're not the smartest people in
Yeah,
the world,
yeah.
are we? You know, where are the people smarter than us who have a voice? Or is there some sort of mechanism you know, in place to make sure all the people who are smarter than us, who
If they're that
understand the
smart,
simple truths
Tony,
that we understand,
if they're that
don't
smart,
have a
Tony,
fucking platform to speak upon?
there's a good chance that if they're that smart, they're too smart to fucking speak out against the power that they'd be going against.
That is a pickle, dude. That is a serious pickle right there. Kind of shit. That's a good point. So yeah, this is where teamwork comes into play. Then you know this is where a massive revolt, you know, gets involved. I suppose. You know, shit kind of sounds like some righteous cult needs to pop up or something. But we all know how well that goes. How easily even that sort of thing is to corrupt. Fuck. Dude, this is difficult. It's like, what do you do? And like I said before, it's like, oh, you overthrow your enemy. What eventually happens? You just turn, you turn exactly into the thing that you destroyed.
Well, yeah, because you can't. There is no utopia, and you can't please all the people all the time. And there's a lot of troublemakers out there. And what do you do with them? You start all of a sudden you're creating new laws that are some people view as unfair and freaking, you know, like yeah, you're just becoming another corrupt government and eventually in the long run, or oppressive government in some people's eyes.
So it's all hopeless.
No, it's look that again. I would. It's arguable that you know, like at least so far, the best that's ever come to be was you know the formation of the United States and its Constitution, and we just need to actually somehow. I mean, I would say that we should put our efforts into ousting anybody, you know, using the laws possibly, even if it's that like to jail the people who are taking the bribes and who are corrupt and who you know like and just replace them. Like it's all of a sudden it's you know it's, yeah, this is not how I normally speak because all of a sudden it'd be like, well, do you vote? Like, well, no, I don't because I know it's so corrupt. But yeah, like yeah, we got to get real elections and like real representatives that actually stand for the Constitution and the people and not the corporations and whoever is in their pocket the heaviest. You know, like we're so far away from like the way that the system was meant to be that we everybody thinks it's tainted and it's I mean sure it is tainted now but it doesn't mean that the system was wrong. We just got to get back to it.
So you're
We got to.
saying we're fucked beyond all repair.
We're in major fucking trouble. Yeah, we're in major fucking trouble. It's gonna be. It's gonna. it's gonna be like if we did try to correct it and we did somehow gaining steam, it would be an ugly fucking thing for quite some time. But that's the price you pay. It's kind of like like the Boston Massacre. Like these people stood up for something and they paid the fucking ultimate price for it.
The Boston Massacre. Are you talking about the not the revolutionary? Are you talking about
Yeah,
formation of America?
no, yeah, no, dude, yeah, like back in yeah, exactly, like against the Brits and whatever, like
Sure.
yeah, he's
Yeah.
it was right along the same time as the Tea Party and all that, or yeah, the Boston Tea Party and all that shit. But yeah, the Boston Massacre, these guys were unarmed and they freaking just stood there in defiance against the Brits and took muskets to the chest. They became martyrs, but
What a silly fucking thing. All for the sake of just fucking living life happily, doing your duties, trying to provide for a family. It resorts to this fucking barbaric fucking retardation. Just this most despicable, most unnecessary, fucking just ridiculous event. It's like, God damn it. Wasn't there like I say now, where are the smart people? There weren't any smart people around to fucking make that a less gruesome, more fluidly transitioning event.
when it comes
Like
to stuff like this, unfortunately, like it seems
this is all
anyway.
fucking retarded. This
It
is all
seems
so fucking stupid, dude. I
it seems
really don't
anyway
get it.
that when it comes to making a major change, that you need to have martyrs. Like and it seems like it needs to come down to violence. Like which
Well,
everybody tries to.
you know that's not necessary. I know that's not necessary. There's plenty of people who know that's not necessary. And there's plenty of people smarter than us and more articulate than us who could explain exactly why that's not necessary. I don't see them. I don't hear them. It doesn't seem like the presidents have any contact with them somehow. It doesn't seem like any of the leaders of the world are aware of these smarter people that surely exist out in the world. They don't give them fucking time. They can't work out their issues fucking diplomatically, which all seems extremely impossible. It seems like this is a big fucking joke, and we're all just stuck in the middle of it with each other. And I'm just done. I decided this a long time ago. I'm done believing a citizen like me has any clue as to the core motivations or the real reasons any of these stupid ass things are happening. I don't think I'll get to the bottom of it. I don't think I'll ever find out who's behind it. All I know is that there is an unnatural series of events taking place, and I don't like. I'm on Team Fundy. I'm on Team Fundamental right here, and I'm on the side of my friends, and we don't kill each other. And as long as everyone can just get into groups of their friends who don't want to kill each other, then we'll all be fine. And that's fuck. I mean, I'm not even gonna
No,
try.
dude, as soon as one of
Uh-huh.
your friends starts trying to govern your other friends, watch what happens.
Then that person isn't my friend.
Yeah,
All
and
the
then
all the all the people who
quickly becomes an enemy.
all the people who don't want to be friends, everyone who does want to be friendly, we're going to send you to Australia. And hopefully, there never comes a day where we put enough people in Australia to outnumber everyone else in the world. I mean, could everyone in the world create a Twitter account? Let's make 8 billion iPhones. Let's give an iPhone to every person who exists in the world. Then let's take a little vote says, "Hey, is there anyone you have a dispute with that you think should be resolved physically and violently? If you say yes, we're going to put you on the island of people who like to resolve things and feel it's necessary to resolve things violently and physically with deadly force. All the people who say, no, I have no issue with anyone in the world that I wish to harm or kill or injure, then we'll divide you on that part of the world. And all the people who like to settle things violently, stay over there. All the people who don't want to settle things violently, will stay over here."
If you're gonna,
Let's
I guarantee you, violence still happens in your Utopia Island.
yeah, that's an issue there. You're right. There's a little bit of an issue there because something will pop up sooner or later.
It's just another way to divide the people. Like, in fact,
Well,
the
some
violent,
people
the
should
violent,
be
the
kept away.
violent island will probably end up becoming more peaceful, while yours becomes more violent.
You know what? Flexibility, adaptation is a virtue. We can't just think that this initial movement will settle all the problems. We gotta stay on our toes. We gotta stay alert, keep our head on a swivel, and whenever signs of retarded thinking and retarded problem solving pops up, we say, hey, you know what we all agreed to here. Violence isn't the fucking answer. Not in this land. You can go over there where violence is the answer. Just anyone who thinks violence is the answer, hey, over there, feel free. Go ahead. Kill yourselves. Kill each other. You know the rules here. I mean, it's a good rule. I mean,
The
it's
problem isn't with the people though. Like, it's not really the people taking out being violent against each other. Like, sure, that happens, but no, it's what we were just discussing was how, at least historically, how major changes have happened, how revolutions have happened, like about taking over corrupt governments. Like that takes dying for. Like, you have to be willing to put your life on the line. That's not violence. That's the government that's using the violence against people. Like, when I when I was talking about the Boston Massacre, like, yeah, they might have thrown a few stones or something like that, but then they freaking all got shot in the fucking chest. Like, and it was just because an unruly group of people were pissed off. They'd had enough. They were standing up to the government.
do
Like,
you
it's the
do you think
violent
that
government,
America
not violent people.
do you think that America, or say the founding fathers, or whoever you want to put on a pedestal, do you think that they did the thing better than anyone else had ever done the thing?
The thing. That's
The good thing, right? The
the
good thing
deed.
that the founding fathers
Done the
did.
deed.
Yeah, did the deed, did the good deed, the good thing, right? Do you think they're the first people to have done the good thing?
Your question isn't one that, like,
Were
it's
they
not.
the ones who did the good thing the best? Is America
No, look,
setting
no government.
is America's foundation setting some sort of Guinness Book of World Records where they
Yeah,
said,
so far. Yeah, so
finally,
far.
someone created a country with a proper set of rules in the proper manner, who
It's not
set
that
out,
it's the. It's not that the best It's not it's the best that's possible, but
so
it's the
far is
best
all I
that.
said.
Yeah. It
So
appears that
you
it's
think
the best
so?
that's happened so far. That's why most of the world modeled their governments after it.
Okay. So the founding fathers of America did the good thing the best that anyone had
I
ever
see that
done so far.
the good thing of ruling the people. Like, no, I wouldn't call that the good thing. But
However you want to
as
describe
far
it.
as there being a government to try to give some kind of balance where, um,
Yeah,
as
the
an
good
attempt
thing.
anyway. Yeah, like they definitely attempted to create a government with checks and balances where the people were empowered and were free. It's the first time that ever happened. And
Okay, yeah,
Um,
that's all I'm asking. If you
yeah.
believe that, and it sounds like you do, and so don't you find it to be one of the weirdest concepts ever that in fucking 17 whatever 1600 what I fucking don't know when it was signed. Don't you find it strange that in the whole history of civilization, this was the first time someone like did it right?
No, well, look,
To the
yeah,
like
again, saying
what was so
right,
retarded about about something like
doing it
that?
right is not the same as being the best so far.
Sure, there is a difference, but is there like an extreme difference between what they did and everyone else with their kings and their fucking emperors and dictators and fucking bloodlines and shit like that? Because America did a lot of things different, as far as I was told. Some very obvious things, you know, that I was taught that no one ever did before. We're not just the greatest country on earth. We're the greatest country on earth by an extreme margin. Like, oh man, everyone else fucking sucks compared to America. They didn't fucking have any of this stuff. And that's why we were so successful and we fucking dominate the world and we're the most powerful thing ever in all of history and the most advanced and
Right.
successful endeavor
Well,
that's ever
okay,
been
let me say
had.
this. Let me say this. Like the founding of it was a beautiful thing, but with that success also came, the point where we got a little bit cocky with it, right? Like we all of a sudden we're so strong and so powerful. Like we're so everything was so plentiful and so good, like that we now started doing the things that we fled initially from. All of a sudden we tried to be, the new world's dominant force, power, whatever, and trying to
So, like,
get involved in things that we were never intended to initially. So like
I said it before, man.
we weren't supposed to get into entangled alliances. We weren't supposed to fight battles like in foreign lands. We were supposed to just
Yeah, yeah.
keep a like we it
The
didn't take
first thing I
very
said.
long, but it didn't take very long before we said fuck all that shit. We're powerful. Let's go fuck these guys up.
It was the very first thing I said on this theme of conversation, where it's like, yeah, we defeat our enemies and we set things straight, and then oh shit, we start slipping into the same,
Yeah,
things that
it
eventually,
didn't take long.
yeah, yeah, and so here's the thing. Like I said, I understand how to restart it. It's gonna happen. We're gonna hit rock bottom. We're gonna restart. We're gonna become our enemies. We're gonna fucking conquer our enemies, or someone else is gonna conquer us because now we're the enemy. Yada yada yada. And like one of my first questions was, so it all comes down. We know how to get things back on track. What we don't seem to have ever learned is how to maintain that
Keep
position.
it from getting out of control. Yeah, like
Yeah,
and that's something
exactly.
that's probably just inherent in mankind, honestly. Like so like
And
Geo
that
would disagree.
sounds like
Geo is
it's all
like
hopeless.
Geo always is like, no, I think people are just want to live in peace, and it's just not true. It doesn't take much of a even in small communities. There's always people who are just like, nah, I'm gonna fuck this shit up.
coming away with I'm coming away from this with a real sort of nihilistic lean. Not that I won't, not that that's really where my heart of hearts lies, but as far as someone who just listened to this conversation, like this has a real nihilistic sort of hopeless message to it
That's
in its
just I think that's the way
entirety.
I disagree, but that's if that's what you're taking out of it.
So there's some issues plaguing America. We're gonna fix them. What did you just tell me is gonna happen because we don't know how to maintain it? It's just gonna fucking pop up again,
Well,
and it's
yeah,
gonna get
yeah.
corrupted.
We're gonna.
You know what that is?
It's just
That's a nihilistic, vicious cycle where no matter
I don't
how
I,
hard you
I don't
try,
see how that's nihilism.
it'll always turn to shit eventually.
I don't see how that's nihilism.
It'll always turn to shit eventually.
I don't see how that's nihilism. 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 I don't see how that's nihilism.
Nihilism meaning your efforts are in vain, that there's no ultimate benefit to it, that you can resist, but resistance is ultimately temporary and futile. Things will turn to shit no matter how hard you try
Yeah,
to
but no, but it takes it
stop
takes
this roof from collapsing. It'll collapse.
it doesn't take zero effort. Like freedom isn't free. Like that's a you have to be able to. Let me put it this way. So like as far as like being
I
patriotic,
get the
like
maintenance. I get the
yeah,
maintenance, the
freedom
price
isn't
of
free.
maintaining
So
freedom. But we don't know how to do it, that you said.
no. I mean, I think people do know how. It's just that people do get
But they
lazy.
won't.
They rest on their laurels. Like right now, we're in probably the most lazy fucking state that the world has ever been in. And it's like bound to turn at some point, but people are very pacified. They're very lazy. They don't want to have to do anything. They're all just hoping that somebody else will fix it for them. And that's not the mentality that was in place when the revolution happened, right? Like people they had enough. They'd reach a breaking point, and um, like and then to keep your government in check, like means like for example, what I was gonna say, what I've said this many times before, like but people seem to not realize like being a patriot, like they, they typically think that being a patriot is just supporting your country, like in whatever they do. But it's really the opposite. It's a patriot in the United States. A patriot's job, it's literally his duty, is to question everything that the government does and to always uh, assume that that whatever they're doing is for the worst. Like you want to audit them in every way fucking possible. And when you see corruption, you put a stop to it right away before it gets out of control. That is your patriotic duty.
Yeah, and hopefully the patriot has a good head on his shoulders, but that's not a guarantee. Because the only person who's going to keep their government in check in a righteous manner is a righteous person to begin with. And so only a good person can keep, a very diligent good person can keep their government
Not
on the path of
necessarily. Not
righteousness.
necessarily. It just takes an
No,
untrusting person. It just takes somebody who doesn't trust government. Like
not
that's why the United States has such
not
a
at all.
history of that. We have such a history of just not trusting government. That's why that's why it was so good. Like and many people would argue that there's still many great qualities about it, but like yeah, that we still
There's
have a
always going to
large
be
a
opportunities.
large population of people who are just like ready. They're like like hey, like this shit's coming, but they want more. They want more of the masses, like. But when push comes to shove, eventually, like we've got a line of people who are going to do something about it, and it only takes a small part of the population to actually spark a revolution. Once it happens, then the rest of the lazy people, like they get on board.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem like this. Doesn't seem like the lesson will ever really be learned. Just the same mistake will be repeated, and
Yeah, most likely not. It won't be the same mistake. It'll be you'll learn from it. But it'll be another
in
mistake
principle.
that there will be another mistake made or another. Like let's say a revolution happened, and we did kind of just reset, uh, and actually start following the Constitution and getting rid of the frickin' lobbyists and the bribery and the frickin' wars in foreign lands, the entangled alliances, and so on and so forth. We set this back the way it was meant to be. You're also going to put into place new laws or new amendments to the Constitution or whatever that would try to whatever got fucked up. you're gonna write in some new shit and say like, in this case, here's what you do or whatever. Like, there'll be something new that happens given enough time. Yeah, give it another 200 years. Yeah, you're gonna fucking fall into another situation where where there is corruption. The power, the
Well,
as
shit.
people gain power, they'll take advantage of the weak, right? Like that's just
Yeah, there's
it's
going to be
just natural.
opportunities for
Yeah.
manipulation and taking. There always will be those opportunities, and opportunistic, evil people will seize them and gain great power from these opportunities that seemingly can't be avoided from happening. It's just
Well, I
always.
mean, maybe the only other option possibly would be never affording any fucking opportunity to anybody. But that
That's like
means being like
that's like a police surveillance
that
state.
means yeah, that means being a totalitarian ruler.
Right.
So
Right. And yeah, there's a price to pay for that too, and that I don't want, of course. Yeah, I mean, the answer is clear, isn't it? Right? The answer is clear. For the world to be the best, there has to be some sort of way to somehow stop focusing on the external world and start focusing on the root of the issue and tackling that, where there's a serious effort, like so freaking serious, on forget dealing with the problems of the external world. The root of it is always going to come from the internal world of individuals, who will then cause the
got to thinking,
problems.
like the way you use the word nihilistic, it's just the way that you took it. Like you're saying, so like nihilism, like well, if it's gonna repeat, then what's the point? It's not worth living. Da 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 da. Like I think that's just your take on it because you're looking for that utopia that you yourself know cannot exist. So like you shouldn't be viewing
Right.
it that way.
No, no, I can accept the harsh realities, and my dream is to get to that 80% utopia and 20% unavoidable dystopia, and
There's no
then
such
main.
thing. A utopia is an absolute. There is
No,
no
that's what
such thing as an 80% utopia.
you know what I'm saying though. Come on, you
No,
know what
I
I'm saying.
don't. No, I don't. There is no such thing. A utopia is an absolute.
Okay, what I'm talking about is that I could probably take a poll of all humans in the world and ask them to make a list of the 100 things that they wish most for. And then we can take an average of the 100 things that all people wish most for and say, I want to maintain that 80, 80, 80 dreams out of the 100 dreams that everyone wishes for are maintained and fulfilled. 80 out of 100 of the utmost, most important dreams that people at average hold in their hearts are made true.
Yeah,
80
but
of the
in doing
100
that,
dreams.
even if you did that, in doing that, you would be disenfranchising completely all of the dreams of at least 20% of the people.
Not 20%. Well, I guess maybe you could view it that way. Or you could say that 100% of the people have 80 out of their top 100 dreams fulfilled, and it's just a harsh reality and an inconvenient fact that no one will ever have it ever. And at most, the best world ever is where there
You're dreaming.
everyone is 80% fulfilled and 20% disappointed, unlike right now where the scales are tilted, very much in the other direction.
What you're describing sounds a little bit too close to uh, some type of a communist system.
Well, luckily I'm not in charge and I'm still thinking these things through with an open mind. But I really don't see the issue with saying, hey, how good can this world be? Well, it'll never be perfect in anyone's sense, and people have disagreements on what the best possible world is. So, like I said, being realistic, there is a sort of average that can be worked out amongst all humans alive. And if on average people had 80 of their top 100 ideals fulfilled, as the way the world works,
You're literally
I
you're
think
literally
that.
talking about just satisfying 51% of the people. Like
What do you mean
and even still,
51%?
dude,
I'm talking about
people
100% to an
people
80% degree.
no, you can't do that because everybody has different goals and different dreams and different like
If I
things that they
can't if I
want.
can't do that, what is possible?
You
Only
can't.
50% of people will be happy and 50% will be unhappy.
You might get 51-49. Yeah.
Well, here we go with that nihilism again. I mean,
Well,
that's kind of
for
gross.
shitting on. I'm
I
sorry
think
for
I think the
shitting on
world
your
could be a much better place than that.
communist idea for a utopia, but like it's not
I
gonna
didn't
happen.
mention any sort of governmental structure. I was only talking about
Look, when you're talking about
come on, man. I wasn't talking about a way that it could actually be achieved, or any system of regulations or regulations or government over, tyranny, anything like that. I'm only just stating the fact that okay, the world
communism
won't
doesn't
be
necessarily mean tyranny. Like I'm just saying, like
sure.
the community you're looking for, or actually, okay, like let's democracy. Like the United States is a constitutional republic, but democracy, like so, a republic is a full republic would be like the government, like representatives, whatever, like deciding for the people. If it's a democratic republic, whatever, then the people are voting for their representatives, but actually have no power in the popular vote. The representatives still decide. So, but a full-on democracy is literally like mob rule. 51% beats 49% every fucking time. So it's if
Sure.
it's and what you're describing is something like just trying to please the majority of the masses. So everybody
Not
gets
at
to
all.
vote. Everybody gets to vote, and as long as we can get the majority of people to say this is what I want, then the others who are left out of that, they have to live with it. They're not
Not at all what I
represented.
said.
No, that's literally what you're describing.
No, not at all. Because what you're talking about are a few seriously polarizing issues. You're right. There's gonna be out of 1,000 things that are even worth discussing that aren't common sense, things that actually require a vote. Some of those are gonna get split down the middle. But you know what? So many of the most important things that everyone holds true and desirable in their hearts, most of them, I'd say 80 at least percent of things, aren't going to be split down the middle. It's only like I said before, it's only 20% of all serious issues that will actually be polarizing to the degree of hold the complete opposite opinion of you. For the most part, people are gonna see eye to eye. That's the only reason the
Like,
world
yeah,
is even
I
still
agree with you
functioning
to a certain
right
extent.
now.
There, I agree with you to a certain extent on that point because, like,
So we can all
um,
be satisfied to 80%, and we can all be
you're
dissatisfied with the world to
just pulling out
20%.
arbitrary numbers. Like, we don't know what percentage it would be, but I would agree that
That's my best guess.
I would agree that for the most part, like especially talking like on Discord, like we talk to so many different people from different places and different, um, for the most part, like people are people, right? Like it's the governments that divide us, and with that division, they keep us focused on our differences when really we should be focusing on what the things that we have in common, and we have way more in common than we have differences.
That's
But
what I'm
like,
saying.
yeah, no, that's true. But okay, and also as just a side point, it almost sounds like you're trying to come up with like a world government, like not like a like a one world order or a new world order, like and
I
that's
think you could break it down into whatever small unit, like independent units, as you want, and it would still average out to the same degree.
yeah. People want clean water. They want
Yep.
they want access to food and they even the luxuries in life. Like they everybody wants to have better for their children than they have for themselves. But the
Yeah,
question that
we all
becomes is
want.
what does it mean? What does it mean to be better or have better? And like this is where all of a sudden things get tangled. Like everybody's
Sure.
ideas are different there.
Yeah, but I'd say that if you say, how do you want the world to be, like only to people who actually, and hopefully this would be everyone, but assuming everyone was, I don't know, given a pamphlet that really laid out the situation of the world, what we have access to, a description of our capabilities, the investments required to make certain things happen, yada yada. If everyone was taught a completely realistic understanding of how resources are acquired, what costs they have on the environment, how the transportation and the distribution of them are shared, and what kind of jobs require what kind of labor and sacrifice of time and health and yada yada yada, I'd say that we're all gonna pretty much agree at the end of the day that because all of us, I'd say, are pretty much the same. There's the population of sociopaths, there's the narcissists, there's the overly selfish people, there's the spoiled brats. Hopefully the education we provide them in the pamphlet would uh, deal with that to a certain degree, but obviously not completely. And at the end of the day, as long as there was an effort put towards giving everyone an understanding of what is can actually be understood, as long as they have their head on their shoulders and a functioning brain, we will all agree on about 80 or more percent. And I'd say no less than 80%. We'd all agree on
So you
80%
just
of
actually you
every.
just actually pointed out a really the thing about having a head on their shoulders and a functioning brain.
Yeah, I know that's an issue.
That's where the real struggle comes in. Is like
I know, and I said
the
before,
vast majority of people,
education, man.
in my opinion, do not have that, and it might not even matter what kind of
So that's
education
what so
and
that's what we tackle first.
no, a lot of people are just born where like just born stupid and will never amount to shit. It's just the way it
Well,
is.
let's put that to the test before we move on, I suppose. You know? I'm inclined to agree, but there's a part of me that says, well, we gotta give it the old, college try. Uh,
I'm just saying I don't know if we should be asking those people for their fucking vote on like what they want for the world.
well, not immediately after an effort has been put forth to give everyone some degree of understanding of what they are being asked questions about.
Okay, so yeah, you got to pass an IQ test to put in a vote. How are we doing this? And how do we not become?
This is tough, man. This is tough. There's some real fucking numbskulls out there. It is very tough, but I mean, this is, I mean, like the seven hermetic principles say, it starts out with the principle of mentality. All is mind. Thought comes first before action. It's like this is the root of the I think maybe you or someone else said this before. I mean, education is key. I definitely have a lot to learn. I've been talking out of my ass this entire night. You know, uh, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Not really. I'd like to have a better opinion, but who's going to provide me with the information so that I can review it? Who's even going to believe in me and think it's worthwhile to even share that information with me, even if they have it to share? You know, is it going to take the, side by side assistance of someone to really explain these things to me? Are they so complicated that they can't be clearly stated? Is that a whole different sort of issue? Is there just a metaphysical issue with the ability for humans to even absorb information clearly stated to them? I suppose it is. Even if the truth, as far as anyone could ever know, was clearly explained, do people even have the ability to comprehend and retain and understand the truth, even if it was delivered to them on a silver platter? We're also traumatized,
The
influenced by
fact that
experiences in this messy, fucking strange, traumatizing world. I wouldn't even guarantee, don't even support that idea.
I mean, some people are born with just unfortunately, it's just true. Like we're not all born equal. Like some people
Here's the
are
solution.
gifted. Some people are gifted with a better understanding, like a better ability to
Put a microchip in everyone's
take
brain,
in.
dude.
That's
We
dude.
put a
You freak me
we,
out, man. You
we
freak
put
me
we
the
put a
fuck out.
no, we it's very humanitarian.
No, it's not.
We provide a microchip into everyone's brain, and then we download or upload all truth as is known from all sides,
You,
opinions,
you
into their minds for them to evaluate on a personal level,
you should
and
really
then we
be
take our
attending.
vote.
You should really be attending Davos and joining like the World Economic Forum and shit. Like you're a transhumanist who wants a one world government. You're like perfect for them.
Well, there is no issue really with a one world government. It's it's just that everything in life is a double-edged blade or sword, right? A one world government could be an amazing thing or a horrible thing, and I would bet on it being a horrible thing, you know, uh, as it actually plays out. Yeah, I would put my chips on it not turning out for the best. But that is exactly the thing that would have the largest positive impact on it. Just like it's very simple to understand. If there's a kingdom who's ruled by a king and his command is always followed through, or his will comes to be, well, if he's someone who's the smartest guy ever who loves everyone, then his kingdom is going to be the fucking best place ever in the world. If he's a selfish, inconsiderate king, it's going to be a horrible place. And
Yeah,
there
but
is
does
no
this king
argument
put
against that.
microchips? Does this king put microchips in all of his people to monitor them?
Yeah, but he's a really good dude who won't spy
He's a
on you
good
when you're
dude who
fucking
wants to
in the
monitor you
bathroom or
all the
whatever.
time.
Yeah, but he'll be chill about it, right? He's not gonna invade your privacy. He's just gonna do it when absolutely necessary for the betterment of all of the kingdom, which hopefully is never. Just trust me, man. Just take the microchip. I swear I'll treat you good. Just let me violate you this one time, and give me the skeleton key to every door in your house, and I'll never rob you. I'll never sneak into your house if you give me the key. No, I got you, man. We're dealing with people here.
Oh, the chip is for anybody who wants to chip anybody. It's because they're paranoid. They want to surveil and watch the people so that they
I
can
was
see
only
what's coming to them.
I was only mentioning the chip in the sense of being able to provide people information like psychically, like you know what I mean? Like it's
You
so
read their
hard.
thoughts, know what they're intending
No,
to
no,
do. Yeah.
no. Just provide them with information like a pamphlet, but less,
You could
less
just hand
dependent
out
on
a
their
fucking
ability.
pamphlet without being so invasive.
No, I mean, but you see, there's this whole issue of communicating information from one person to another. There's always going to be
Dude,
this like medium.
you want a hive mind telepathy thing going on?
Only one directional, right? Like it'd be really great, if
Weird.
everyone it'd be really great if everyone was able to be given everyone else's opinions that were voluntarily shared in a way that is directly understood and communicated, rather than, oh well, you're going to have to spend 10 hours reading this book and listening to this guy's lecture, and hopefully you retain the message that he's trying to convey, but of course as it's being delivered verbally or in written form or whatever, there's always going to be a loss in translation. You're never going to fully grasp the point they're trying to make in all of its nuance and detail. And I'm just saying that's the only reason I was bringing up the microchip or whatever. It's
Yeah,
just,
that's a
man,
terrible idea. It's a terrible fucking idea.
I mean, it sure would be nice if everyone understood each other.
No, it would be way better without it.
You want to misunderstand people? You want
Yes.
someone to talk to you and try to express themselves and their deepest thoughts to you, and you'd be happier not knowing what they're trying to say versus understanding their
I
point?
would rather that person
That
build
doesn't
their
make any sense.
vocabulary, and I would rather that person look.
Oh, well,
I like being human. I like being human. I don't want to be a fucking machine, because what you're describing is something that turns everybody into a machine,
so
essentially.
so you so you like wasting your time with me
Yeah,
too
no,
then. It's like
look, part of being
something
human
old.
is being imperfect and not and nuance
You like wasting time.
and dude, we've got
It's a
nothing but
necessary
time.
evil then.
We got nothing but time, man. Fucking
I mean, we got it, but then at some point we won't. And you gotta pick and choose what you
there's a
dedicate your
certain amount
time
of
to.
beauty. There's a
And
certain amount of beauty in having a good vocabulary to be able to express yourself to another person in a way that they can understand, to becoming educated to be able to understand the other person. Um, there's a to reading into poetry and song lyrics, and you like knowing
how
how
am I
when things
doing
are
tonight?
figurative, knowing when things are using figurative things to try to, what's the word, parabole? I don't know, that might fit in also, but like, dude, there's an art
Parable.
to this stuff. Yeah, there's an art to this stuff, and like,
Okay, so
it's
you're
what
romantic.
dude. I don't want to fucking dude. I would much rather. I wouldn't consider myself a romantic, but if the other option is becoming a computer, yeah, I'm fucking a romantic.
So I'm just saying, uh, if you had the choice to have an audiobook played to you while you're asleep, and
I
you were
don't.
able to
I'd rather read a book.
absorb the entire
Yeah.
story, you'd rather spend your waking daytime reading it with your eyeballs than absorbing it while you were asleep.
Yeah, especially if you're talking about having all this free time where only 10% of people are working. What are you going to do with your fucking time?
I don't know, something productive for everyone, or something,
Dude, you could
or
read a book. You could read a book or
something
read
more,
some poetry.
something more enjoyable than just staring at a
Bro,
piece of
oh,
paper.
dude, everybody's gonna just sit in front of a fucking TV playing video games, becoming fat and unhealthy, lazy and fucking retarded. That's what's gonna happen with this shit.
That's kind of pessimistic, honestly. It's a little one-sided.
dude. Look around you. Look at the
Where'd all
people
the
around you.
optimism go, dude? Where'd all your optimism go, man?
Optimism. I don't have any when it comes to using
Oh shit,
technology to
here.
run the world. Like, no, I personally like. I'm kind of becoming a luddite like these days. Like I said, with the rise of technology comes the fall of society. Like this is why possibly we did have all of the great technology that long in the past, but that's probably what actually caused the Dark Ages or something like it. That's
Do
probably
you
what
hate
caused society
technology?
to become. Um, I hate what it does to people. Like technology can be
Well,
useful,
then there's a
but
right and a wrong way to use it.
with it, it makes lazy, dumb people. It makes us forget how to do the things that make us human.
That is so one-sided, dude. You can invent an invention that doesn't take anything away from anyone else. That's just has a positive impact on a person's life that takes nothing away, only benefits. Like, what's so wrong about the fucking like plow instead of dig?
No.
What
Okay, technology is
what's
too
wrong? What's
broad of a
wrong
term.
about a
So like,
hammer?
no, having a plow is good,
What's
but
wrong
it
with
still
a
took
hammer? The hammer is evil now.
a hammer. I wouldn't call a hammer technology. I mean, fucking
Oh,
monkeys
it
use
sure
rocks.
is, dude. A hammer is absolutely
Monkeys
technology.
monkeys use rocks to fucking pound shit. It doesn't make it a
Yeah,
fucking.
and yeah, the rocks are the primitive hammer, and then we invent something more technologically advanced to accomplish the same goal, and we call it a hammer. It's an
Look,
upgrade in
look,
technology.
look. When I'm talking about technology, I'm not
Hey,
talking
how
about.
about a
I'm not
calculator?
talking
You
about
hate
plows. I'm
calculators?
not talking about plows and hammers. What I'm talking about
What
is
about a
more
calculator?
specifically. Dude, what I'm talking more specifically about is things, the modern technology, especially since the internet and where we've gotten like internet technology and now going into AI and stuff like that. I think this stuff is going to destroy us.
I think there's a line that can be crossed, and I think that there's enough fucking dumb people in positions of power that will ignorantly cross that line. But I would say everything's good until it isn't. And I would say that technology can advance and can be a wonderful thing all the way to 99.999% until it crosses a very specific line. And there's more, and of course, the more
All you have to do,
technology, the more
all you have to do is go
opportunities
back
there
to
are
like
for
the Civil
misuse.
War.
But then at that point, before the line is crossed, that's where it just involves self responsibility and self restraint and self control. And at that point, I put it on you and myself and everyone else. There is a point of no return, but until you cross the point of no return, then the responsibility is on you to use the hammer to build a house instead of bash a skull in.
Um, just go back to like Civil War time. It's not that long ago. I mean, it's not like yesterday or anything, but um, these people who were soldiers with their letters from home, they wrote beautifully. Their vocabulary was stunning. Their penmanship was stunning. They were uh they were scholars, poets, soldiers, farmers, builders, all of these things all at once. They knew they had they these people were masters of their domain, so to speak. They jacks of, like, not just a jack of all trades, but like good at it for so
Also
many things.
lacking nutrition in their diet.
Lacking
They're
nutrition in
also
their
they're
diet.
also they're also dying of preventable diseases. You know. Oh look, technology here to make their lives better. Reject it or accept it.
Do you think we're not dying of diseases now, or preventable disease? Do you think that our so-called modern, like, technology when it comes to pharmaceuticals and um, all this stuff, do you think it's really helping? Do you think vaccines
I'll
work?
give you
Do you think
I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example. Some girl I heard a story from today said that she fucking made a mistake, fucking, I don't know, crashed on her skateboard, got some brain trauma, and some fucking aortic whatever blood vessel artery something just fucking experienced a trauma. She was having blood flow restricted, and they actually sent some sort of fucking crazy stent to like support it, and they didn't actually carve into her skull. They actually sent some fucking crazy shit into her not even her thigh, her calf. They sent this fucking weird, probe worm, thing up through the veins starting in her leg all the way up, navigating to her brain to implement some stent that would give support to her fucking blood flow in her head. And it's like, I'm not going to turn that down, die next week, or accept the advances in technology that we've come to harness. Yeah, I'll fucking take the rest of my life, please.
You're basically straw manning me. My argument was that we were way better off.
No, I'm not strawmanning you.
Yeah,
That
you
was the
are.
topic of converse. No, that was the
No,
topic
no,
of
no.
conversation. You took it to vaccines. You took it to the negative side, which
No,
I am
I
in
was
full agreement with you.
my point was in that we were better off as people, as human beings, before all this
I'm way
stuff came
better
to
off
be.
with today's technology in that context. And then there's way it's been fucking mishandled and hijacked and misled and abused and
Dude, just because
used as
look,
a tool. And
if one girl would have died because of her skateboard accident, it would have had a very minimal impact on like the world. But if
you're not going
people
to tell me
become
how minimal, say that girl is me. You're not going to tell me how minimal of an impact my death or life has on the world, because you don't know the potential that I may have within myself, to
I'm
do
starting to get
great
a good
things in the
idea.
future. All right, well, treat my life, treat her life as insignificant. Go ahead. That's a pretty dark approach.
What I'm saying is, men as a whole, or humanity as a whole, we were more rounded. We were more responsible. We were more mature. We were more educated, more scholarly. Like we understood things much better. In fact, people back then, pretty sure they all knew the world was flat. Like, um, the fucking this stuff hasn't really done that much good for us. It's been more of a life of luxury.
Yeah, but it could have done great things, and it still can. The technology we have developed isn't being properly used. But that goes right back to, oh, someone invented a fucking hammer. Oh man, it seems like everyone's using them to fucking attack each other. Why are you
Nobody
doing that?
ever invented
It's
a
better
hammer.
use.
It's literally just a blunt object to pound things. Nobody ever invented a hammer. Like you might have,
Actually, there's many
uh,
advancements in the dynamics and the shape of a hammer
yeah, you
when it
can.
comes to
It's not. That's
its
not an invention.
counterbalance of
That's not an
weights,
invention. That's
the
not an
the
invention.
material science of the handle to
It's not an
reduce
invention.
trauma to your hand when using it.
That's not
I
an
mean, yeah,
invention.
dude, it is so much of an invention and so more advanced than you realize.
It's
The
an
ergon
advancement. I'll give you
the
advancement, not an invention.
ergonomics, the material science. Today's hammer is a very sophisticated tool. It may seem simple to you, but there have been many improvements in its design, in
It's
its
not an invention.
material science, out of what it's being used to, the different alloys, all sorts of things. Man, don't underestimate the simple hammer. It is very complicated.
The
As it,
invention is as a blunt object to pound things. Like whether you're using a rock or a rock tied to a stick is not an invention either. Okay, like it's still just a
sure
rock,
is.
a blunt object for pounding things. No, it's an advancement, but not an invention. Like the idea is still the same. Using something to pound something in. Like it's
Yeah, it all starts out with your hand. Go ahead and try to build a house smacking the nails in with your fucking bare palm. You're gonna say, "Man, I wish someone would invent a hammer, so I don't have to smack these nails in with my bare hands."
Like I said, monkeys figured that out. Did monkeys invent the hammer then?
Do monkeys create alloys to prevent dulling on saws that cut down trees to provide lumber for log cabins? No, they don't.
Using different materials to make a better hammer doesn't make the hammer an invention.
It sure does.
So every time I make something better, it's another invention. Like I have a table here. If I make a
Yeah,
table
it's innovation.
that's an innovation is not an invention.
They're tied at the hip, man. I mean, don't you see the similarity in the words innovation and invention?
Yeah, they have the same prefix essentially, but it doesn't make it the same thing.
Well, yeah, but they're inextricably related. Every time every time an innovation occurs, when dealing with an object, an innovation in reference to an object,
All right.
that's a new invention.
So let's see. What's an example here? If I've got a
Shoes.
I've got a lighter. Sure, but I've got shoes. Shoes might be a good example. Yeah. Let's go with I've got shoes. And I choose to make one with a softer heel using a different material. Is that an invention?
Well, if someone's tying some thick tree leaves, some banana leaves, with some vines around their foot to walk across hot materials or run faster, jump higher, play harder, and then someone says, "Hey, look over here, there's a rubber tree. Why don't we improve this tool that we wrap around our foot for a certain purpose?" Yeah, that new rendition, that new version,
if you called
that's an
wrapping leaves,
invention.
if you call, look, the invention was when somebody
Okay,
decided
fur.
to put something over their feet. Okay, that was the invention. When you changed it to rubber, it didn't make it a new invention. It was an
Yeah, you
advancement in
invented the
material.
rubber-soled shoe. You when you stop using animal skins to build your shoes, and you harness the rubber tree sap or whatever to build a rubber-soled shoe,
So if I take moccasins,
you
I have
invented the
moccasins.
rubber-soled shoe.
Yeah, I'm an Indian and I've got moccasins, and somebody shows me rubber, and they put rubber on the bottom of my moccasin. That's a new invention. The
Would you consider a tire, a car tire with a rim and the rubber? Would you say someone invented the car tire? Because a wheel already existed.
no.
Say-
Well, if you the wheel, no, it's just an advancement in the wheel. It's not a new invention.
So no one invented the tire. The tire was never invented.
No, it's an
What a
advancement in the
weird choice
materials
of
used.
words, man.
It's an
What a
advancement in the
weird
materials used for
semantic
a
approach
wheel.
you're taking. This is really strange, dude. You're taking a really strange semantic
Oh,
approach
you're
to
the
this.
one being strange on pretty much every
No, no,
topic
no.
here tonight.
No, someone invented the car tire. I have no problem dying on this hill. Car tires didn't exist, and someone invented the car tire. Someone also invented the car. Oh, well, you could walk. It's just a form of transportation. Oh, you could ride a horse. A
No,
chariot
see,
is
even when it
just an
comes to a car,
improvement
when it
on the
comes to a
horse.
car versus a chariot or whatever, it would the innovation would be the invention would be with the internal combustion engine. Okay, somebody invented the internal combustion engine, which created the automobile or the car as we know it. Okay, but having a vehicle with wheels that carts you from place to place, that had been done.
Man, this is crazy. It's like you're you're saying things like one source of power to fuel your machine is the combustion engine, and then I invent a battery that can perform the same utility, but you didn't invent the battery. That's just a different type of motor. It's like, no, that's a
Oh,
it serves the same
look,
purpose, but it's very different. It's an
battery
innovation.
was invented a long time ago, like long
Yeah,
before
and they were
the combustion engine.
and there
But
and
these
there
are,
were
I'm talking
solid
about
wooden there were
individual
solid wooden
components.
wheels, and then
All these different
someone
components come
invented
together.
the inflatable tire. There were wooden wheels, maybe even stone wheels, who knows? And then someone invented the inflatable rubber tire. That is not just a adaptation or
Okay, if you're going to be
that is an
specific like that, then
it's an
I might give
invention.
that to you. Yeah, but when it comes to wheels or when it comes to rubber on wheels, like that's not an invention. If you just had a wheel and you decided to put rubber on it, you didn't invent a wheel.
You
You invented
invented the
the
rubber wheel,
you no.
especially if it's inflatable. I mean, that's a whole different creature. It's. I mean, did someone invent a book? Did someone invent the printing press? Well, that's just an innovation on
No,
handwriting.
the printing press definitely was an invention.
Every
The book.
everything we make that's based upon a previous invention is a new invention.
No, if it was it can only be invented once, and after that, it's just you can't reinvent something. It's been invented once, and then after that, you are borrowing off of somebody else's idea.
So what's in your opinion, what's an example of the first invention of anything?
Why would I know the first invention of anything? You say an example of any individual thing you're saying, like not like the first invention ever. Like they say, like the
Of any
wheels.
sort.
Yeah, like I don't. This is just so simple. I don't even know how to answer it. All right, so like the first person to create a vessel for putting water in, for carrying water, that would be an invention. They invented the the bucket. Like the first person to make a bucket made a bucket. Now you can make a better bucket. It doesn't mean that you invented another bucket.
Listen, man, that's just an adaptation of the mouth. You can put water in your mouth and store it for later. You're carrying around the water. Your bucket is just a new take on the mouth. Or your hands. Your hands could carry water. You're just replacing your hands with something. You didn't invent the bucket. You're just carrying water in a bucket instead of your hands. Your hands were the first bucket. You see how ridiculous this take is? No, the bucket was an invention. It isn't just an adaptation of the
Yeah.
hands. It's
So
ridiculous, dude.
when Rubber made a rubber bucket, they invented the bucket.
They invented the rubber bucket.
No, it's just the bucket was an
When the
invention.
stainless steel bucket was
The
made,
rubber
someone
bucket was not
invented
an
the stainless
invention.
steel bucket. When someone invented the tennis shoe, or when someone invented Velcro straps for shoes, that wasn't just a different version of laces. They invented a whole new way of tying your shoes.
They didn't invent Velcro shoes. They invented Velcro.
Oh, well, Velcro is just another take on, you know, the fucking sticky things in the tall grass that
Oh
you walk through.
no, uh, sticky things for the barbs on like burrs.
Yeah,
And
man,
for
that is the
was
inspiration
inspired
behind it. That's
for
weird.
hook and loop.
Yeah, apparently it was inspired by that as far as the story I was told. Oh, how does this work? They invented Velcro,
Well, there's a difference
but that
between
wasn't an
something being
invention.
natural. the difference between something being natural and man-made. You can be inspired by something natural and make the first thing that man has made, and that's an invention. An invention has to be man-made.
Yeah, that seems fair. Inventions are man-made. Yeah, that's definitely fair. So what do you think is who invented the domicile? The first person to, I don't know, stack things
To make a hut.
together to hide underneath?
I have no idea. That would have been so prehistoric. Like, how would I fucking know?
Sure.
That's something that's necessitated. Like necessity is the mother of invention, as they say, right? Like, so in order to survive, people would have had to found ways to hide from the elements.
Yeah.
And
Some guy, some guy's over here, and there's these like giant, humongous tropical leaves, right? And maybe some vines, maybe some fibrous things, and he sets up the shelter using leaves and vines, and he's like, "Ha!" Not that he'd say this. I am the inventor of the house, the first person to do this. And then some dude over here, he carves some blocks of ice, or makes some snowballs and builds. We'd call it an igloo, but that's not fair. All he's doing is making a house out of his surroundings. He says, "No, I am the one who invented the house." So here's, to my point, it's like, oh, well, it's kind of silly to say that there was one person who invented the house. Uh, even if someone, was nomadic and went from a tropical
well,
place building with tree leaves or whatever,
fine.
and
You're
lumber or
saying
whatever.
on the opposed side of that, then you could say that every architect who's ever designed a unique fucking building is an inventor. Like,
Sure, not a problem.
so all right, but I would just have to disagree with that. The house
Did
was
he
invented
invent?
by the house was invented long before we could ever pinpoint as far as that goes. Like, just as far as just a place to live in, to escape from the elements of the outside. Like, whether it's a teepee or an igloo or a fucking wigwam or a freaking mud hut, whatever they fucking made the shit out of, it's all the same thing. That was invented, I suppose, by somebody, like, theoretically, but it was probably individually thought of by many people. It doesn't make them all inventors. I mean,
They're
an
all
invention.
houses, man. They're all houses. Someone invented the first ice house. Someone invented the first lumber house. Someone invented the first brick house. Someone invented the first, whatever house.
I can just take your house and just like add a lean-to to the side, and now I'm an inventor.
No, yeah, if I build myself a house, I am the inventor of that house. I'm not inventing the first house ever, but I am
No,
but this house I built is a first of its kind. There's nothing just like it.
whatever, dude. Anyway, I think I've had enough fundy for tonight. Have a good one.
I've had enough of myself as well. You too, man.
You know, B Brick is a dope, right? Because I mean, Jeremy, I think you're there. So,
What's up?
yeah. Well, B-Ball asked me if you could draw a circle on a sphere. And I said, no, you can't, because you need a straight line radius. So then he brings up non-Euclidean geometry. And it's like, you could do anything with non-Euclidean. So now it's like, well, you were wrong about drawing circles on spheres because there's non-Euclidean geometry. It's like,
Bro, you can draw a
dude,
circle on a sphere, bro.
you can't.
Yeah, you can.
Nah, dude. You could
You
draw
got you
something.
got
What?
a basketball at home?
Well, you could draw something resembling a circle, but it wouldn't be a true circle because a circle is 2D. You need a straight line radius for a circle.
You can
You
have
could
a
draw.
you can get a straight line radius on a sphere.
No,
Dude,
you could do it
that
in
whole
the.
spherical geometry thing's bullshit, dude. You can draw a circle on a sphere. Get a
No.
basketball. Bro, go get a
Dude,
basketball.
no, hold up. You could do it from the
I'll show you
inside.
how.
Yeah, from the inside of the sphere. You can't draw a straight line on a sphere. Do it from the inside.
Yeah, but you don't need a straight line. Dude, you don't need a straight line to draw a circle, first off.
Yeah, you need a
But
radius.
no, to make the circle, you don't need it. You don't need a straight line. There's no straight lines in a circle.
No, you need a radius though, right? And that's a
You
straight
don't
line.
need one to draw a circle. Okay, you don't need it to draw the circle, though.
Yeah, you do, man.
You draw a radius line every time you draw a circle? Come on, dude.
No, but it's like with your compass, it's a straight line from the point that's stuck on the paper to the pen. That's a straight line. That's a radius.
So
And
you
then
got
you
basketball
rotate,
at home?
dude. I know what you're saying, right? But you like in Euclidean geometry, you can't draw a circle on a sphere.
Bro, don't get too caught up in the types of geometry and stuff. You can either
Yeah,
do something or you can't.
yeah, you can't.
You can though.
It's just a matter of perspective. Like me, I would say you can from the inside of the sphere, but like a true geometric circle cannot be drawn on a sphere because I just
Why?
found this out
Why
because
can't you draw it on the sphere though? I don't. Because you can't have a radius. You can though. I'll stick a ice pick through the fucking sphere or whatever, drill a hole, and we'll have a radius.
yeah, but a radius is a straight line.
Yeah, it'll be a straight line because I'm gonna drill a fucking hole right through the sphere. I don't care if you do it on a bowling ball.
Yeah,
We'll have your
through.
straight radius.
Yeah, through the sphere. So
Yeah,
yeah,
we'll have your straight radius on the surface now. Or sorry, we'll
no,
have your. Well, sorry, no, sorry, I misspoke. We'll have your straight line radius with your circle that's on the sphere, bro.
no, you can make one from the inside and then have that come out, and then it would be on it, right? Technically, but you can't do it from the surface of the
You
sphere.
can draw
Is what
your
I'm saying.
circle on your surface. Yeah, you can draw your circle on your surface, and then you can draw your. If you really need to have a radius, which you don't, to draw the circle. If you really need to have your radius for the circle, you can just drill a hole or whatever. You don't even really need a radius to draw the circle. So
Did you know in non-Euclidean geometry, all circles on the surface of a sphere are the same size?
That's not true.
Yeah, it is true, dude.
No, it ain't. It's ridiculous, bro.
It is ridiculous, but
It's
that's
not true. No, it's ridiculous because it's not true. I can show
Dude,
you that. I can show you that it's not true.
dude, you're showing
Yeah.
me Euclidean, okay? But in
I can show you two
non-Euclidean,
different sized circles on the surface of the sphere.
yeah, because you got to draw them from the inside.
No, on the outside, on the surface.
Yeah, because you're
Bro,
coming
who you
from.
been hanging out with telling you this stuff?
No, dude, do you know what a circle is?
Yeah.
Okay, tell me.
It has an equal distance from the center point.
Yeah, that's a straight line.
Every point on the circle is an equal distance from the center point, yeah.
Yeah, that's a straight line.
What's it straight? There's no straight lines in a circle.
The radius is straight.
Yeah, but that's not part of the circle itself has no straight lines.
The circumference. Yeah, that's
the
not
circle.
straight.
The circle. It's the line around the outside of this.
Maybe he needs to define it. He just asked you for the definition. You gave him the definition. And he says it's got a straight line in it. That's great.
There's no straight line in it. I mean, you could put a radius if you want. You don't have to have a radius for a circle, and you could put all different size circles on a sphere. Bro, go get a ring. Go get a ring, a bracelet, and a I don't know, some other circular thing, and then just set them on a basketball. You could probably trace them or something. You have all different size circles, different sizes on the surface of the sphere.
I don't know, dude. I don't think I'm gonna get it through to you.
You're all gassed up with that spherical geometry bullshit. Is what's going on?
No, I'm not gassed up. I'm telling you. It says right here. I asked Chat GPT, can you draw a circle on a sphere in Euclidean geometry? No, it's not possible. In non-Euclidean,
That's what your problem is. No, I figured out what your problem is, bro. You're worried about all different types of geometry. You're not worried about what you can do in reality.
Yeah, in reality,
you can draw a circle on a sphere.
I don't think you get it though.
I mean, that's where you're all caught up in like these different types of geometries and shit, bro. I don't know. You can do it. You can do it in reality. So
I don't think you get what I'm talking about though.
No, I got it, bro. I'm up to speed on all this spherical Euclidean geometry shit, but
So Jerry, if you had a ball,
yeah,
and then you had a ring that was small, that was smaller than the circumference of the ball, and then you rested the ring on top of the ball, is that like drawing a circle on top of a sphere, or no?
I can't explain it.
There's differences involved.
All I know is that a circle is 2D and a sphere is 3D.
So is a ring?
You could draw anything on anything.
Is a ring ostensibly 2D?
A ring is 3D.
Okay. What if I have a very, very thin wire? What if it was made of just a human hair? Let's say
it doesn't. It's still 3D.
So that difference in definition is going to stop you from going any further there, I guess.
Now you could do it, but like
you can practically do it, is what I'm suggesting.
Yeah, but like describing it geometrically, you'd have to reference it from the center of the sphere. You wouldn't be
I
able
mean,
to do
is
it
that there are
from
many.
the surface.
There's like many precision, like ball joint mechanical pieces that have to be reliable. That are they're built on this principle I just suggested. So, is
Yeah.
that good enough, or do we need it to all be considered one dimensional in order for this to prove out to you?
Well, I'm saying if you wanted to represent that like geometrically on like a piece of paper, you'd have to talk about it from the inside of the sphere. You get what I'm saying? Because that would make it 3D.
I'll go with no.
Okay, well, you can't do it from the surface, is what I'm saying, because for a circle on a surface has to be 2D.
Bro, there's no 2D surfaces anywhere, so you can never draw a circle anywhere. But you said the surface has to be 2D?
Well, a circle is 2D, yeah.
Well, if you drew a circle on a piece of paper, it would essentially be in 3D because there's topography to the paper.
Yeah, 2D circles don't even exist, so. You're all caught up in this geometry thing, Jerry. Which, I mean, it's good to know the geometry, but I don't know.
He's right. How are you going to draw a circle on a sphere?
See? Told you.
You get like a ring or a gold bracelet or something. Get yourself a sphere and trace it out. You have
Nah,
this nice
not
circle.
a circle. Nah, not on a
Why
sphere.
not? Why is it not a circle?
You can't have a circle on a sphere, dude. Period.
Why is it? Is it okay? Do you have a circular ring or a bracelet or something?
You can put it on there, sure.
Yeah, and then
Not
you
a
could draw it
circle,
right
though.
on it.
No,
It's
not on the
if the
sphere.
bracelet's,
Nope.
if the bracelet's a circle and it's a sphere and it fits on the sphere, then by definition it's got to be both of them are circles. If it rests on the sphere,
It's technically not a circle. Drawing a circle on a sphere is technically not done. It's not a circle. It needs a radius, a straight line. You
okay.
can't have a radius straight line on a curved surface.
Let's
Sorry,
say
guys. I mean,
let's say you have a
simple.
perfectly. All right, SC. Let's say you have a perfectly circular orange. It's the first of its kind. It measures perfectly circular, and then you take a slice. You don't, not like you're going to eat it. You have to measure this because it's scientifically an orange, and you're going to take a knife and then slice off a nub of that orange, right, at a 90-degree angle to it, right. You're going to square it up, and then you're going to get a circle. A little circle will be removed from the orange, and you'll have like a little circle in it. And maybe you could eat that or squeeze it into some soda or something. But you see what I'm saying? Like, if you just take that planer, you're left with two circles.
Yeah,
You
you're
wouldn't
talking
be
about cutting the orange in half, right?
I don't want to cut it all the way in half, but
Yeah, but you're still cutting it, bro.
yeah, exactly. But I'm saying if I take that planar slice, then I'm left with two circles. So that means that there are circles.
Yeah, but you cut the sphere in half, bro.
I can mark it with my ring, and then I just cut it, and then I prove to you that at some point I can get down to is fine enough. I mean, even the cut is going to be imperfect, right? But whatever.
Yeah, but
How
that's
do you
what we're saying. It's an imperfect. You know, a circle is a circle. I mean, you need a radius. It has to be flat. No, I don't know. I mean,
how would you measure the area of a circle on a sphere?
yeah.
Because you
That's a
need
different
pi.
question.
Yeah, you need pi r squared. R
No,
is a
well, you
straight
can't really
line.
use that because you're only measuring a portion of a total. So I don't even know
And this is
if
why
I
you
would
can't do it.
approach it using pi, to be honest.
Yeah, pi goes out the window. It's just it's something that resembles a circle, but it's not a circle because you can't measure it because you don't have a straight radius.
Yeah. Have you put it this way? Have you ever seen a circle that doesn't have a straight radius ever, or a diameter ever?
Dude, normally circles you don't even see the radius. You just see a circle.
Yeah, but each circle has a radius, right?
Yeah, and
I
if you
mean,
draw it
that's
on a sphere, if you draw a circle on a sphere, the radius is there. You just gotta go through the center.
nah,
Yeah,
it doesn't work like
yeah,
that, bro.
yeah. He's right. You got to go inside of the
In this,
sphere.
yeah. Well, if you go in, yeah. I mean, that's not
Yeah,
on. It's in.
that's
No,
how
the
you
Why
do it.
circle's
confuse by
on.
outer
Hold on.
diameter?
The circle's on it. You don't need a radius to you don't need to draw the radius to draw a circle.
Well, how do you measure the area of a circle?
Bro, you don't need to measure the area of it either. You can just draw a circle.
Well, then what makes it a circle?
You guys are trying to do wild extra shit.
No, what
I don't know why.
what makes it a circle, man?
The fact that it's equidistant from the center point.
Yeah, and that center is on the inside of the sphere.
And a
It can't
straight line.
be, yeah, it can't be on the outside because that's an arc.
It doesn't matter, dude. It doesn't matter where the point is. I'm telling you, bro. You got a ring or a bracelet or something. You put it on a sphere, and you trace it out. You now got a circle. It's really that simple, dude. Like this is kind of silly.
It's not a real circle.
It's a real circle, bro.
Yeah,
No,
it
it's
is.
like saying that
No, there's no mechanical tolerance for circle. Other, you know what I mean? It just has to be equidistant from a center point.
yeah, and that center is on the inside of the sphere. That's how you would measure the area of that circle because it's pi
Jeremy,
r squared.
Why would
Jeremy,
you
how
measure it
long?
on the inside?
How long has it been since you've been to Bev's, Jeremy?
Listen, if
You,
I
you need
haven't,
you need to pay a visit, bro.
I understand all the geometry. I understand what you guys are saying, but you don't need all this stuff you're saying to just draw it on the surface of the sphere. If I have an orange and I take a bracelet or whatever. So I have a grapefruit and I have a bracelet. I put the bracelet on a grapefruit. The bracelet's a circle. I trace the bracelet out on the surface of the grapefruit. Right, and I have a circle on a sphere. If you cut the part I traced out, the actual line, and put it on a paper or something, you could do your radius, your area, all that shit.
Well, this is like when people say, "Oh, just draw a straight line on a piece of paper and then bend the paper."
Like the radius and area are shit and shit. They're all there. Just because you can't figure it out or do it doesn't mean it's not a circle still.
Can you draw different size circles on your sphere?
Hey, bigger bracelets, bigger, smaller
Yeah,
bracelets.
it's just stepped up or stepped down rings.
And I think
Like
we
if you
have
were to
a communication problem here.
no, just like think about it. If you were just to construct like a sphere made of rings itself, so that the center is the widest equator ring, and then you take a smaller ring and keep stacking these until you get you could have a ball if you wanted to, or you could have a weird funnel, weird fucking shape, whatever. But you can understand that each one of these is mechanically tolerant. They're, so individually they'll work. I don't see the problem with it.
I don't know the definition of a circle. I mean, I guess you can do what you're saying, and you'll have what is it, a circumference? I guess all your circles will be equal around your ball, your sphere, but technically, it's really not a circle, man. I mean, because it's on a surface
It's a
of a
bracelet's
sphere,
definition of this of a
and you
circle.
don't have a radius, right? So I don't know. It's I don't know, man.
I
I
see
don't
where you're
even.
coming from.
Yeah, but it's not a sphere that they have anyway.
That whole 2D shit is bullshit. First of all, it's not even 2D. and you can always go through it. Like we live in a 3D world, so you can always get that radius if you really wanted to on whatever sphere. Give me a sphere, I'll put a circle on it and draw and fucking make a straight line radius going through it. Spheres
How
are
are you going to go through it?
Through the circle.
I get a fucking drill. Yes, you gotta get a radius of your circle. I'll drill a hole through it, whatever it takes.
Yeah, you got to go inside of the sphere. Can't do
That's
it
for
from
the
the outside.
radius. That's fine. Yes, for the radius, not for the circle itself, though.
Right. That's what I
You
mean.
don't have, but the circle is still there, though, nonetheless.
It's not a circle unless you measure it to be one. You can't do that without a radius.
No, I don't know about that.
A circle is just like going to be radial from a point. So it's just expanding the point. So you just need a point size, and then you effectively have circle.
Like I've already measured the circle before I even put it on the sphere, right?
Like
We've got the
a
ring.
point is a circle, right? Infinitely small circle, right? It's equidistant. It's not square shaped. It's not a
You're saying if
pixel.
you just touch a
Theoretically, right? A point
touch a
is
magic marker to a sphere,
yeah, right. Yeah, if you just touch a magic marker to a sphere, you've done that.
your radius still wouldn't be straight now.
Radius wins.
If you did that, if you touched a magic marker to a sphere or something, your radius wouldn't be straight.
I guess it depends on the offset of the magic marker surface to the sphere surface.
Anything, any amount.
Like if you had
wouldn't
a
be straight.
micron pen and a ball, like a giant beach ball that you couldn't even wrap your arms around, and you just press that down,
It still wouldn't be straight.
It's going to be. You could get it to be a circle.
You couldn't get the radius on the surface of it though. I know you can get a circle on a sphere, yeah, but you couldn't get you can't get the
Now
straight.
you're starting to get it, guys.
Dude, I already knew this.
Yeah, that's not.
You don't have to draw
I'm not
a radius.
arguing. I'm not
Yeah,
arguing.
you don't have to draw a radius or measure it or whatever to put a circle on a sphere though.
Is it a circle technically? It's not, bro.
Yeah, it's a circle. Because I could cut it out, drill through the sphere, whatever, and measure it, and it'll be a circle. We know it's a circle because I measured it before we even put it on the sphere.
I say it's not a circle until you measure
Like
it.
I can measure it before I put it on this. Can I measure it before I put it on the sphere and then put it on?
Well, how you going to do that if you can't get
I have a
inside of it?
bracelet. I can measure it, see that it's a circle, then I'm going to transfer that onto the sphere. Yeah.
Yeah, because conceptually, that ring cuts a plane through the sphere, and you could measure it. That's how you would do it.
No, I'm going to measure it before I even put it on the sphere. Like we're going to make it. We're going to have a circle. We're going to measure it, get the radius, area, all that shit. Then I'm going to transpose that onto the surface of the sphere.
There you go.
There's your circle on the sphere. There you go.
No, it exists inside of the sphere, but you could
on the
cut
surface. It'll be on the surface.
Well, the plane cuts through the sphere.
It doesn't matter what's going on the inside. We know it's a circle. We got it on we know it's a circle. We got it on the surface, right?
Yeah, because you could just adjust all of like your the profile of the bracelet to match exactly the profile of wherever you thought you were going to put it on this ball, right? So you can make it so mechanically is like snug and perfect, really, almost. You just anticipate these measurements and machine a piece to fit on a ball. Yeah, that interfacing, like.
Yeah, how would you do it on a machine?
Mechanic is.
Let's say you had a CNC machine, right?
Yeah.
And you had a sphere.
You'd take a flat blade.
How would you program it? Go on.
You take a flat blade with two. You know what I mean? Just bore into it like a hole cutter.
You would have to bore into it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying? So I mean, it's a technical thing, but it really, if you think about it, how would you program the CNC machine? I just thought of that. Really,
What are you trying to do? I missed the last couple seconds.
you have a sphere, a metal sphere, and you tell the CNC machine, draw me a line, a circle around it. How would you program it?
I mean, I could do it on a lathe or something. You could just fucking turn the sphere and then hold the fucking thing steady, and you could make a great circle or anything.
A great circle, huh? Okay, Bob.
Well, I'm just
You
saying
see
that's
what
how
territory we're heading now?
that's how I would do it. I mean, you could do it. People do it, dude. You put a ball on a lathe or something, and then you could just hold a chisel or something up to it, whatever they do, and you get a circle.
I don't know. I'm not a lathe guy, but I think Snacks is. So I'm just saying. I'm just asking. I have no idea on this. Trust me. But I
Yeah, I
just
don't
see.
know
I
about
can't see
CNC
how.
machines.
Yeah.
I don't know. I watch like videos of people making like lenses and stuff, and they use all kinds of grinders and rotary tools to do things. So just looking at what kind of mechanics are possible. I don't doubt that it's possible to make a like optically perfect ball of whatever glass or metal, and have a ring that fits like almost atomically perfectly
Yeah,
to
yeah.
it.
But what I'm saying is, how would you program the machine? Where would you give it its center point on a sphere? See what I'm saying?
Well, I don't know. It's a different deal when you talk about how do you
Yeah.
do it on a CNC machine.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, if you had the pieces, yeah. Oh, we're talking about just is it possible to engineer it? Yeah, it is. And the center point of all of those contact places, wherever you want to say, like the most flattest part of the contact points are, would be a circle. But the whole thing's a circle fitting on top of a ball, which is just a spherized point. I'm
Yeah,
not too lost on it. I don't know.
The reason why I say it, I can see a CNC machine finding a center point on a flat surface, right? And then just tracing around. But how would it do it on a sphere? I mean, I just woke up. This just came in my head.
I don't know.
I'm not even a third down my coffee cup, so
CNC will like plot it a lot of times. Like they'll measure the points down using a probe to like get an accurate profile, so that it's tuned into that. So and also sometimes it'll just like they'll just take a stock of metal and then just plane it anyway. Even if it seems like it's flat, they'll just say we'll just take a couple thou off the top, and we'll know that it's flat.
yeah, this geometry stuff seems easy at first, but it is, but it gets like really complicated.
Like it's weird too. Like think about well, how do you make a lens? A lens is part of a whole sphere, but it's just a portion of it, So we just want to take like one leading chip of it, just like I was talking about with the orange cutting a slice of an orange out to be like a lens. So it's convexing on one side and it's flat on the other side. So the challenge is to take two slices of oranges and to glue them together to where they match up correctly in their tolerances. I mean, that's very difficult to do. So they wind up, I think, a lot of times using like a mandrel. It's just like a mold that they have for it, like for a master mold. In the case of anything that's made from glass, that's like a plastic lens. They'll make it from a glass lens, and then they got to use. Oh, man, I don't know. Whatever. It's just mechanic.
A mind melt, no? Yeah.
Sorry, my brain's melting. But the
Yeah, I
optical
know.
quality is because you need this like super surface smoothness to create a lens that's from optical quality. So that has to be like the highest tolerance available that humans are capable of putting a finish on something. If can you measure that on if there was a ball, if we were living on a ball, could you measure all that shit? I guess, yeah. But it would be very, very difficult to like to accomplish on like a whatever kind of micro scale you're talking about. But but we could say broadly it's a circle, or you could even put definitions onto the circle too, right? You could tag some words on it, and then it's like, oh, it's that kind of circle.
Well, look, technically, you can put a hula hoop around the ball, like you guys are saying, right? But is that a circle? Is that,
bro?
Yeah,
Man, come on, Essie. You're too caught up in this whole geometry thing.
Jeremy liked the hula hoop idea. Yeah, bro.
Because at the core of the hula hoop, there's a line there, if you want a perfect line of super smallness, right? So that counts to me, yeah.
Yeah, the hula hoop cuts a plane through that sphere, and that's how you know that it's a circle, because you could measure it to be one.
Yeah.
You can measure the hula hoop before you even put it on the sphere. Know it's a circle, then trace it out on the sphere and be like, all right, I obviously have a circle here because this was a circle. I transposed it. Still a circle.
There you go. 100% correct.
Circle on a sphere. There you go. I mean, I hate to be on B-ball's side, but he was right.
It's a hula hoop on a sphere.
No, B-ball was being a little slimy there. Like I know what he was doing.
You guys are too wrapped up in this whole geometry thing.
Technicalities.
It's not exactly relatable to reality, the geometry thing, some of it. You know what I'm saying?
No, not really.
Like there's no such thing as a point. There's no such thing as a circle. Circles don't exist.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, these are
Like
too deep
circles don't
figures.
even.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
These things don't exist. It's only.
And that what?
Yeah.
And then when you start talking about the whole spherical geometry, now you're really off the fucking rails because you're too wrapped up in the geometry thing. I'm telling you guys, it's good to know, no question, but.
Well, there's nothing really to be wrapped up about, bro. It is what it is. I mean, geometry, the measurement of.
It's good to know for sure, no question. But when we start talking about reality, like I don't know, you end up doing single point geometry or something. I see.
Yeah, exactly. That's how we get these.
That's how you
doofuses.
That's how you get That's how you get fucking crazy with it, you know. So.
But this is how we reveal their craziness, right? Because geometry, if we use geometry, we kill them, right? Because they have their plumb, right? This is where I came up with exactly single point geometry. We can laugh at them all day long because they're plumb. Go on.
If I say something's a direction, if I describe something as a direction, would that be an adverb?
Adverbs usually end in ly, like badly.
Yeah.
If I describe something as a direction, what would that be?
A straight line.
An adjective?
No, it would be a noun.
It's a noun, no? Yeah.
A direction.
A straight line. Yeah.
No, not a straight line. A direction.
Well,
you're a straight line. You see, you're too wrapped up in this geometry thing.
Because you got to be precise.
A direction is a straight line. Hello.
Yeah, if you point to something and say you got to go that way to get to it, it's a thing. It's a direction.
It's a noun.
Yeah.
All right. Just checking. I was listening to Bev's channel last night. His aunt's been running around.
Weird, huh? Which way's north? Yeah.
Oh no, I'm behind. I listened to him 3 days ago, or two. Maybe it was the day or two ago.
What I learned from all this geometry stuff is either you get it and you know what these things are, or you don't, and you keep on fighting back and forth about what a straight line is, what a straight line could be, what a circle is. Either you get it or you don't. It's like it's a final thing. It's a thing you have to just know. Can't fight about it. You
Yeah,
know,
like the triangle.
axiomatic. Yeah, like it either is what it is or it isn't.
That's where they messed everything up. Spherical triangles, 3-sided squares, 5-sided squares. This is all
5-sided squares are my
mental.
favorite.
Yeah. Shout out Blue. Yeah. 3, 4, 5-sided square, if you can freaking believe that. So
Variable pi.
variable pi. Shout
pies.
out Brenda. Yeah. Pure insanities, you know? Where we know things are simple. A triangle has 180 degrees, 3 sides, period, end of story. A circle has 360 degrees, end of story. Has a radius, has a circumference, bingo. That's it. And a diameter. There's no way around that.
I could describe a triangle with 5 sides and 6 angles. I'm not even joking, bro, if you wanted to. Like, you get crazy with it.
Yeah. Bro, they tell you with a straight face, a square could either be 3, 4, or 5 sides. What more do you need to hear from these people, right? Nothing.
Well, they're doing wild geometry. That's what I mean. There's reality, and then there's this other thing you could do to try to measure
reality
reality.
is Euclidean 3 space, right?
I
That's
know.
reality.
I know, and they bugged out with this whole 2D spherical non-Euclidean geometry because that's just not the world we live in. Like your whole 2D surface of a sphere. These guys still think you can transpose the surface of a sphere onto a piece of paper.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy. A non-developable surface. Yeah, they just don't get it, man. They just don't get it.
Or they'll say something's 2D without having to be on a plane. But yeah, it's got length, height, width. It's 2D.
Yeah, imagine thinking that they're on Earth, which they think is a sphere, and they think it's 2D. They think the ground they walk on is 2-dimensional, bro.
Surface of it, the surface.
Yeah, the surface. Yeah, they think the surface of where we're walking on is 2D. That is ludicrous. Fight the Flat Earth is telling me that. Yeah, and everybody believes it. Yeah, merry-go-round is 2D. The surface of the
You
Earth
could
is
say
2D.
you could say the surface of everything is 2D though.
Yeah, that's what they think.
That's not real shit though. Like that's not real.
No, it's
Is
not.
it really 2D? Because there's no such thing as a really 2D thing, so it can't be
Yeah, there's
really
no
2D.
such thing as 2D. I would tell them, okay, you want to pass me that 2D hammer, please? I want to
Mail me
hammer in
something.
my 2D nail. Yeah.
Yeah, mail me something that's 2D. I'll be waiting.
Yeah.
Put it in a box. If you were gonna mail it to me, what would you put in a box?
A 3-sided box.
No, we're dealing with cubes. I wonder if we can get a 7-sided cube or some weird shit.
Oh man, these people live in La La Land, bro. No critical thinking. That's the problem. Whatever they're told, yep, that's what it's got to be. Watch how they're gonna jump aboard the early galaxy development train. Watch this. I'm still waiting for an explanation for that. Still haven't heard one yet.
For the what?
You know, they found the galaxies earlier than they're supposed to be, and they shouldn't be there. The baby galaxies that are teenagers.
How do they know that?
By the size.
Yeah, it's fucking stupid, bro. Size of something doesn't tell you its age. It's dumb.
The size, the mass. Yeah. They shouldn't. It's like you're looking for a 5-year-old. You lost a 5-year-old in the woods, and you find him a week later, and now he's 20 years old.
Yeah, but some 5-year-olds have that disease where they like grow huge, so they'll be like a fully grown adult at like 6, at age 5. Or you ever see that?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. If you were judging off if you had one of those 5-year-olds with that disease, you would be like, this isn't a 5-year-old. If you're just going off the size and mass or whatever, you'd be like, this is not a 5-year-old, even though he really is 5.
Yeah,
That's
except
why you don't
galaxies
judge
don't
things.
suffer from giantism, bro.
Yeah, but that's why you don't judge things on their size or their mass or whatever. You can't get a date on your from your size. That seems kind of stupid.
It's not just the size; it's the formation, it's the mass. It's
Yeah, the mass, the formation, just like the little 5-year-old that's got gigantism or whatever the fuck it's called.
yeah. Well, don't look at me. That's their own model. They're the ones that are saying it's a
Oh, I
problem.
know.
Yeah.
I know. Because they're doing goofy shit. That's why. Yeah, it's only a problem because they're have so many presuppositions.
Yeah, it's actually one of my favorite things, finding holes in their model, because there's no way around it. What are they going to say here now? Right? If their own white coats tell them this shouldn't be here, well, what are they going to say? What they're doing now is waiting for the answer. Once the white coat comes with the answer, then that's what they're all going to harp on. They're smart. They wait and they're all together. You know? Yeah. I'm just dying to hear what bull they're going to come up with. How did the baby that should be 5 years old become 20 years old? What are they going to find? Dark growth? Dark. I just can't wait for the bull.
What about dark time?
Dark time. I like that one. Yeah. Causes things to age more rapidly. There you go. There you go.
Yeah. I could have dark ages, with dark time. It'd be good.
Yeah, we're giving them freaking ideas. Watch them come up with that one.
Yeah, that's catchy. I like it.
That's a good
Something
one,
like
bro. You should be a
fireworks.
scientist.
Fizzord.
Upon further investigation, we have found dark time is the reason. Yeah.
Dark time's getting a lot of clicks. We'll make some more articles.
So yeah, that whole space thing's fucking ridiculous, in my opinion. We got to stop saying space is fake though, because that sounds fucking crazy.
Oh, that gets on my nerves, bro, man. You don't know how much that
I
gets on
used
my
to
nerves.
say it, dude. I used to say it. Yeah.
This is freaking
And
Nathan
it is,
crap.
but
Yeah.
it is though. Like the way they portray it, it is fake. The way they portray it, just there's something. It's obviously there. I mean, something's there.
Yeah, you can say the vacuum of space is fake. Yeah. But not space is fake, for crying out loud. You sound ridiculous. You sound like you're, I don't know what.
It doesn't sound ridiculous to me though, because it sounds right to me. But someone outside not knowing what I know, it's got to sound crazy too. But if you say that to me, I understand.
Yeah, that's like saying the earth is flat. Almost. But we won't get started on that. But saying space is fake is complete and utter nonsense. You're starting off at a back foot just by saying that.
Just the way they portrayed it is fake. Like NASA and all that. There's been so much fakery. I mean, I don't even know who still believe in NASA. The other countries won't even fake it because their production sucks. You know what I mean? Like they can't make good movies and shit. So they just can't fake it like we do.
Yeah, they don't have the studios that NASA has. Yeah.
They put some footage out and it's fucking terrible. I mean, I don't know. You ever seen some of that Chinese fucking some of those other countries' space footage? It looks fucking ridiculous. They got shit physically impossible happening, like it's stupid.
So what are we gonna name the new planet? Anybody? It's coming. I warned you guys a few days ago.
Did they find a new exoplanet or something?
No, not exo. It's in the solar system.
Oh, I heard you talking about this. It was in our solar system. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, they can't do that. They already got rid of Pluto.
Yeah.
How would you get rid of Pluto and add something else? It doesn't even. Is it farther out than Pluto or closer?
I don't know. I read it a couple of days ago. They said they're gonna discover soon the 9th planet because of some stupid motion. I didn't even read the whole thing. I was laughing. I go, here we go, another stupidity.
They're gonna discover it. They said.
Yeah, because they're noticing some anomalies in the orbits, and something's not right. Blah blah blah.
Don't mean a
So the
planet.
only answer could be
Control.
What?
That don't mean there's a planet there. These guys are out of control.
Yeah. But you're gonna see. You're gonna hear the discovery soon.
We're going outside later. Don't worry. We're going to get a haircut, kiddo.
There's
my bad.
No, is it? Sorry, it's cosmology. Cosmology is like the study of the universe development.
Yep.
And then there's cosmography, which is to try and map it out. So,
yeah.
In a way, this is like the standardized cosmography of the universe we're talking about. The Big Bang, I don't know. It's almost like it doesn't even matter. It's like even though we throw these two things together all the time to talk about them, they're sort of separate branches. I mean, they're informed by each other, but
even their Big Bang makes no sense.
No, but that's just like the standard model cosmology, right? How the universe began, right?
Yeah. Ask a scientist.
Because a different cosmology would be like a cyber being arose out of the nothing and shat the cyberverse out, and we live in a hologram. That would be like its own cosmology.
Oh yeah, there's definitely different. Yeah, all kinds of different theories. Yeah,
but it's essentially just a creation myth. Like it has to be because there's nobody around to have recorded.
It's all creation myth, all of it. Every religion, every scientist, every theory you ever heard is a creation myth.
So if we have a creation myth, then we have like these places that we are not here anymore. So that's what's referenced in the cosmography, right? We're talking about these places we can't go to, how they support the cosmology, the creation story, the creation myth of the birth of it all. And then all of these other ancillary pieces are added in a separate scientific branch where they populate it with things that you can believe in, just details to support a creation myth, right? So just more myth.
That's all it is. Myth upon myth, patch upon patch upon patch. Yeah.
But the wonderful thing here is that they get to draw on other myths too, because like they're talking about constellations. Hey, constellations have been myths for fucking ages.
Yep. They get to draw all the 5,000 years of knowledge we have and pretend it's theirs, and then build on it.
And then
for example,
they just go ahead.
Ask any cosmologist, okay? Did the Big Bang start in one location, right? They're going to say yes. They have to. They have to go with the story of a single dot, whatever, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Then ask them, what is the center of the universe? You know what they're going to tell you? There is no center of the universe. Then you ask them, well, didn't the bang start there at that spot that you're saying? You know what they're going to answer? No, it banged everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like, what?
Well, I don't know. I mean, that's what I was gonna say. Like, just the concept of the Big Bang is a thing, but that obviously is got lots of holes in it. So well, because right, you can't have a homogeneously dispersed explosion that forms a bunch of patterns, or you know what I mean. That's not in the cards for this type of explosive creation myth. So. Uh, So
Then there's
the multi-bang situation is just like, oh, it's more like popcorn, and that's all some cosmologist has to say to somebody. It's like, oh no, it's not just like one big popcorn; it's a whole bunch of kernels, and they all just like got hot and fucking went off. And that's all somebody has to say, and it just keep the fucking story going round and around and around, just like the stars up in the sky. Nothing new
that's
under
the
the sun here.
multiverse, the string theory, the multiverse theory. That's that crap that they came up with. It's like bubbles, like on a beer thing, just popping and forming, and like, yeah, it's ridiculous.
I mean, I've heard it explained by like I think the first guy that was writing about it, and he seemed like way out there. So it's a pretty way out there thing, but I think it was adopted by the people and then ultimately broke. But like, does that mean that it's all to be dismissed that there's interconnectedness on a unpredictable level? Because I do believe in that aspect of superstring theory because it's technically unprovable. Let's just say that there are connections that are spooky actions at a distance that occur in ways where we don't know why, like this Coke can is related to this tree, but they will both be tied in this same fucking fate somehow, even though they're not physically doing anything to make each other do it. They're just like in some kind of like constituting wave or something, that just makes up for like, I don't think that's provable or disprovable. It's just merely an idea.
Well, you're talking about superpositioning now, stuff like that, right? Quantum stuff,
quantum entanglement or something. But that's some Marvel's comic book bullshit too. So that doesn't really jive with like what if I do feel like that's something that can be observed or perceived or possibly just even recorded in my life, right? It was just like, I'll just catalog that in the brain. That's another weird thing, weird connection.
That was even too weird for Einstein to believe. Mr. You age slower when you go faster. He couldn't even believe that one. So.
Yeah. SC, thinking about Einstein the last couple of days and thinking about like, I think his first speech in the United States was something like, I drove here in the car, but also maybe the earth passed underneath me and that's how I arrived here. Right. He said that. He said that. It was like,
oh my God.
It's to elicit a laugh. It's an icebreaker. But I think based on that, his car insurance should have been raised right then and fucking there. Right then and fucking there. Because if you think about like when you drive in a car and you're like, oh well, everything's just going around me. No, that's just that's not good driving. I think he was probably a shit driver. If he was thinking about all the Einsteinian relativistic driving, I mean, you got to get negative points off on your Coriolis insurance score, I tell you.
My God,
as a former rep for Coriolis Insurance Company, I'd have to pipe in as an expert opinion. But
well, look, the man was a genius, right? He told us, and I believe it 100% that when you drop the pen,
it seems like he was
ground going up, following you. It's not your pen falling down. So that's sheer genius. Who could have thought of that besides Einstein?
I just want to talk about this a little more ignorantly, but it's like that. Like it seems like Einstein was only kind of good at math, and that maybe his wife was way better at it than him.
Well, that's a known fact.
And then probably there could have been like lots of other women that were also like friends with her who were like good at math. But they wouldn't have had any voice because they've been women. So who the fuck, cares about what kind of math? Oh, these women maths. You know what I mean? But I think that's like sort of the basis for the quantum theory stuff is in the basis of it's piped through the Einstein chain through his wife.
Can you name me one thing that Einstein came up with on his own?
No, I can't.
I don't think there is one single thing. Anybody?
I only even know of one mechanical patent he's a co-signer on.
The only thing he's known for is the photoelectric effect that they say he came up with, and I did some research on that, and I forgot who it was, but it wasn't him that came up with that either. So literally, he has nothing that I know of. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I know nothing that Einstein himself invented. Nothing. Relativity, special, all that has come from other people, as far as I know. The photoelectric effect, Big Bang, everything.
I'm glad this is kind of like a thing that people are hip to now, you know, is because this guy looks like he's like the Elon Musk of his time, just like going around like, oh, I invented eBay. Oh, I invented Tesla cars. You know, I invented spaceships, right? Is that what's going on? Because that's what it seems like, just really cornering the market here, really. That's all this matters. And cornering the university market is important too. So like controlling the intelligentsia of all this stuff's politically motivated, you know?
You know who was the brain of brains back then, which everybody respected, and like was above just about everybody. Steinmetz. You ever see this guy? He was like a little deformed.
I was trying to think of his name yesterday because I was like, I had heavy side on the mind, and I was like, no, it's not heavy side I'm thinking about, because somebody was, or you were reading that shit yesterday about Tesla, and it made me remember something I read from Steinmetz where he's talking about where he's not sure why he's getting these like weird feedbacks and stuff, right? So there's like feedback. Anybody knows plays electric guitar knows about feedback. And so I think he was kind of studying these kinds of phenomena in a system, like in an electrical circuit where there's like reflections, and he was talking about these kinds of just momentary voltage spikes where like something is emptied out, like it would cause a discharge like field effect or something like that, and that would reflect back to the system, so it would cause these like weird, you know. I guess if you think about it like a bunch of fluid, it's like there's like a ripple in the swimming pool somewhere or somewhere else, like the water laps up. You're like, oh, okay. You know, I think that's basically what he was looking at.
Yeah, apparently he was hired because he was the only one that could figure out Tesla's shit when he left JP Morgan. Apparently the only other guy that could somehow understand what Tesla was up to was Steinmetz. This guy was a true genius, apparently. Like a genius of geniuses, even up amongst his peers. Like he was really something, this dude.
Steinmetz, yeah, he's the most like fucking genius of them, I think, for early electrical study. But even like nowadays, like if you could just pluck him out of time and bring him into now, he'd still be able to like fuck shit up.
Yeah, he stood like, yeah, it was a breed apart. Let's put it that way. Amongst geniuses now, not amongst normal people. Yeah.
Well, he was like an invalid, sort of, right? Or physically sort of like like he had a spinal curvature.
Yeah, he had dwarfism and he had all kinds of stuff wrong with him. Yeah.
Vitals, I don't know. Like, yeah, so he like lived in his mind, and yeah, it's a beautiful thing. Beautiful mind. That's a cool archetype. I like those types. Heaviside's neat too, but I think he's what I find him. I remember him associated with the coaxial circuit design, or just the concept that a coaxial cable works in a certain way.
Yeah, all these guys were like, you know, cut above the rest for sure.
But like I think like, so it's like not that complicated. It's a coax like the old like cable that we used to. Well, they still use it for taking lines for television, whatever. So that's just like where you've got an outer and an inner core, two different metals, I think, and then they're connected to the terminals.
Oh, you know your electricity like in and out, bro. Remember what you did last time. What do you think about the Tesla stuff?
I'm like auditing the course, you know. It's not, I don't have the like. I guess if I was an electrician on top of this knowledge, I'd be some shit. But no, I'm just like whatever. I like to
Don't be humble, bro. I remember you saying some stuff I never even heard of when you were doing your thing on electricity.
Did you check out the Bedini wheel or the simple schoolgirl circuit? You're talking about
No.
radiant energy. It's like that kind of
Yeah,
follows
yeah.
the principle. Because it's just about like like you whip somebody with a towel. You know what I mean? It's not.
Yeah, yeah,
It's not.
yeah.
It's
That's
not
right.
the initial hit. It's the whip back
That
that
crack,
things,
exactly,
that cracks things,
exactly.
and so that
Well
is
said.
this like quick whip of
Like a discharge.
Yeah,
Yes, 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 yes. Well said. Yeah.
and because the discharge is many like because if you just like flop, you could just like flop somebody with a towel, right? It's just like but when you the take back now magnifies the force dynamic of it a lot. So that's what I think they were kind of trying to say, but it's very dangerous because if you're dealing with the super high voltages, I don't know why Tesla favored using like these kinds of crazy voltages, man.
Because he needed the DC. It could be done with AC, but he needed the DC to crack. Those high voltages are needed to crack the electricity. Like that's the way he would explain it. Like you said, the snap of the towel. Yeah.
Yeah, because there's like I forget what the number is of is it? It's got something to do with it's not Avogadro's number. Avogadro's number. It's got something to do with that. It's like the point of charge where it's enough to spark.
I don't know. That's above my pay grade, bro. But
just
he
to
explains
spark,
it like
just to
breaking.
conduct it. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, that's just like on a lower scale. What I'm talking about, just the number for electricity to leap from one thing to another. How much charge got to be built in? It's got to be way more powerful to like start snapping the air. Yeah.
Yeah. The way he explained it is a gap. You need a gap.
Have you ever heard like static electricity? You've heard static electricity sometimes, right? Where you're like,
of course,
just crackle. So that's kind of like that on a very, very micro scale. Same type of effect, because the voltages are still the same that are going on in like the static doorknob discharge, fuzzy socks in the winter type thing.
But I don't know, man. How does the energy, it's electrical. Then it comes into a spark gap, right? And then he takes that and he amplifies it, I think. And that's what becomes the radiant energy, right? How the hell, man? Like,
so if you check out like I find a really interesting thing. It's called Marx generator. So Marx generator is like it works in series discharge. So if you put them all together, they'll all discharge at the same time, but they'll basically charge up like a parallel bank.
Like
it's
a
really
capacitor?
Yeah, it's just like a linear thing. You could do it with like a beer pong setup and some bolts and shit. Yeah, it's like a capacitor. You could do it with salt water. Actually, salt water and fresh water. So use the fresh water or distilled water as the insulator and the salt water as the electrolyte. And then it'll want to like jump through the water into the metal and then connect it to the next series. So there's like this weird sort of pull that it has, even though they're disconnected things. Like anyway, it multiplies the whole bank of it, so the discharges are like huge. So if you look up like Marx generators, like it's basically like a lightning generator. So like some of the biggest arcs ever have been created by this design.
A coil? Is it a coil design?
No, it's like it'd just be a bunch of cylinders, probably like in a line.
Cylinders, solid cylinders.
Yeah. No, I mean you just need. I don't know. I imagine.
You mean a hollow tube, like
it's
like that kind?
Parts.
Right.
There's two part, like just like I don't even know if they're connected all physically. They might arc to each other. Or yeah, that's what they do. Yeah, it's fucking interesting. So if you have like a high voltage driver to start it with, right? So like that's I don't know if that's I guess that's spark. Yeah, that spark is going to be to spark in the air. It's got to already be at like This is like 10,000 volts or something. I forget what the fuck.
It's insane, man. It's insane.
I'm like such an amateur bullshitter. But I think I tried at least. I'm trying to fact check myself here. Just because I wish I had the dedication to actually like learn it. But I've read through like lots of books. I've like spent lots of money trying to like learn it. It's just not. It just doesn't absorb into me. I guess all of it. Maybe someday it will.
I don't know, bro. When you did your presentation, you seemed like you knew your shit to me. But I guess there's always more to learn with this stuff. That's for sure.
I mean, until you put it into practice, really, it's just like theory. Like I've in theory, I know how to build like a whole bunch of shit, but in practice, I don't have like a garage. It's like that's a limiting factor. But
yeah, a lot of things in theory. You read one thing and then you do it in practicality, and wait a minute, it's not so. Yeah.
Or no, it leads you to more of like the inner workings of it. Like, well, when one little thing doesn't work, and you're like, oh, I got to fix this. And then she's set up right. Like even like circuit designs and stuff. Like if you think about it, every little connector is hitting another point of contact where it's creating like some kind of like little RF field. I mean, it's like you can't see them, but it's creating some kind. So like circuit designs. Oh man.
The circuits are another freaked out thing. How they get so many of them in a little thing like that, like 9 million or 10. Like, really? How the hell, man? I seen a machine. There's one machine, I believe it's in the Netherlands or in Germany. And it's so small, they actually paint. I think that's the way they were saying. They actually paint the circuits on, kind of a thing. It's like insane. You got to see this thing, man. It's like sci-fi all the way.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, what can be done? Make just like taking because with optics you can shrink things down. So like if you have your circuit design could be like a 8x10 piece of paper. You just shrink it down to real small. Make a microcircuit, and then use that as like a photo developer to a type of photoreactive solution, and then you could etch your circuit with that. It's kind of badass, I guess.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it when I saw that thing. It's like really
It's
like something you'd see in a movie, Star Trek.
It's like making a circuit is in a lot of ways is the same as like developing a photograph.
Yeah, that's what I learned. Yeah, I was shocked.
I think for the higher end stuff they use like some kind of nitric acid gas situation, but it's essentially kind of simple as well. Like I don't know. I find that a lot of things are kind of simple when you get right down to it. And you're like, oh, that's how. Do you notice that? But I guess that fuels my inspiration for some past tech, or types of technology that might have existed in the past. Golly.
I was watching Christopher Dunn yesterday explaining his theory about how the pyramid is a power source.
Yeah.
Like a generator. Yeah.
Got my own ideas on it, but yeah. A lot of people, yeah, I do see it as like some type of generator. Yeah, I honestly I'm kind of questioning whether or not the apparent if they were just kind of shitty pyramids at first, or like not so great pyramids, or awesome but like smaller pyramids, but they were just like set to those stones, and then later on somebody was like, let's make these pyramids fucking awesome, and they did that.
I think it's the opposite, bro. they tell the story that, look, you see, they started off with these pyramids and then they started getting better and better. But the way I see it is the Egyptians found those pyramids there and then they tried to copy them. And they didn't do a good job.
But like, are they trying to copy a volcano in some way?
Good question.
Like, it's just like, why do that exactly? Why pyramid, guys? You know?
Why the shape? I've thought of that. It's because when you stack stones, right, high up, that's kind of like the best possible shape you can do to make it solid and bring it up high with the least amount of stones. I think that has something to do with it.
There may be other natural functions. I mean, we don't go around building pyramids for funsies, and like. But I'm wondering if it doesn't have something to do with moving groundwater or something like that, or being able to draw water from. Like that maybe a primary function of them was to do that when they were in functioning order.
Well, yeah, that's the main theory is that there was running water underneath, and that's what powered it, the motion of the water.
Like it's like a lot of that place was kind of arid. I think in most of him, like, no, didn't it in undergo like that because this area in the desert where there's like whale carcasses and stuff because there was like an inland sea that was like trapped and then eventually dried up. If you know about that.
They have because of the Sphinx. There's water erosion. So I've seen things where they say the river was right where the pyramid was, right up there. So yeah.
And then some people use that water erosion data to say that it was all underwater because of the Great Flood, and then some people would say that I've heard another theory that it was just like it was a water fountain, and you could just go there and collect water. Yeah. And then it feels a lot like that movie Dune, and so obviously I love that.
The first one was good. The first movie Dune. The second one, yeah.
Like, but to have like a thriving culture in the ancient world, you got to have like some good potable water sources, right? Or just you got to have water figured out.
Well, look at all the settlements all around the world. They're all near rivers. Obviously, water is the first thing you look for. Yeah.
But like for city planning or something like that, if you're going to bother to build pyramids, right? You're also probably going to want to make sure you got good running water and a water source and all that. Yeah. But yeah, it's interesting. Like thinking about I like the Wardenclyffe Tower pyramid comparison, but I'm not sold on it because like I look in the Great Pyramid and it's like there's this like stepping in of the ceiling as it like kind of vaults over.
Yeah.
And while I can understand that may be from a structural standpoint, it's maybe not necessity, but I don't know what kind of architecture skills that they had for like. I mean, it's be difficult challenge to like lay that much rock in one place and still be able to like go into it, but it looks like it's shaped like something that would shape a sound wave, because it's like kind of rectangular and it's kind of collapsing in on itself or expanding in certain places. So, yeah. And then all of that goes to the King's Chamber, which is essentially almost like closed off. And then the box of it is like in this, I think it's like in a 2x3 proportion or something. So it like is this interesting rectilinear form that both expresses the pi and phi ratios. Maybe it's the perfect size for a rectangle. I don't know. But that might have been like a resonant chamber for the whole thing if it had anything to do with sound. Don't know. And then all the pillars are like made out of allegedly like I think rose granite. And That's interesting because it's conductive stone, and it's weakly conductive stone, but it's also highly conductive when it's like wet. I mean, it's not like wire, but I mean it's pretty much like they could have used granite, wet granite, as a conductor or carrier. So, and they had all these obelisks and things like that. I just want, you know what I mean? It's not like otherworldly
You'd
tech,
think
you know.
you'd
You
think
just have
if
to
it
know how to
was
do it.
yeah, I'm with you. You'd think if it was electrical, right? They'd find some metal stuff inside, and they have. I don't know if you've seen the thing when they send that robot down this tunnel. They found like a sealed door with what looked like two metal bars sticking out of it. So they broke through and they found on the other side that the metal bar was looped in, secured to the wall. So they found metal. Who knows? Who knows, man? Who knows?
Yeah, it's bizarre. There's like some weird other bits and pieces like that I wonder about. Mainly just the shape, the choice, and between that and it's like an ideal shape to like smelt, like lead basically, or galena. If you had galena, which is like an ore you could find. Sure, there's a lot of places around that area that had it, and so when you take that and smelt it down, get it all liquefied, and then basically throw it into like an upside down pyramid mold, and then the silver like goes to the bottom of it, and then all the gallon of lead sort of slag stuff and glass kind of goes onto that, and it's just interesting, man, how that all works out, and
Yeah, I was just thinking. When you said how they have, the ceiling when they have the steps, like one extending over the other one. I was thinking, like, because at first I was thinking, no way these could be poured like molds, Because you say, how the hell could they cut the stones, carry them, and then guy came up with a poured mold, and I thought, nah, no way, until I saw one guy do it, and man, it looks pretty convincing.
Yeah.
But then, how are you gonna pour a mold 300 feet in the air, hanging from is that possible? I don't know. It's just amazing. Like, you know what I'm saying? Those step things on the ceiling, like you have
All right.
one, right? And then what do? How do you place a mold in the air with wood and you pour on top? I guess you can do that. I don't know. I'm trying to, it seems like an impossible construction task. Like,
Yeah. Well, if your pyramid's square, you can just kind of keep building up, I guess. Just like scaffold off and do it like that. You need a lot of material, though. Somebody had a suggested video to me that I thought was stupid, but maybe it's not. But the material used to build the pyramids could have been like tailings from a mining operation that wound up just as that, being useful for that process. I don't know. Maybe
what do you
that's
mean
possible.
tailings? What do you mean?
You go through like ore, you separate out what's important to you, and there's a bunch of waste.
So you're going with a cement pour theory. Is that what you're saying?
Well, they would have been like left with like aggregate and able to filter it down or sluice it. I don't know how they were doing metal, back then. It could have been a combination of different things. I mean, usually you could get it through simple means that just involve like using water. Yeah.
I don't know. It's fascinating that I just
really
can't
is.
wrap my head around how a civilization could have done that of that, stones and brass chisels. No way. I say no way. Even if they poured them, right? Even if they poured them. How do they do the interior? How did they do that walkway with the stairs, right?
Oh, I don't know, man.
With ropes? Really? I don't know, man. I guess somebody with construction background can make sense of it. I can't.
Yeah. It's hard to even, well, it's hard to know like what